Because we can, like, if we look at the object and it gets further away and then disappears, we could see, oh, well, the ground might actually dip down.
Okay, so if I've got my binoculars out or my high-powered telescope out, I've found my plane that's flying along in the sky, and I've tilted my telescope up there, and I follow him, and I follow him, and I follow him, and now he's out of sight. He's gone so far out of my optical limit, I cannot see him anymore. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Yeah, you could say that the shape of the ground is actually not, a flat plane that goes on forever.
Well, how do you know? You're staring at an aeroplane.
Yeah, but the airplane disappeared over the horizon.
No, the aeroplane was up in the sky. I didn't dip my telescope down. I didn't have to. It just disappeared out of my optical limitation. That was it. It's gone out of view, out of range. My telescope doesn't go that far.
Maybe just blind. I don't know.
No, my telescope doesn't go that far. The plane shrunk down so small that I could not. The plane shrunk down so small that I could not. The plane shrunk down so small that I could not. The plane shrunk down so small that I could not resolve the fucking image. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
You need a better telescope. If you can't see, you need a better telescope.
So now you're just making excuses why you can't answer the question.
Yeah, bro.
Obviously, it has nothing to do. Obviously, it has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You can't get that through your head, or you just don't want to say it because you're so hung up on your sun moon bullshit. Yeah,
it's like recording my dog with a calculator and then complaining why is it so blurry.
No, not even remotely analogous.
It is. It's like recording.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You're making the claim that objects moving in the sky validate what shape the ground is. Okay, yes. I've accepted your claim. Now I'm questioning it. How does staring up into the sky prove what shape the ground is?
The same way you know where you are when you look at objects around you and you're looking on a map.
So, I see a plane flying overhead. I look up. I watch it disappear into the distance. How does that validate the shape of the ground?
Oh my goodness. Because if it disappears into the distance of the horizon, then maybe the horizon dips down.
You're an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. You know that. No, when you're staring into the sky, it has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You've basically whitewashed the ground. There is no ground.
Why coming in the circular logic fallacy, bro?
If anyone else would like to converse with Stupid here before we start losing IQ points. T-Dub, you're always good for these clowns. Don't run away with me now, bro. I'm going to need a beer for this. And I'm getting accused of fallacies.
Just charging this up.
The old charge the phone excuse. This kid's a muppet. He seems to think that staring at shit in the sky proves the shape of the ground. It's like it's just a special level of stupid. And no evidence to back it up. That's the worst part.
Hello. What is this? Black horizontal line is horizon. Objects could actually be ascending in elevation as they move away. Bro, the diagram you showed it just shows like a red dot like going down, bro. It's proving my point further.
No, it's not actually. It's showing you how perspective works.
I mean, this really is like regardless of the geometry of the surface beneath you, right?
Wait, hold on. Yoda, a diagram like this. Could you show me one, but with the sun and the ground, like a better one, so I can actually understand what you guys are trying to say? Like what's happening with the sun as it moves further, supposedly moves further away and doesn't and the ground's not moving.
Why are you so hyper-focused on what the sun does or doesn't do?
Because I question things. I'm allowed to question things.
Non-relevant
Yeah, it's
things.
fine. It does what it does, man. I mean, you're welcome to question. Like, you're welcome to question. But it is kind of outside the scope of our investigation, or the focus of our investigation, right?
Uh-huh.
We're just trying to get the geometry of the surface down pat first and get that all clear and sorted out. Like, we can move on to those other things once everybody's on board. I mean, everybody that wants to be on, like, is interested enough to be, whether, on board or anti. But,
No, Yoda, a diagram, not a GIF. A diagram like that one you just showed.
So you want a cartoon?
Yeah, like a diagram.
No, I'm not giving you a cartoon.
Okay, then no evidence.
What?
No evidence that it's moving further away.
You need a cartoon for evidence. Okay, dude.
It's a diagram. What do you mean cartoon?
Yeah, diagram is a cartoon.
Okay. I need a cartoon. Yes, I need a cartoon.
Yeah, because reality won't suffice, right? You need a cartoon.
View of parabola. I use that. Yoda, is this thing showing like how the red dot looks like it's disappearing off at the side rather than going around and coming back? Is that what I'm looking at?
Are you having some trouble?
The diagram you showed, is that demonstrating how the red dot from the perspective looks like it's disappearing off at the side rather than what's actually happening where it swings back around? Okay.
Yeah, the parabola widens forever, but perspective will force it into the horizon line, a vanishing point.
That's cool.
Right. So you could have a plane take off, and it can continue to take off and ascend in elevation, and the further away it gets, the lower on the horizon it appears.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Oh. Hi, India.
Yeah, you still think you see the world as a blueprint diagram?
I don't know.
Yeah, the way we see things, you guys, maybe not you, but some of you guys, it's like you try to make interpretations of what you see, which uses perspective, projective geometry, and apply it to some like orthographic blueprint diagram and go, this don't make sense. It's silly. You're in two different freaking geometries. The 3D world projected on a 2D plane versus an orthographic view like a blueprint, dude. We don't see the world like a blueprint.
Yeah, I'm gonna save the diagram. Wait, hold on.
You play video games? I think we already covered this.
Wait, give me a sec. Yoda. It just looks the same as the other diagram. I don't get it. Wait, I'm looking at it again. The dot is up in the front, and the red arrow is pointing towards where we're looking towards where we're supposed to look.
Not sure what you're getting at right now, but I can't talk for long, so I'm going to hand the mic over to Indio.
I'm just saying both diagrams show the same thing.
What's up, Indio?
No, not the video. The diagram, the real divergence one. It's just showing the same thing on each side. Like, I don't get it.
He's showing you a top-down orthographic view and then what it would look like if you were... Hold on. Let me alter it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's blurry. I can't really see.
No, it's a tilted... The right pane should be rotated, right?
I am. I'm rotating.
That vertical line is the horizon line.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm rotating it, but is it? Oh.
This is a parabola, so I just posted it. Here's a parabola. This is a parabola projected on a plane. Doesn't look like a parabola anymore now, does it?
Yeah, that's what I did. I rotated it to make it look like this. Yeah. I mean, it looks the same as the one. Sorry, someone keeps calling me. I might have to go again though, but I don't know. Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Don't stress.
I want to ask you something. If you guys are so keen on the Earth being flat, why don't you become astronauts?
What has the shape of the ground got to do with being an actonaut?
You could prove it even further.
What, measurements don't suffice in your mindset?
Yep, they don't suffice because they can always be wrong.
If I go to your house and you tell me your table is 8 foot across and I measure it and find out that it's 7 foot, you're not going to scratch your head and go, oh, well, I was wrong. No worries, it's now 7 foot. You're just going to keep marching through.
Yeah, well, let's find out.
Yeah, go and measure it. What size is your table?
I don't have a table.
How tall are you?
5'9".
How do you know?
I was measured.
There you go.
Okay. I don't trust your flat Earth measurements. That's the thing.
Excellent. What's wrong with them? Actually, what have we presented that you don't like?
Because they all differ. From what I've heard.
From what you've heard, so you haven't actually looked into anything. This is just hearsay.
No, when I hear you guys giving out the measurements, they just differ all the time.
What measurements have you given out that you don't like?
I don't know.
Right, so you're having a meltdown over measurements that you haven't received yet.
Okay. Well, you guys say, the measurement's 0, 0.
No, I don't care what people say.
I'm telling you what you say.
What measurements today have been presented for you so you can attack the measurement, not what other flat earthers say?
0.
Excellent. So how are you attacking something that's not presented yet?
Because it's not exactly perfectly 0.
So it's not exactly perfectly 0. Well,
it's like 0.1 or something.
We agree it's not flat like a sheet of glass. It's planar with topography. There's hills and valleys and stuff.
Yeah, the ocean's not hills and valleys.
There's swell on the ocean, dude. That's why it's called mean sea level, average sea level.
Yeah, I'm saying when you put the laser across the ocean, you can see it. The laser curves a bit. Well, it doesn't curve, but it doesn't perfectly.
Really? So the laser curves downwards, does it?
No, it doesn't curve down. If it curves downwards, that would mean the Earth is flat.
You just said it curves a bit.
No, it doesn't. I didn't say. I meant like the ground curves.
Take a step back. Let's go back. You're having a dig at laser tests. You just said they curves a bit. Which way do they curve?
I meant that the ground curves a bit.
Well, if the ground curves a bit, that's what we'd find with the laser test. That's the whole purpose.
But you don't notice it. You just ignore the part that says 0.01 or something.
At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. I'm pretty sure we'd notice that.
Yeah, 66.01.
So let me get this straight. You're concerned over the 0.01 when it should be 66 feet between the laser and the ground. It should be a 66-foot gap, and you're disappointed that it's only 0.01.
Yeah, that means it's curving. If you get a longer laser, it'll show. If you get a longer laser,
excellent.
If you get a longer laser,
longer laser, done. Longer laser, done. 20 miles, 270 feet. How far out should that be? 270 feet. How far's measured?
270. No, you need a 10,000 feet laser.
So when I go and get a 10,000 feet laser, all of a sudden you're going to turn around and go, you need a 20,000 feet laser. See, it doesn't matter what we present to you clowns. It doesn't matter what we present to you clowns. You're always going to ask for something bigger because you don't like your bullshit being falsified. You had a shot at me earlier about my logic being incorrect. Why are you trying to make your claims unfalsifiable?
Have you ever used a 10,000 foot laser? Is that a no?
Well, that'll help. I haven't answered. So you've assumed me not answering is a no. That's not very professional.
No, I thought you were just doing that thing again. But
the last laser I used was only about 4 inches long. I've never seen one that's 10,000 feet long. Can you post one in the side chat for me?
I can't even type in the side chat. I've been muted from it. But if you use a 10,000 foot laser, you will see a huge curve. I'm telling you. So
where's
big.
This huge curve? I want you to DM me photographic evidence or filmography evidence, whatever you want to call it, of your laser curving downwards. The only condition is it has to be in the open atmosphere, unaffected by people holding irons or fucking torches or whatever you want underneath it. I don't want lasers in fish tanks with salt water or sugar water. I want a laser in the open air, bending downwards, showing us that the Earth curves at approximately an 8 inch per mile squared ratio.
Longest laser in feet. Okay, longest laser in feet. The longest.
It's got to be bending downwards.
Oh, wait, hold on. The longest laser.
That's your claim.
Wait. The longest laser is 60,000 feet.
He's slow on the catch up, isn't he, this kid?
You can use that one. And it's called. Let me get the name. What is it?
We don't care what it's called.
60,000 feet.
Catnip, you're slow on the uptake. We don't care.
The 500 watt architect laser. If you use that, you'll find the curve.
This kid's as dumb as a box of bricks. Like, seriously.
Hey, that's only 11 miles.
Oh, dear.
That's 60,000 feet, you idiot. 11 miles is 60,000. Wow.
Yeah, you have a problem now.
No, I don't have a problem.
Yes, you do have a problem. Have you worked out what the problem... What did I say how far the tests have been done over?
Oh, you're saying that at that you should see a curve? Yeah, you will, but it's like 0.01, so... Yeah.
0.01. Where does this 0.01 come from?
Bro,
Let's say, hold on, wait. Right, fucking hell. We shoot a laser. You and me go outside, we get a laser, we set it up horizontal, right? So we've set our laser device up, it shoots a beam. This beam goes for 30 miles, 30. Right, so laser set up horizontal, the beam travels for 30 miles. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to walk along the beam and we're going to get to the 20-mile marker. The beam should be 266 feet above our head. Now you just said 0.01. Where do you get this 0.01 and what does the 0.01 reference?
Yeah, it references that the curve, you won't see a huge difference in the curve. You won't even notice the curve. You need like the most expensive equipment to measure that kind of stuff. It's like measuring at the atomic level.
Hey, Catnip, you do know at 20 miles there should be 266 feet between yourself and the laser.
You've never done that.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not too quick on the uptake, I've noticed.
Bro, the longest laser is 11 miles. What do you mean 20 miles? What are you talking about?
The longest laser is 11 miles.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, what laser is 20 miles? Which laser? I'm gonna send you in the side chat.
Well, we don't care what your claims are. Have a look.
No, I'm gonna send you a link to the laser that you can buy. I can send you a link to the laser if you want to buy it.
Control C. Control.
Hey,
You're gonna waste. You're gonna waste a lot of money.
Hey, Catnap. How
What?
much Earth curvature should there be over 10 miles?
How much curvature? Like unnoticeable, so it's not even. It's not. It's out of the.
So you have no idea what you're talking about.
There's no way.
You think Earth curvature should be unnoticeable at 10 miles? Would you please look in the side
You're
chat?
literally a woman. You should be smarter than this. Why are you here?
Oh, is that all you have? That's pathetic, dude. Okay, so
pathetic.
at 29 minutes past the hour, I have posted the Earth curvature calculator. Take a look and tell me how much Earth curvature there should be at 10 miles.
10. Which one am I looking at? I see like a bunch of like shotguns.
I said 29 minutes after the hour. Can you are you able to follow a chart?
Which chart am I looking at? There's so many charts in this side chat. I don't even know where I am.
I told you at 29 minutes past the hour. Look, dude, we all know you're trolling. We all know you don't know anything that you're talking about. But I'm just happy to point it out to you.
Which one? This one right at the bottom?
Automated calculator for the curvature of the Earth.
The one right at the bottom will do, because they both reference the same thing.
So how many feet of drop over distance should there be at 10 miles?
There's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Where's 10 miles?
Okay, you're just trolling. But at 10 miles, we should have over 66 feet of curvature. Dude, just stop. Nobody's buying this. And the whole world is listening to you be an idiot. You're helping make more flat earthers by this game. It's not working. It's embarrassing. Like, have some self-respect, man. So anyway, over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, not this indecipherable amount that he's claiming. And I cede the floor back to you, Matrix.
Did you read the side chat, Junior? What Yoda posted in there?
It's probably the most bullshit thing I've ever seen. 6.68. There's a contradicting.
Catnip, shut up and listen.
There's
you need to learn. Okay, I'm going to help you shut up and listen. Whether you listen or not, that's another story. That spherical trigonometry chart is what they use, assuming you live on a balltard with Earth's given numbers. So a radius of 3,959 miles. So what they're doing in that chart is they're assuming that those numbers given at school are true and correct. And they're calculating the distances of drop over that we should have based on the Earth story. That's what it's for. This is the problem. When they go out and do laser tests, they set the happy little lasers up because the lasers shoot straight. They have known distances over lakes, large bodies of water, up to 40 kilometres, 24 miles. And they measure the drop from the laser down to the body of water. If Earth's curving, you're talking 260 feet of missing drop. That's the problem, kid. You can argue about all sorts of other dumb shit over which manufacturer the laser was, what colour the laser was, which idiot set it up. Doesn't matter. At that distance, there should be a massive drop. Even if they tilt the laser down so it touches the water and then they pick it back up so it just skims the water, you're still talking 250 feet plus. You don't have that.
Okay. Okay, what I'm seeing is Earth curvature drop examples. At 1 mile, you should see 8 inches, 3 miles, 6 feet, and 10 miles, 66 as shown on this. And you're saying at the sea level, this doesn't happen, right?
Correct. That's what is expected. Okay, so that chart is what is expected. When these guys go out into reality, well, if that's what size your balltard is, that's the numbers.
No. Who decided what is expected? Who the hell said that it should be 66?
Well, feel free to jump onto AI, jump onto Google, jump onto whatever other stupid app you've got, and type it in yourself. How much drop over distance should there be at 10 miles?
No, I'm asking who decided it should be that.
It doesn't matter. Just confirm it for yourself. I decided. Fuck you. I decided. Now go and prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. In a debate, you should bring evidence, not tell me to go to Google.
That is evidence. That drop over chart is it.
Tell me, go search on Google. No, just give me the evidence.
No, I want you to prove me wrong. I'm saying it was me that done it. Now go and prove me wrong.
No. The burden of proof is on you.
Yeah. No, it's not. I've posted it in the side chat. My proof is right there. That chart.
Decided this. You just said, it should be this. How do I not know that you made this?
Me. I did make it. I'm claiming I made it. I want you to prove me wrong.
I want to know who said it should be 66 at 10 miles.
It's calculated from the given radius.
Who calculated that? Who did that?
Who gives a fuck? I did it. What I want you to do now...
So you said...
Okay, spastic. Okay, zip. Obviously, you're not really good at learning. You are super duper slow. The numbers are in the side chat. I want you now to jump onto your favourite AI program or just Google itself and confirm whether they are right and or wrong. Please go ahead. Don't just sit here yelling at me going, who did it? No one gives a rat's ass who did it. The kid next door could have done it. This is the given charts calculated out from the given radius of 3,959 miles. If they change that radius, we change the chart. Okay? So go and confirm it for yourself.
I'm actually looking at one of the videos of the experiment. The one that says game over in the thumbnail. I'm looking at a lot of the comments that refute how it's actually a flawed experiment.
Dude, you didn't even know the size of the Earth or how much drop over distance there should be, so don't act like now you can evaluate these videos. I don't believe in the 66
because I don't know who said it should be 66.
Based on the given radius of the Earth, that's how much it should be. It's purely a mathematical condition.
Says who?
Do you understand math?
Says who?
We can just use trig, and we can figure that out.
No, says who the globe should be like that. Which globe earther said that?
Whoever first decided that the radius was 3959.
Yeah, and who is that? Why aren't you telling me?
Well, the problem is there isn't anybody who actually measured it, but that is what they tell us.
It's always an origin. So who's they?
Catnap, this isn't going to work. This is really sad.
The person near the water, the laser is at least 10 to 11 feet above the water level, not 7 feet. Your map says 10.3 miles, but you didn't measure it with the laser from the position of the landmarks. It looks like the laser is pointing in a different direction. You're just reading
something off. What are you referring to?
The comments on the video that has a thumbnail that says game over.
Okay, why are you looking at the comments on the video instead of evaluating the video on its merits? You don't even know the size of the Earth. Don't you think maybe you should have been a little more equipped? Don't you think you should have been a little more equipped to come into this debate?
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that now you can come and just read the video comments and we're all going to suddenly believe that you know what you're talking about?
Have you read them yourself?
I don't care about the video comments. I care about the actual data and the evidence. Because I'm not stupid.
Have you ever tried to refute your own evidence?
I don't base my decisions off of video comments.
Have you ever tried to see if you were wrong or not? Or did you just do one experiment and then say, oh,
catnip, clear out for a second. Right, catnip. Let's set a laser up. We measure, and we're going to use Google Maps to do it. From the start of the laser, across the lake to the other side. 20 miles. All we have to do now is measure the elevation of the laser above the surface of the lake. So at the starting end, where the power switch is, where you turn it on and off, we are 1 foot high. When we get to the other end, you tell us now, because you're refuting everything that we've posted, you can now tell us at a 20-mile distance what the elevation of that laser should be. The next words that come out of your mouth better be a number or I'll just calculate it out.
The number at 10 miles should at least be 0.1.
20 miles.
20 miles, it should be at least 0.34.
0.34 what? Inches, feet, miles, millimeters?
Feet.
So 0.34 feet.
Yeah, I'm just giving like an estimation of how little it should be. Or these experiments that I'm looking at.
How did you come out to the idea that it should be that little?
Because the Earth is super big.
So the Earth is super big.
Yeah. And these experiments on the video.
You've got absolutely no. Yeah, we're not interested in the color commentary of the videos. We'd like you to watch the videos, not just read the bullshit in the back chat. You are so not interested in this subject, you haven't even had the decency to look at those videos. You're more worried about opinions.
Some people just want to be told what to think. They're not capable of thinking for themselves. So that's fine.
The least you could have done, cat crap, is gone and looked up yourself. Earth's radius. How far should I be able to see? How far should a laser go? What is the drop over distance at this elevation? You know, there's a whole heap of things you should have checked out for yourself, and you have not. You are not doing yourself any favours.
Give me one sec. So the thing is, I'm looking at these videos, and how do I know whether these are trustworthy or not? Plus, these results from the laser experiments are not even peer reviewed in academia.
Why do we need to? Who's going to peer review a laser test?
Bro, physicists like.
So let me get this straight.
Wait.
Get this straight. No, don't wait, me. You know what's going to happen. Let me get this straight. A builder. He's out on his building site. He sets up his laser. The laser's turned on. There's a little red line that appears. So the laser is on and functioning. Do we have to now phone call up our local physicist to come and ensure that the laser is operating correctly? Oh my God, that is the dumbest shit ever. Seriously, kid. Are you really that low?
Sorry, there's a spider on my wall. Wait. The wall was too flat. It actually fell off. Give me a sec.
Trolls are too much fun, aren't they?
No, anyway, so yeah, okay. So back to what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying like.
So how does one peer review? Yeah, you're babbling on about peer review. How does one peer review a laser observation? You and me set up a laser.
No,
the laser shoots its beam. Wait for it. The laser shoots its beam. We get a tape measure out. We measure how high the laser is at the start. We walk 20 miles along, or in this case, it's over a lake. We get in our little boat. I'll even paddle it for you. We paddle it 20 miles across, and then we measure from the water to the laser. Why does such a simple test need to be peer-reviewed by a physicist, I think you said?
Yeah, because clearly the conclusion of your experiment has contradicted the main narrative, let's say. So
what narrative? The lasers go straight?
No, the narrative that should be like there should be a big drop, or the curve narrative. Let's say 10 miles out should be 66, right? If you've proven that it's not the case, then why haven't you guys gone and got this peer reviewed and demonstrated it?
You haven't looked into the peer reviewing process, have you? That's horrible.
Well, you're saying, the government's controlling everything, and everyone's just going to say,
I never mentioned anything about the government.
Well, no, you probably have a misconception about what peer review means, and you have to explain its relevance anyway. Like, what does that matter?
I'm just saying, like, if you've really found out something that's beyond, that's completely refuted the main narrative, then you should
Why?
Well, it's such an easy experiment, right? A laser 20 miles across on a paddle boat. There we go.
Look, it's all public out there in the public.
Oh, your microphone's really bad.
Yeah, I just said it's all out there in the public arena. If anyone wants to know about it, they can find out.
Catnap, you can even test it yourself over a shorter distance. If you don't know, it's because you don't want to know.
No, I'm just reading something.
No, you don't want to know.
Yeah, I'm looking through the videos, and like the laser experiment is so fucked up. Like, it's he's not pointing the laser right.
That's awesome. How about we eliminate the laser? How about Catnip go and
I'm looking at the videos you sent me.
How about that's great. You zip it. We don't care. Obviously, you've got some kind of contention with lasers. Maybe they're too bright. I don't fucking know. So we're going to eliminate the problem. I want you to grab two of your stupid friends. You know, people that you converse with at work. Maybe you drink beers with them if you're old enough. Go and find a lake that's 10 miles across. Stand one of the idiots on one side. Give him a camera. You go and stand on the other side, 10 miles away. Take another camera with you. See if you can film each other or photograph each other. That's it. If you can film each other or photograph each other, one should suggest that maybe you're 32 feet tall. You're giants. Because that's how much curvature there should be in between you and dumbass on the other side of the lake. See, that's simple.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at what you sent me. Yeah, people like, I'm looking for the video, and like people are also like calling out how the elevation's wrong. They're at different elevations. The laser's not pointed correctly.
Here's an idea. How about, instead of reading the stupids, now, fair enough, those guys have put comments there. Everyone's got a right to an opinion. But if those opinions are not backed by any data, they mean 5/8 of stuff all. So if someone had posted a contradictory video, here's me doing my laser test, showing the correct numbers, the correct elevations, the correct measured distances, and I've got different numbers, I'd accept that. But when it's just hollow words, keep reading.
Okay, laser test proving Earth's curve. Here we go. Let me just get a bunch of these. 29-mile laser test proved the Earth has no curvature. Flat Earth experiment. A lot of them are flat Earth experiments. Flat Earth accidentally proves the Earth's rotation with the 20K gyro. Why flat Earth laser tests are misleading nonsense? Okay, this is the one I was looking for.
So why are you looking up anti-FE bullshit as opposed to looking at the videos we've given you?
It's the one by Mick West, right? You know that one, right?
The question still stands.
It's not okay. You can call it whatever you want. You asked. Oh well, you asked if someone could do their own experiment.
The question still stands. Why are you looking up anti-FE videos as opposed to looking at the laser tests provided?
Because someone's proving that the laser tests don't work.
Are they referencing the laser tests we provided?
Yes.
Wrong. They are not.
Okay, can you prove that they're not? Because they literally are.
Can you prove that they are?
Yeah, because
since you're claiming they are.
I can send the video.
You can send what video? So the video better have something like, this is in reference to so-and-so's video of a laser test.
I think
showing where it was done incorrectly.
I am looking at one of them. I think he shows one of them. Okay. I sent it to Gib. What's his name? No, T-Buggy, not Gibbs, sorry.
I'm busy. You're gonna have to send it to someone else.
Let me send it to my tricks. I'm gonna send it in your DMs, buddy. I need to add you first. And then I added you Metatrix, and then I'm gonna send you the video. Let me just see which timestamp I need. Which video? I think it's one of them in the timestamp around like the introduction, or he uses a refraction simulator.
So
let me get this straight. Your argument. Oh, sorry. Get him up. Fences.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just laughing at him.
Yeah, he's using a reflection simulator. It's pointing at Toronto, showing like on the simulator. Yeah, there's not really many videos. I can't really find much. Hang on. Get down, you bleeding. Give me a sec. Laser experiment. Man.
I just posted at 56 past the hour what he's referring to.
Laser experiments often conducted proponents of a flat Earth theory have inadvertently provided evidence of Earth's curvature.
So what you're doing, Catnip, you don't have to read the stupid out. Most of us have read it all before. What you're doing now is you're just looking up anti-FE commentary about why laser
USA
tests don't
Today,
work. Like catnip. That doesn't give you the right to start fucking rambling on with shit. Let's just break it down to its basics. Do lasers shoot straight, yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you know what a tangent to a curve or a tangent to a circle is? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. So if we were to put a laser on a stand, would that be a tangent to a curve? Using the claimed Earth as the curve and the laser as the straight.
Yes.
Would it be a tangent to a curve?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm going to post up a very basic image for you, and I'm pretty sure you're going to understand it because that seems to be the way things work around here. Laser. So, where is it? That one there. Laser deviation. That's the one we want. Right. In the side chat. Loading. Very basic image there. Laser, yeah, that's great. Very basic image for you to understand. Laser, straight line, curvature. You understand that.
I know how it works.
Excellent. See the deviation? Yeah, see the deviation? That's the bit that we're measuring. One end is really close, the other end is really far. Right. The problem is, here's the actual drop chart. Again, because obviously the first time it didn't sink in. That's the drop chart that tell us how much it should be.
Yes, I know.
Excellent. This is the problem. This last one, loading, is what we get in reality.
Yeah. Yeah, you get that, yeah.
Excellent. So you understand there's no curve. Good point.
Give me a sec. Ow, shit. Curvature. Okay. All right then. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. You can go and give your dog a cuddle. I don't really care. Have breakfast.
Have you? Wait. Okay. I'm gonna hold this as. I'm gonna hold it 1 second. I'm just gonna ask you something. Have you seen like that photo of the very first picture of Earth? It's like a black and white one. They sent up like a rocket or I don't know what they sent up, a balloon, and then it was the very first picture. I'll send it into your DMs. Very first. Oh, fuck off. Very first picture of Earth. This one. Kind of looks like a circle. I don't know. I'll show it in your DMs.
This is the picture you'd have seen. It's the 78 years ago picture.
So everyone knows, that is what he just sent to me. I don't know how he got a circle out of that, but anyways.
Well, you can see the clouds curving.
So we have a flat plane. Actually, it looks slightly concave. And because the clouds are in an arc across a flat plane, you think the flat plane is curving.
Yep. This is the very first picture of Earth, 1946. No,
I'm going to ask you a personal question. What flavoured crayon is your most favourite?
What? I don't know, vanilla?
Do you like the purple ones because they taste like grape?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Please stop eating them. They are not good for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying they arc and
the clouds do. Look at the horizon behind it in the background. The black bit separated from the white bit. You know, the furthest distance where the sky appears to meet the ground, the horizon. Yeah. That bit is curving the wrong way.
What do you mean?
Well, it should be bent the other way. That is convex.
What do you mean?
It's not convex. It should be convex. It's concave.
Dude, that part is cut off of the picture. You're not going to see you're only seeing it one way. You're not seeing it.
That's the important bit. The bit that's cut off that you're not showing us is the important bit that you should be using as proof of curvature.
No, we can just use the arcing clouds.
The arcing clouds mean nothing. That just tells me that a gust of wind come through and that's the storm front. That's it.
Why is the arcing?
Shit. Why are they arcing? Because that's how weather systems work.
Clouds don't arc like that, bro.
Yeah, they do, bro.
No, they don't.
The reason you don't see it on the ground...
You already know that the Earth is a globe.
And
you just want to convince yourself.
The reason you don't see it is because you're so small and insignificant. You only see a very small portion of it. That's why. My God, kid, you're so slow.
Dude, you know that the Earth is a globe. You just want to convince yourself it's flat.
I want to convince myself it's flat. No, I don't have to convince anything. I just go and look at the measurements.
You already believe it's a globe. You already know it's a globe.
I just go and look at the measurements.
But you don't. You already know it's a globe.
I know it's a globe. Really.
This whole 66.
Why would I say it's a globe? Why would I say it's a globe when it's measured non-curving? What kind of special aid?
Yeah. This measurement thing, this whole 66 feet drop at 10 is some retard wrote that. I don't know who made that up. It's
well, why don't you go and Google AI it and check it for yourself?
What's AI? I don't even know what the hell that is.
Yep. I think it's game over for you. Go away, clown. Like, seriously. You're too lazy to even go and look up to see what the drop over distance should be on Earth claimed. You are that lazy you can't even look it up. Or, I may suggest, you have looked it up and you've realised that you're wrong, so you're just going to keep trolling. Oh, the trumpet. Sounds like the second one is a very good option. That just gave me an idea then. That song, Mumbo number 5. Little bit of curvature in my life, little bit of refraction causing strife. Oh, that's gonna happen.
Yeah, what is it? IOIA? What am I looking for?
I don't know. I'm not psychic.
You said look up IO. What the hell's that?
I didn't say look up IO, whatever.
Yeah, you did, bro. Okay,
No,
look.
I didn't.
These measurements that say 66...
Not only are you stupid, you're deaf also.
Okay,
that's probably half the problem.
The 66 feet drop at 10 miles is not. It should not be like that. I don't know who said
Excellent.
it.
Okay, that's a great claim. I want you now to look up online and tell us what the drop should be at 10 miles.
I don't know. It's not online.
Given Earth's radius. Yeah, it is online. It most definitely is. You're telling us our chart is wrong. Okay, I accept our chart is wrong. I would like you to provide a correct chart so I can use that so we can go and redo the laser tests and make sure that they are correct. Can you provide a chart for me?
Sal's just saying 66, but I don't know who the hell came up with that.
I don't care who came up with it. I just want it to be correct.
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Look it up online.
I'm looking. It all says 66.6.
They all say 66.6 feet. Why would they all say the same thing?
Well, they're all wrong, clearly.
So they're all wrong. All of the ones that are telling you what the ball mathematics should be are all wrong.
It's either you're wrong, or you did the experiment wrong, or they're wrong.
Hold on. My chart says the same thing as your ones. How can I be wrong if mine are saying the same as yours?
I'm saying you either did the experiment wrong, or they're wrong.
No, the charts. We're talking about the chart.
Yeah,
You're telling us. Right. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Don't break down on me, Sonny. You're doing good. You've actually gone and looked some shit up. You told us that our chart was incorrect. Okay, I've accepted that. I'm not going to use our chart anymore. I want you to provide us with the correct chart, please.
I'm saying the chart is either right or wrong. It's either right and you're wrong and you've done the experiments wrong.
No.
You just being
no,
sneaky.
Wait for it.
Sneaky.
Catnip, you're not listening. I'm accepting your claim of our chart being incorrect. So that means now all of the laser tests
I didn't
need
say
to be
that.
put to the side. Listen, you're having a meltdown. You're not letting me finish. What we're going to do now is I'm accepting the charts are incorrect. So they are wrong. They are false. So what that means for the laser tests is the whole lot of them get put to the side. So what I need is a chart where the numbers are correct.
I need
that now. I need the chart that's correct so we can do the laser tests again.
I'm saying your laser tests are wrong.
No. The laser test. Hey, kid. The laser test is a laser set up, turned on. That's it. There's not really much complicated about it.
You didn't do it properly.
So, number one, I need the correct chart, and then we can discuss how hard it is to set a laser up.
We have to use the chart we already have.
Get the chart.
Yeah, the one we already have.
You said it was wrong. You said the chart was wrong.
I'm positing a hypothetical. Do you not know what that is?
No. You said the chart that we used was incorrect. I want the correct one, please.
I didn't say that. I said that the chart.
You did.
The common chart.
You said it was incorrect.
No, I said it could either be. Do you know what an either or statement is? Oh my gosh.
You said it was incorrect. No, shut up and listen. You made the statement that our chart was incorrect. Okay, I've accepted that ours is incorrect. I would like the correct one, please.
Bro, that is the correct one if your experiments are wrong. If your experiments are right...
The chart has nothing to do with the experiment. The chart and the experiment are two separate devices.
God. Okay, I'm going to retract that for this.
You're not very fast, are you?
Just latching onto that part. Okay.
No, it's you that's latching onto the wrong thing. The chart references what the claimed radius should be and how much drop over distance there should be based upon that claimed radius. The test is testing for that. So whatever chart you give us, we are going to test for that. So that is why it's a requirement that you give me the correct chart, please.
Okay. Right, there's no correct chart. We're just going to base it off the chart we already have.
So you're quite happy to use the existing drop over distance trigonometrical chart that I posted up earlier?
Yes.
Excellent. So, if that's the case, then there is no curvature, because that's what we're testing for. Is those drop numbers on that chart is what we're testing for.
Yeah, okay, but your experiments are flawed. You've done them wrong.
How are they flawed?
You've pointed the laser in the wrong direction. You're at a higher altitude. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Blah blah blah. You don't know. You're just throwing shit out there and hoping.
I'm not throwing shit out. I'm not throwing shit out. You've just done it wrong. You've just done it completely wrong. You're at a higher altitude.
So meltdown child.
Flat then wrong.
Yeah.
You haven't said anything of value. Your whole argument is flat then wrong.
That's what I'm saying. You've done it wrong. You've done the experiment wrong.
Okay, one of the tests.
Keep on chanting.
One of the tests, they started off at 5 feet high with the laser. They turned it on. When they went down the other end, the laser was 4 feet from the ground. Can you explain that to me?
4 feet. Wait. Say that again.
At the start, where you turn the laser on, yeah, where the light comes out of the device, it was set 5 feet from the ground. So 5 feet high. Okay? You with me so far?
Yes.
Excellent. They travelled along the laser, and when they got to their set distance, the laser was 4 feet high. So it went down 1 foot. How can that be possible?
Because the laser was propped up wrong. They're probably pointing downwards.
That's not even possible, mate. The curvature of the Earth should have dropped away.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, let me tell you something. There should be 270 feet difference, not 4 feet.
Exactly. Yes, you're right. It's a really long
So where's the 270 feet?
Oh my fucking days.
Where's the 270 feet?
I'm going to tell you. The laser is so long that any slight movement can change the end of it completely.
I agree with you. The laser was sitting perfectly still. The laser was 4 feet. They could measure it. They got a tape measure and measure it.
I don't believe that.
It's in the laser test that you were looking at.
Yeah, but every single laser test contradicts each other.
It's in the laser test that you were looking at.
Yes, okay.
Maybe it may be just an idea. Maybe instead of reading the colour commentary of the so-called tests, maybe if you just watched the video, you'd have seen that and you would have went, oh, wow, that's interesting.
But how do I know? I wasn't there. I'm not going to trust the video.
Because you're a dumbass. You can watch the video. It's all there.
Yeah, but how am I going to trust it? How do I know that they just didn't rig the experiment?
I don't care if you trust it or not. You can go and do the test yourself.
Why the hell do you trust it then? How do you not know it's rigged?
How do I not know it's rigged?
Hey, did you hear the part where he said you can go and do the test yourself, or did you ignore that?
I don't have a laser. Buy me one. Take me to the ocean.
Fuck. You're a clown, dude.
Have we got any other normal people in here? Yes, we do have other people. Catnip, put yourself on mute or someone else is going to do it for you. Oh, he just left. Now I'm not happy.
I didn't leave.
The one that we're going to hopefully talk to.
Oh. Okay, well, I don't know. Okay, let's say that the experiment's not rigged. Okay, I don't know what to do.
You should just do your own version of this and come back with your data. That would be cool.
There's no way I'm paying money for a laser. I'm living hand to mouth, bro.
Okay, well, I'm just saying nobody here is going to pull a trust me, bro, on you. Everybody's going to say, hey, go check for yourself.
Okay. Okay, even if the experiments show that it's flat, it's too hard to comprehend a flat Earth with the celestial bodies and the whole narrative of the world and all the like Artemis 2 and Artemis 1 and the Russian space programs and the Chinese space program and Indian ones. Not everyone cannot be coming together to fake everything. There's just no way. These countries hate each other. Russia and
How do you know? Yeah, they hate each other. They have done for years. That's a cool story.
Yeah, but Russia
when was the last time an American killed a Russian? Like, seriously.
But they say the same thing about the Earth.
But yeah, just sidestep it. They hate each other.
I'm not
when was the last time an American killed a Russian? Like, seriously.
I don't know. So what?
That's right. It's a cool story to scare little boys and girls like yourself. Oh no, there's another country. We have to do this because they might attack us.
No, I'm just saying, why does Russia say something completely different to, like, I mean, say the same thing as America?
They don't. They say the same thing as all of the NASA branded logo space.
That's what I'm saying.
Facilities.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
They're all in lockstep with each other. Doesn't that tell you something? Listen carefully, kid. If you and me,
that's way too far-fetched.
Listen. Shut up. Just listen. What the fuck is he talking for? My God. If you and me are both standing, one on each side of the road, so you're on the left-hand side of the road, I'm on the right-hand side of the road. There's a car accident right in front of us. Your matter of perspective will see one thing. My matter of perspective will see something else. Yes, we both witnessed a car accident, but you're going to see different shit to me. Why is it all of the countries are all saying the same thing when they all have different perspectives? Why is it they're all doing the same thing, all from different perspectives? You can't put two and two together. They are all in lockstep. They are friends. They are not enemies.
This is ultra skepticism.
And yours is blind faith.
Yeah, but ultra skepticism, Russia say the same thing as NASA. You think they're all in on it?
And China.
And China? Do you think they're all in on it? And India?
Space companies are. They all fall under the same logo.
Oh my gosh. Dude. There's no way.
Hey kid, technically they should all be saying and doing different things. Correct? Because they're all hating each other. If they all hate each other, they're not going to have the same fucking story.
They will, because the Earth is a globe according to them and what they've done. So obviously they have to say the same.
They haven't proven anything to... Hey, it's stupid. Do you necessitate a globe in order to launch a rocket? Yes or no?
No.
Then how the fuck does launching a rocket prove a globe?
I'm saying Russia says potatoes exist, America says potatoes exist. Same thing.
Not space. Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Have fun.
What the hell's... Okay, whatever. Alright, someone ping me. 193 countries of the United Nations all working together for agenda. And shit. What is this catnap? ATS. The Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, they all hate each other, except when
I
it comes to looking after penguins.
I have a trip there soon. Something to do with penguins. Actually, yeah, what a coincidence. Something to do with penguins. It's part of my... Okay, what does this say? Yeah, the Treaty of Antarctica, okay. Okay, I want to ask you one thing. What do you benefit out of knowing that the Earth is flat?
What do I benefit out of it? Well, my original goal wasn't looking for the shape of the Earth.
Does it make your dick grow longer?
I don't make... is that how much you've lowered yourself, is it? Really?
No, I'm literally asking... I'm genuinely asking what is the benefit?
The benefit?
Ask yourself the opposite, the antithesis. Ask yourself the antithesis to that question. How does the globe benefit you?
Yeah, it actually shows like what we're really standing upon. It allows us to actually come to know of.
How? You've yet to prove that. So tell me something, Catnip, tell me something. Aside from your television, your mobile phone, and your computer, where have you ever seen the curvature?
What?
What is a unit of power? The question again. Aside from your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you ever seen said curvature?
Maybe in a plane. When I was on a plane.
maybe in a plane. Mathematically, you're not of a high enough elevation to see any curvature. That's assuming that it is curved.
I started the clouds arcing.
You saw the clouds arcing. That's not the ground, that's the clouds.
Okay. Every cloud was arcing in the same way. There's different kind of cloud formations. There's cloud experts, right?
That's awesome. Non sequitur.
It's not non sequitur.
The issue you've got looking out of a plane window, have you ever looked up the construction of plane windows?
Yeah, they help like not allow, like square windows would crack at the side, so they use the oval windows. Airtight, keeps them airtight as well, and no damage.
Airtight. Multiple layers, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, and it keeps them also like
So if you've got multiple layers of perspex and stuff, and you're inside a pressurized tube, basically, wouldn't those
cylinder?
Well, tube, cylinder, whatever you want to call it. I'm good with that.
Tube.
Wouldn't those sheets of perspex flex being pressurized?
Yeah.
Excellent. So distorting the image, making it look curved.
Oh my gosh, everything is distorted.
That's a problem, isn't it?
Everything is
the issue you've got. Hey, Catnip, this is the issue you've got now. You have to now remove the windows from the argument. Them from the equation. How are you going to do this? How are you going to remove the possibility of the windows flexing out of your claim?
Okay, I'll just use a weather balloon.
Excellent. Go and do it.
Okay, but there's videos online of that happening. I mean, haven't you done it?
Are you going to use your eyeballs, or are you going to use a lens which is known to distort horizontal lines?
Just use a lens that you're confident with, that you trust, and then you send up the balloon yourselves.
This is your claim, son. We don't have to fulfill anything required of you.
It's been done plenty of times. There's conflicting imagery that we get from all different types, the result of all different types of cameras and lenses used in different altitudes. There's even within your own like within the globe narrative, right? What they explain on the side is that.
Bro, your mic is so distorted, bro.
Terrible. Still terrible. Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's buzzing, T-Dub.
It sounds like he's in space.
Space. I'm in space. Where am I? Guess.
Who the fuck did that?
Any better?
Who did that, bro?
Yeah, that's Klein.
Yeah, cool. So from your side, man, there's conflicting claims about at what altitude you need to be in order to witness the curvature of the Earth, the claimed curvature of the Earth, that is. So, like one source you'll get will say 35,000 feet. Another source will say, no way, not even at 128,000 feet, right? And then another one will say, yeah, not even at 250 miles. Why would you expect to see the curvature of the Earth with the human eye? Or, and of course, if you're going to use cameras, then you're going to have to detail what sort of camera was used.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You also disbelieve in the solar Parker probe that went around the sun, and the footage was recorded in black and white of the Parker solar probe.
I'd like to know what this has got to do with your hot air balloon that you're going to send up.
I'm just talking about
or the Earth or the Earth's surface. I mean, how am I supposed to independently verify those sort of claims, man? How? Tell me.
No, I'm not asking to independently verify. I'm just saying, do you believe it all fake? For example, the picture, like Artemis. Do you believe Artemis is fake?
How do I evaluate its authenticity? Tell me what I reference, compare it to that I can do. that's to do with my natural experience?
I don't know.
Yeah, there isn't anything. I'd be left in a situation where these people, this few elite group, claim that they can perform and pull off this feat, right? And here's their claimed imagery to go alongside it, right? Oh, that's cool and all, but how do I know it's true? How do I verify it? I'm left in a state of having to choose to believe it or just ignore it. I don't have to disbelieve it or believe it. I can just go, okay, that's a claim. Right? I'm not really gonna pay it any attention until there's more solid evidence to support it.
Yeah. The thing is, with Artemis, you don't believe in that, right? Like, where do you think the crew went when they actually boarded the?
Again, it's the same thing. Again, how do I independently verify?
No. Let's say you were at the viewing point. Let's say you were at the viewing point and you saw the people, like the astronauts, board the ship, and they left, and you see the rocket going. You're there in Florida. Where do you think they went?
You don't see go to space. Just I don't know.
Okay, but where did they actually go then?
I don't even know if they're still in there. How do I know that there's not some other way out of there that I wasn't aware of and I didn't see them leave the aircraft?
Up and down work perfectly fine over a horizontal baseline. So what goes up must come down. Doesn't matter what they did because the Earth still measures to be flat. And they can put on whatever show they want to. It's not going to change the ground.
You don't see people board it. You see that part on TV. Any public viewers are like well away from that site, too far to see to witness like people getting inside the rocket.
Okay. I want to go back to the Indio. I want to go back to that thing about the moon and the diagram you sent me about like when the moon gets further away, it doesn't get smaller. Or is he there?
He doesn't seem to be deafened, but he may be AFK.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got nothing by which to like compare those sort of claims with. You are like left absolutely and totally in a situation where you've got nothing. If you to accept that what they're saying and they're doing is true, then it's without evidence on your part. It's not a claim. It's not a claim that you can support, right?
Do you also believe Voyager? Do you also believe Voyager 1 is not like millions of miles away? You know Voyager 1, right?
It's the exact same thing again. It's a claim that I'm left with the choice of if I want to claim that it's true, I can't do so without having any evidence to support it. It's a belief, right? So if I'm to make that claim, I should expect to not be able to support it. And I should admit that, yeah, this is just a belief and I can't prove it, but I believe that there's this object which is millions of miles away from the Earth, and that's that we sent out there. It's out in a outer space vacuum, etc., etc. Like, what does it matter if I believe it or not anyway?
Guys, you guys have like a Discord channel, like trying to like impose your beliefs on others, make them believe.
I'm not imposing anything on anybody else. This is not a belief issue that we're talking about.
Oh wait, the sun isn't. Wait, someone ping me. You're being knocked.
Why aren't you listening? We're not.
Wait, someone ping me in the side chat.
Yeah, so what?
I just want to see what they're saying.
This has nothing to do with belief.
The sun isn't 93 million miles away. You see it move slowly across the sky.
Nobody knows if there's even a distance to the sun. Like if such a thing's even possible. It's an apparent thing in the sky. It has an apparent position. It seems to be a source of light and heat, right? Seems to be. It appears to move across the sky. Right? Whatever it is, however far away it is, even if you could quantify those things. You don't know. You don't know. Even if you were to assume that those things are quantifiable, you don't know the values. There's no way to find out without like physically going there, like and measuring the distance and the time it took you to travel there. This is just ignoring what we're talking about. The core of our claim, right? Is that upon examination, direct physical examination, to the best of our abilities, we understand that the Earth's surface is generally distributed planar, right? Horizontally. It lays level. It's not a curving surface like that of a giant sphere, right? That's our claim. And it's actually a practical use claim because even on your own side, they build cities with respect to this principle that, all your verticals are going to be parallel, all your horizontals will be parallel. It's still a principle that's used within construction and engineering today. And general surveying. Boundary surveying, that's just general surveying. Actually, even in geodetic surveying, they establish horizontal. Consider that the surface that they're measuring from is a tangent plane unto itself somehow, which is just ridiculous. But that's how they measure things. We measure things like as if the Earth is flat, We're saying that's the case because it is flat.
Why don't you get
We're measuring it that way? People are measuring it that way, not just flat earthers, globers too.
Yeah, I know.
Globers are.
Give me one sec. Why don't you get like an astrophysicist, someone in this call right now, like who did a doctoral, and tell them about this?
What do you think they're going to know? What do you think they're going to be able to do?
Trust me, if you actually make them stutter, if you actually get into make them stutter and everything, and make them like
what do you think they'll be able to do that you
them in their debate? If you embarrass
we
them in
already
debate,
have.
You'll get a lot of views for that.
We already have.
With the doctor,
catch up, son.
Who?
We've had pilots in here, aeronautical engineers,
like an
physicists.
No,
we've had them in here.
Like, for example,
we've had them in here. Yep, you keep giving examples. You're not listening. We have had them. They failed. Tail between their legs, out the door.
Ooh, give me some names.
How about you jump onto YouTube?
And it's a very, very tedious process.
Like, is it someone who works at NASA that actually debated you guys?
Catnip, how about you jump onto YouTube, right, and scour through the last 10 years of debating through 24/7?
I mean, yeah, sure. But I want to ask you if you've ever had someone from NASA talk.
Yeah. No, maybe not NASA, but aerospace engineering companies that probably are contracted by NASA.
No astrophysicists have yet? No? Okay.
Yeah, we've had astrophysicists mine, like,
anyone from like Caltech? Anyone, have you talked to anyone from Caltech?
India debated a physicist not long ago on was it? I can't remember what platform it was on, but it's all recorded. Who was that guy's name?
Video for that? I actually want to see that. It's kind of cool. I want to see that.
Yeah, he ended up saying that he can't prove. Nobody can prove that they have hands. That's the sort of dipshittery that he resorted to.
That's the argument I gave like earlier today. Can you trust your senses? That's the
Are you kidding me? Really? So you think he's a really intelligent guy then? Because he said he doesn't know if he can prove he has hands. So, that
it's
makes
an atheist argument, to be honest. I can't prove I have hands is an atheist argument.
And therefore the Earth must be a globe.
So your inability to prove whether you've got hands or not is your ability to prove what shape the ground is. That is the most spastic argument I've heard yet.
Who is this retard physicist that you debated, India? I want to see.
Dude, theoretical physicists and cosmologists do not use the scientific method.
Cosmologist? I don't know.
They don't use the scientific method, dude.
You know what? I used to think you guys like were flat earthers because you hated how smart like astrophysicists were and astronauts, and you didn't get a chance to go into space. That's what I used to think at the very beginning.
So now we ask you again, why are we flat earthers?
No, I'm just making a joke about like the very beginning. I thought
you just said, just hold on. You just told us what you used to think. Why we are flat earthers.
It's not a big deal. Don't take it
fucking talking. For fuck's sake, this is not a personal defense mechanism. You just said we used to believe this. What is it we believe now? Now that you've been talking to us, why do you think we are flat earthers? My God.
I said I used to believe that, not you. You believe that.
You used to believe. Yep, just listen carefully. This is what I got from you. You guys used to believe it's flat earth because you're not smart enough against person XYZ. Now, what do you believe we are flat earthers for now? At this point in time?
Because of the experiments. What the fuck?
Someone is about to get delivered.
Because of the experiments. Who the hell is this guy, dude?
So, try again. Why do you know that we're flat earthers?
Because of the experiments that you... Well, who is this guy, bro?
I got him.
I bet she doesn't do it again.
Amory. Joining and leaving.
Yeah, Amir.
To get unmuted.
His name's Amir. Yeah, Amir. Stop being a jahil, you nick. Get out, bro. having a debate. Yarmin Sharmuta.
You're free to listen, but if you keep joining and leaving, I'm going to ban you.
Okay, so what's the debate?
Before you thought we were flat earthers. No, we're not interested in your debates. Previously, you said you thought we were flat earthers because we disagreed with these other people. So that's previous. What do you think we are flat earthers for right now?
Because of the experiments that you conducted.
Because we measure the ground as flat. Congratulations, you're up to speed.
كل زبي انت كحبة يا عمير يا عمينيك.
Yeah,
English.
English only. I'll unmute him. But if that happens again.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was talking to Amr, but he's gone. Oh, he's back.
We don't.
What is he doing, bro?
He said, "I don't care what Mom says. I'm not coming to make dinner or feed the chooks until I finish debating."
Bro, can someone ban this guy? He's not my friend. Trust me, he's not my friend. He's not my friend. I don't know him.
Oh, he's gone.
He's your brother.
I know he's not. I don't know this guy.
Straight up.
Yeah, he's your brother.
He's out. Carry
He's
on.
not my brother. I don't know that guy.
Don't worry
I
about
want
it. He's
to.
gone. So yeah,
Okay.
back whatever y'all were talking about. Let's get back to it.
Yeah, I want to see that debate with India and the astrophysicist. It'd be kind of cool to look at.
It was actually shit to listen to.
Yeah, the thing is, my first belief was that you guys were flat earthers because you were mad you couldn't go to space or something like that. I don't know.
No. When you start looking into it and you find out about scientific laws, like the inverse square law, things like that, and you start understanding that some of these claims are not possible.
Yeah.
Like space, for example. How do you have a low pressure system next to a high pressure system? That's not an invitation for you to butt in. The question hasn't finished. How do you have a low pressure system, space, next to a high pressure system, Earth, without a barrier to separate them?
I don't know. I don't know about that kind of stuff. I didn't really take physics.
Well, that's what you've got to look into. This is not just a one size fits all. You can't just adjust the Velcro strap at the back and off you go. You've got to look into everything. So you guys are claiming space is real. Space is supposed to be a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Earth has a, was it 14.7 psi, which is roughly, I think it's about 480 torr. So that's a bit of a problem. Because if you follow the rules of how gas works, is gas likes to expand and fill its available space of its given container. So here we have a ball tard wrapped in air, or atmosphere, or whatever you want to call it, and a vacuum outside of that. You know what should happen. What should happen? Say it.
What do you mean? Wait, what?
What should happen?
Should happen with what?
Matrix, he said he's not paying attention in the side chat.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the videos that I was being sent in the side chat.
Interesting how that seems to work.
Someone's clipping the call.
We've already got a bot in here, or two. So another one's not going to hurt. I don't know why they don't just go to YouTube and listen to the whole lot.
What's the whole contention with gravity and like why things drop when we let go of them?
Gravity is weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. And according to Einstein, it's the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time, which is a mathematical framework. Math is not a force.
Is that the answer you're after?
No, I was just like saying, what do you think is happening when you drop an object? What's causing it to fall?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
And like, why can't you see the ISS? Why can we see the ISS?
No, let's just stick with the things falling. Check it out. Oh, look, something fell. Science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. We know if we drop something in the medium of air, it will fall at approximately 9.8 metres per second squared. Why it does this is unknown. Our good scientists, the whitecoats, the astrophysicists, or whatever you want to call them, do not know why.
So they just say because the Earth has so much mass, it's causing gravity. Like, for example, they talk about black holes and how it bends time. Like how strong gravity bends time.
That's awesome, cool stories, bro.
The thing is, I think when people went to the ISS, well, we can see the ISS. I don't know what you consider the ISS.
What's that got to do with things falling down?
I'm talking about time.
You're
and
all
how
over
it
the place.
Speeds up for the people on the ISS.
You're all over the place, kid. What has that got to do with things falling down? Listen, we'll go again.
I don't know. It's like a part of it. I don't know.
So why did you jump subject matter? You didn't understand it, or you didn't like my answer, so you just jumped straight to something else.
I'll tell you why. I've got ADHD.
All right, well,
there's plenty of people with ADHD. They don't scatter around like you do.
Yeah, you can at least try to stick to one thing at a time.
Okay. The thing with the falling, like, what do you think is causing it by your own experiment or whatever? What is your conclusion to why things are falling when you let go of them?
It has to do with the medium.
Medium of what?
If the medium that the object is within, it's going to seek equilibrium. So if you fill a balloon with helium, it's going to go up. It's not going to fall down.
Okay.
I can throw an apple on the ground, it'll hit the ground, but I throw an apple in the water, it'll float.
So there's a medium.
Yeah.
But the apple in the water will still go down. It won't always float.
The air around you is the medium that you're within.
When it loses that helium, it will go down.
Yeah, but you are not lighter than the air around you. That's why you don't float away.
Okay. So why doesn't anything go up when we drop it? And why is it going down specifically?
Buoyancy and density.
Nobody knows why that's what dictates. Nobody knows why that dictates the directionality, right? Nobody's claiming that, like, because of this, right, it is the reason for the direction, right? It's the reason for the direction that we witness, because we can test that. We can put an egg in fresh water and it will sink. All right, and then we add some salt, change the salinity, change the density of the medium, the egg's within, and it begins to float. We can get it to be neutrally buoyant, just float without moving, just sits there suspended within the fluid. We can change it to the point where it rises all the way up to the top until it meets the air where there's a differing density and it's suffering different environment, and that does a different thing then, right? And then it sits on the top of the fluid. But I mean, this is just what happens, right? Like, without giving the ultimate reason why only that way up and down for the egg, right? I guess if you could change the density, like horizontally, like so that there's a vertical section splitting to a medium into two. So it may, like, if it came within contact of that different salinity or different density, it would want to, go towards it, maybe either sideways. I don't know. I've never seen that done. But like, you've got a density tower, right, of like liquids, right? Different density liquids. Have you seen that image where they've got the density tower in a long cylinder glass?
I've not.
You've got like soap, water in there. You've got oil. You've got alcohol. You've got just normal water. Like, you've got all these fluids, these liquids of differing densities, and they all end up settling and layering one upon the other, all the way to the top where the least dense fluid is. And then you can start putting solid objects within that tower, and like one will sink all the way to the bottom, like a nut, like an iron nut, right? It'll just sink all the way down to the bottom. and then you put in something else like like a glass marble or something, and it'll sink all the way down to the second last layer and sit on top of the last layer, right? Like it's in air, but the thing under it is the water, right? You know what I mean? But it's actually in liquid. So, and then you can keep doing this, so forth and so on, until you get right up to the top and you're sitting a ping pong ball. The ping pong ball won't go through any of it, right? It's not dense enough to displace any of that fluid and move downwards, right? But these are just things that we can observe, right?
Are you referencing like the feather and the bowling ball dropping in a vacuum chamber?
No, that's a different thing altogether. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not even so sure about that. If that's actually been done, like sufficiently controlled enough to have made a solid determination on that. It does seem like that things will, like objects like that, will both fall at the same rate in a vacuum. But I don't know. But it's not a perfect vacuum. There's still particles bouncing around inside that area. Like you won't be able to isolate one section of that volume that doesn't have matter in it. You won't be able to capture any of that space in a moment of time and say, caught it. There's absolutely no particles in that region, right? Not even to the fucking cubic fucking.
Yeah, because they say that
100 millionth of a cubic centimeter. Right?
Yeah, we say that gravity's proven because of the vacuum chamber. It's got nothing to do with density, like.
No, it's still a medium in there. That's the thing. I'm telling you that even in a vacuum chamber, you won't be able to identify one area of space within it and say there's no matter in that area right now.
Okay. All right.
It's still a medium. It is still a medium.
Okay.
And even if it didn't have anything in it, that's its medium. That's the environment which surrounds it and which it's experiencing, right?
The less medium is there, the more you would expect.
I just don't get why it'd be falling if there's nothing in it.
Nobody knows. Your side doesn't even know. All your side has is some cool thoughts about it.
Yeah,
and they've mathematically expressed it on paper and now on computers.
I'll tell you exactly why. There's nothing for it to float in. There's nothing for it to hold it up.
Okay.
Why would it fly away if there's nothing for it to float in? That's like jumping into a swimming pool that has no water in it.
No. In the vacuum chamber, the feather and the bowling ball drops at the same speed.
That's my point. There's no medium for it to provide any resistance. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I would say it's gravity.
So the weight or seriousness.
Okay, gravity's the reason. What's gravity? Yeah. Now, can we explain what gravity actually is?
No, not me.
Gravity is perfectly fine over a horizontal baseline.
Nobody can.
There's the whole theory about. Oh, I was going to get to the ISS part as well.
High altitude aircraft work perfectly fine. Did you know that NASA is like the #1 purchaser of helium? They buy mad amounts of helium, copious amounts. They also, for some reason, like glitter. But I digress.
What's glitter about? Oh, yeah, it's for non-detection. Yeah. Anyways.
No, I think it has more to do with shielding, heat type stuff. Never mind. Carry on. I don't want to go chasing rabbits and derail the convo.
Yeah. The ISS, like, I was going to get to there's a point. The whole thing with gravity and Einstein's equation, there's the whole thing about the black hole bending time. There's the black hole. There's those pictures taken of black holes and whatever, but there's the black hole theory.
We're in a simulation.
The black hole theory is time speeds up because time cannot go backwards. And then there's the ISS, where when the astronauts come back down from the ISS, they've actually sped up because of that, because of how fast it's going. They've actually sped up by a few seconds in time.
Yet another story.
Yeah. So, like, what do you guys think the ISS is? Because we see it every day. Like, you can literally see it, and you can see it through a telescope.
We don't see it every day. That's not true.
Swimming pool.
Well, you can see it.
It's the swimming
You can see an object in the sky, correct?
Yeah, and you can use a telescope, and you can see the outline of it and the solar panels.
Okay, so you can see an object in the sky. Congratulations.
But what is it then? Like, it's literally a ship. It's a spacecraft. And
how do you know how far away it is?
What do you think it is then? Like,
that's
why is
not
it
what I asked you.
There's no jet propulsion. It's not flying through air.
How do you know that?
Yeah, you don't know that.
Literally see it. You can't see any contrail. There's no like.
So there's no objects that could be in the sky that don't have a contrail.
No, well, you can have helicopters, but the thing is, right?
How fast did Echo 1 and Echo 2
at the
go?
amount, at the speed it's going, it's
Dude,
incomprehensible.
how fast did Echo 1 and Echo 2 go? Look it up.
Well, the thing is, DJ in
Just
here
look
told
it
me
up.
that it's falling, and he said it's falling around the Earth or something. I don't know what he said.
He said that's what it's supposed to be doing in the globe model, probably. That's probably what he's saying. I can't see DJ making a definitive claim about what the ISS, how the ISS is operating.
Oh no, he's made a lot of definitive claims to me. He said that
sounds like he was trying to explain to you your worldview, your lore.
No. Yeah, no, that I do believe it's like falling, but he was explaining like how the flat Earth actually would look like beyond, and he would say like the whole middle, like where we are is all melted, and that's why there's like a huge ice cap around it and stuff like that. And he was like going on to this.
DJ didn't say that.
He didn't mention an ice wall. He just said that.
DJ didn't say that.
He didn't say about ice wall. He told me in DMs like a long time in January when we were in a voice call that the whole middle is melted.
Oh, in a voice call, so you have no receipts. Okay, so stop.
Okay,
stop
you can ask
talking
him.
about things you can't verify. I don't want to hear any more lies about DJ.
Ask him.
Try to stay on topic.
Okay, ask him. I don't know why he's so
Try to
scared
stay on
about
topic.
Try
to stay on topic and stop making up crap.
Okay, the ISS is bound to actually crash into Earth soon. And when it does, you can actually look at what's causing it to fly. And if you find nothing on it yourselves that demonstrates how it's flying, then you have to say it's orbiting the Earth.
No, I just told you.
Also, no, there's also...
You don't even know how fast Echo 1 and Echo 2 went. You have no idea because you won't look it up.
Starlink, what Echo 1? Wait.
Look it up. Echo 1, Echo 2. How fast did they go?
Speed. Echo 1, Echo 2. What the fuck? In Rainbow Six Siege, Echo is currently 2 speed. What?
Not Rainbow Six. Look up. It's a freaking balloon. You type in NASA in there with your search. That might help.
Okay, I'll just put NASA. Oh, here we go. Project Echo. Project Echo was pioneered in the 1960s with illusion. Echo 1A, 1960, launched on August 12th. This was a 100-foot, 30-meter diameter balloon. Blah, 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 blah. It was visible to the naked eye. Echo 2, launched on January 25th, 1964. Orbit type, Echo 1 had an inclination about 47 degrees, while Echo 2. Velocity as low as low Earth orbit. Satellites, they orbited at high speeds similar to other satellites in similar orbits, requiring ground stations to track them carefully as they cross the sky. Echo 1 lasted 5... Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it.
It didn't tell you how fast it traveled?
Oh shit, look at that. That picture. No, I didn't see that part, sorry. It didn't show me on Google.
It should have told you in miles per hour. Whatever. Kilometers.
Dude, look at that picture of the moon and the plane and the ISS.
Yeah, do you understand what that is?
Yeah, I know what that is. I know. I'm not stupid. I know what this is. I know what this is trying to show me.
Okay, what's it showing you?
It's either the zoom of the camera or one of the cameras.
No. I asked, what is it showing?
It's showing that they're both the same. Oh my fucking days! It's showing that that they're almost the same size, the plane and the ISS, but the camera is zoomed in. Yeah,
no, because the moon is the same size in both, so that's ridiculous.
Yes, it's zoomed in the camera and it's showing like why can you see the ISS and you can see the plane at the same time?
No, it's showing that the relative size of the plane.
Crash out. That's literally what I said. What you're saying is what I said. I don't know what you're trying to do.
No, you're talking about camera zoom and stuff, and that's totally irrelevant. What is
the camera zoomed into the moon or not?
Are you okay?
Is it zoomed into the moon or not? Did they take a picture without zooming in?
And I'll explain it to you because this is above your head.
So
what it's showing is that the relative size of the ISS and a plane are the same. You'll notice the moon is the same size.
That's what I just fucking said.
They are claimed to be at completely different elevations.
That's what I said.
So how is that possible?
I don't know. That's what I said. I'm trying to say maybe it's because of the zoom, right?
But you made an earlier claim that we know the ISS is in space because you don't see a contrail.
I don't know.
Now, how is something that's 255 miles away the same size as a plane?
I don't know. Maybe,
no, you don't. You don't know.
I don't know about these pictures. Let me go into reverse image search and have a look to see if you guys are fucking with me. I want to see what this is. We can see the ISS with the naked eye when it passes. What is it with the flat earthers and not knowing that telescopes exist? You know. Oh my goodness, I'm going to show this Reddit post. Look at this. All I had to do was a quick search. Look at this. Read that. I can. My thumb is bigger than a lot of cars. Oh my gosh, bro. Don't send me pictures like this again. This is a stupid thing. This is stupid.
What's stupid, Catnap?
The picture on the left is taken with a telescope. The picture on the right is taken with a camera.
Why are you changing the subject?
That's why it looks like it's the same distance and the same size. It's an illusion.
That's incorrect. I'm going to post the video for you. I'm going to post the video of the plane for you.
Look at the link I sent you.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do you. Look at the link I sent you.
I'm not looking at a Reddit post. I'm going to post the video of the plane.
No wings visible. Oh, there's just southern hemisphere. What would be useful to the general public now is to explain details of what you mean. Telescope technology puts this argument to rest. You can calculate the altitude of the ISS based on both pictures, with some assumptions on the conditions in which the pictures were taken. If you
It's not the altitude that's the problem, kid. It's the angular size of the object you're trying to...
Yeah, I know. It's the size that's the issue. Yeah, I know what you're talking.
Not the size, the angular size. So your homework now is to go to an angular size calculator with the given information of the claim that the ISS is 240 feet, 10 inches across. Jump on a angular size calculator and put out what angular size it is so we can see that you've done this. Seriously, kid, you are all over the place. Rabbits don't bounce around as much as you. So go to an online calculator, look up angular size, then press enter to show us that, and post it in the side chat to show us that you've actually done it.
Yeah, and I've posted the video that the image of the plane is taken from.
Oh, do you want that meme posted? Because that's what you don't understand. I'll tell you something now, ladies and gentlemen. I did my best, Jim. I've got a sneaking suspicion that our anti-FE comrades have a bit of a game going on to see who can waste the most amount of time. Because that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, just keep him on mute.
Who can bounce around the most, just be a pain in the ass, waste time.
He's claiming in the side chat that the relative sizes of the two images are because of telescope technology.
Angular size is the distance, the size of the object, distance. It makes a triangle. So from your point of observation to the thing you're looking at. So the widest part of it, left-hand side, right-hand side, that will generate an angle. That is what we're after, Catnap. Just the angular size. Yet we know about telescopes. You need to learn about angular size just to make sure your telescope can see that far. Angular size you perceive is because of telescope technology. Okay, so you're claiming the telescope causes angular size. How about we remove the telescope from the equation? Do we still have angular size of things? You know, the cow is really close, but those ones are far away. Do they change their angular size? See, that's not with a telescope. So telescopes are not the cause. You clown.
Quite possibly could be saying that, like, one piece of technology can zoom in on the moon so far and like so much, and then the other one can't, right? Not so much. So at their full maximum, like, magnifications, you can compare the two images and then scale one down till it looks like it's the same size as the other, and then compare an object that was in front of it at the time, both at the time. And I don't know if that like makes a difference, but that might be what he's talking about. Or he could be talking about what's it called? Focal length, manipulation of imagery as well, so that you can make objects on or near the surface appear to be bigger or smaller from the same distance away or whatever. I don't know. Maybe.
What's the claimed distance the ISS is supposed to be above us? 230 mile or something like that?
Yeah, 250 max, I think.
Or 250? Oh, I'll go with 250. That's a nice round one. 402 kilometres. Okay, distance 402.3. Calculate. Actually, that's not right. That's kilometres, so we've got to add. A few extra zeros on the end of that. So angular size in degrees, 0.006 of 1 degree. I wonder if we'd be able to see something so small. Okay, catnip. Flat earthers lie about the dimensions of the ISS. Okay, this is very simple to solve. If you have an issue with our claims of the dimensions of the ISS, please post up the correct dimensions of the ISS. I personally don't give a fuck how big the ISS is. Whatever numbers you give me, that is what I'm going to use to work out the angular size. And why would I care about some random tart on Facebook? Just so you know, catnip, every now and then, just for the entertainment of the crowd, I read out some of the comedy crap off of Facebook. And what we have on Facebook, a lot of these so-called Flat Earthers are friends or Flat Earth research page or whatever they're called, the majority of them are run by Globers just so they can dogpile. So they'll put forward some shit-ass statement. A Flat Earther will get on there in all honesty and answer truthfully, correctly. And then you'll get about 40 special eds all dogpiling. Seems to be quite common. Interesting. We got new people in here. I haven't heard Safe talk before. Nico is back. I know that name. Metronome. Keeping pace. And of course, Catnip. Going around in circles. So their complaint on the page, fake comparison versus a proportional comparison. I personally don't care. All I want is the actual dimensions of said device. That's all I care about. We'll just do the math straight up. So it's 73.3 metres wide. Okay. And that works out at 0.01 of a degree. Doesn't it need to be greater than 0.02 in order for you to resolve said image? That's a bastard. That was pretty quick. And still, Catnip, I'd just like to point out that you're still pointing to the sky as proof of the ground, which is really broken. Interesting how all your claims have been sky related, nothing ground related. Oh, flatearth.ws, yeah. Flat smacking emporium. Grab an image and rip it to shreds. Yeah. Welcome to all our new people. Majid, just so you know, the light's flashing, but we can't hear you speaking. I don't know if you've got your volume turned down or what you're doing. But yeah, you might want to turn it up a little bit, bro, so we can hear what you're doing.
Hello?
There he is.
Yeah.
Still pretty quiet.
Hello.
But that's a lot
Hear me?
better. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Dang. I turned this guy up to 200%.
Yeah, I've already smashed that. What brings you here today, my friend?
What, brother? I don't hear you. What do you say?
What brings you to this channel today?
Yeah, I just exploring this software, Discord. Yeah. So I joined this channel, I think, and I'm here.
So you clicked on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Exactly.
Well, while you're here, or whilst you are here, what do you think you live on?
Yeah. Tell me about
A
yourself.
sphere? Or is it planar?
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about myself.
Yeah,
well,
yes,
I'm
yes.
a nasty, nasty flat earther who asks very horrible questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. So now that we understand that, what do you think you live on? A plane with topography or a spheroid?
Or what?
70+% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space?
Oh, you say too much. I don't understand what you said.
Don't understand? Do you think you live on sphere or plane?
Yes. On sphere.
On sphere? Why do you think that?
Do you think is flat?
Why do you think is sphere?
Exactly. So you are thinking
No,
we are living in flat. So,
no. You've missed the question.
yes,
Why do you think sphere?
yes. Me, I said that
You
it's
say sphere?
sphere.
Why you
Yes.
say sphere?
But
Yep, we understand. So hold up. We
yeah,
understand you said sphere. We got that bit.
Sorry.
Why did you said sphere? What reason you said sphere?
Sorry. I gave you my opinion. Yes, I believe that I'm living on a sphere, but you don't give me your
we
opinion.
understand. But do you believe flat to be a shape? Do you think flat is a shape?
Flat. Flat.
Yeah, do you think flat's a shape? Flat, the word
what?
flat is an adjective that describes something. It's not the noun. Earth is earth-shaped.
Yes, I think.
We use flat to describe the surface of it. I digress.
I digress. Mic check.
Like what? I don't understand.
So
Can you
flat earth
clarify?
dudes.
Yo, what's up? This guy's hard to understand, man.
Yeah.
Having a hard time.
I had to turn him up to 200.
It's not very coherent. He's a bit low key, man. Good to see you guys, man. You guys been killing it. Been listening. I'm listening all the time. Thank you guys for what you do. I don't have the time, but damn, you guys are crushing. Thank you.
وش في اخو شي سهرة ولا راكم ملاح؟
English, bro.
لا عربية ما تفهموش العربية المغربية.
Holy
English,
shit.
bro.
What the hell, bro? Come on, man. Get the fuck out.
It's just a joke, brother.
Get the fuck
All right,
out.
dude. I'm gonna have to server meet you if you keep it up. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Why, brother?
Dude, don't, bro.
Yes,
don't make me have to mute you, please.
You do like you are working right
Please.
now.
I'm good. That's as nice as you're gonna get.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty hospitable of you, man. I appreciate it.
Don't make me hurt you.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Can't stay too long, but I just wanted to shout out you guys, man, and you and everybody.
Come back.
Just been making it look easy. I love it. It's so easy. It's funny. Some real Mongos coming up in here these days, man. Real Mongos. Mongo Globers, man. They're the worst. Defend the globe no matter what. I don't care. Defend the globe. Matrix, where the hell did you go, bro?
What do you mean, where do I go? I'm still here.
Are you still upside down?
No, you're upside down. I'm normal.
Okay. Just checking.
it's such a crazy concept, man, to get your head around, to think people are upside down. And I'm like, wow, man, I'm buying it. They're buying it. They're fucking
buying it. That is it, isn't it?
They're buying it. And it's like, what the heck? Well, how can you buy that, man? That's just beyond my comprehension at this point, man. I mean, I just upside down. Wait, what? You're upside down. Damn. That's crazy, man. Think about it. That's crazy. Maybe you should join the, Penn and Teller, David Copperfield, or David Blaine, one of those guys, upside down. Chris Angel. There's a lot of magicians out there, man. They do upside down stuff. It's funny. I don't know. Upside down. I think all the blood would rush to my head. That would be bad. No, but gravity keeps your head full of blood. What?
You love it,
really? Okay. What do you mean? All the blood when you're upside down, man. I've been upside down a few times. I've been on roller coasters and jungle gyms, things like that, man. If you're hanging upside down, man, it's not comfortable. It's not comfy. It's very uncomfortable. Like those astronauts on the ISS, and they look uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? They don't look right. Looks like they might be hanging from wires or something. I don't know. Cables. Hanging from the cables.
It's the green screens, man. It messes with their eyes.
That's it. It's hilarious, man. Anyway, you guys have been crushing. So fun to listen to you guys day in, day out. It doesn't get old, man. When some Mongo comes in here and goes, gravity, like, do you really? Is that, I'm gonna go with gravity? Okay. What do you got for gravity?
Are you sure you're going with option C? You don't want to change your mind?
Right. Yeah, you give them the option, man. You guys always give them the out. That's the cool thing about you guys is like, I do the same thing. I'll give them the out. What do you mean by gravity? I mean, well, it's this thing that it pulls everything to the center. Yeah, they don't
check
know
side
the first
chat,
thing about
dude. Side chat. Look at this. It's true that water seeks level, but level doesn't mean flat like a table. It means perpendicular to gravity. We got one already.
There you go. There you go.
So one of my new favorite memes coming up. Yeah,
I love it. Divergent plumb lines, man. That's when I first learned that they were going with that, and I'm like, who's ever tested this divergent plumb line thing? Anybody? No, I don't think so, man. It's a hell of a, it's a hell of a story. Indio, he taught me about the divergent plumb lines. I was like, what? Wait a minute, man. I'm in construction, man. I use plumb lines a lot, What do you mean they're diverging? That means they're, if they're like 500 miles apart, they what? Who's measured a plumb line 500 miles apart, man? Please, come on. Nobody's ever done it. But it's a hell of a story. I think a lot of people like good stories. It's a Hollywood world we're living in.
Yep.
If you got a good story, man. If you got a good story, man, people love it.
When you've got things on TV like what's it
Star
called?
Wars?
The one where there was not movies, but reality shows, quote unquote reality TV shows, American Idol, stuff like that. Have you noticed? Instead of just going, "Hi, my name's John Smith and I'd like to sing this song," they've all got a sob story. Mum's got cancer. Dad just ran over the dog. There's always some bullshit sob story that has to make you feel for them. They can't just get up there and sing like an absolute champion.
Yo, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys.
Really?
Your parents must be proud of you.
You guys. Fuck
All right, well, I love you too.
Yeah.
Go have a nap. Bye.
There's some example of a very highly intelligent human being that is not a useful eater. He's very useful in the world. No, not really. Anyway, so yeah, there's a sob story, and it goes to, it can't just be like, "Hey man, I just play music at the local bar or whatever." Like, I'm just here.
Exactly. It's not just, "Hey, I love this shit. That's why I'm here to do it."
Right.
Show you what I got. There has to be a sob. There has to be a build up. So you're right. People like a story, and that's what it is. We've got a really cool story.
The globe is the greatest story ever, and we're just here to poke holes in it and go, "Hey man, what's up with this? What's up with the gravity? What's up with plumb lines? What's up with plane flights? Whatever." We just keep going, man. And it's been great, man. I'm glad you guys haven't, back down. Wow, man. The back chat looks busy, man. Is it busy? Damn.
Yeah, be careful of the side chat rats. They will maim you. They are tough.
Side chat rats.
Yeah. I call them side chat rats.
Fuck on. Side chat rats.
Yep. They clean up all the garbage. That's what rats do. Yeah, but they are vicious, man. You want to be careful. If you're going to jump in that side chat in this day and age, you are going to get ripped to shreds.
Yeah, I learned my lesson a long time ago. I'm like, I'm not going to engage with these Mongos. Just let's carry on. Let's just keep going forward. And
it's not the global ones that we scared of, bro.
Obvious.
It's the FE ones. They're ripping globers to shreds. They're having a great time. Beautiful.
Wow. I appreciate that, yeah. But I just, I don't type that fast. I'm not a really good speller.
Me neither, mate.
I just, it's like, fuck, I don't want to get involved with some chat skank where you can, debate. Fuck that, man.
Well, the beauty of
get on here on VC,
the beauty of it is, bro, the side chat rats are so hardcore that even if you get tagged by some glober, he tags you to say something, the rats will rip him apart. They don't care. Right. They don't even care who the question's aimed at anymore. They just are on attack mode. It's beautiful.
I love it. All right. I appreciate it.
So don't fear.
I mean, I know that I'm not feared. I'm not afraid, but it's just not my wheelhouse. I mean, I'm more of like, I love to be in the VC, talk to you guys. What's up? Let's look at this video. Let's watch that. What's going on with Artemis? Oh, the whole Artemis thing's been very interesting, man. I haven't talked to you guys since all that shit went down. But
I'll tell you what I've noticed about it. The amount of globers, right, with this Artemis stuff, the amount of globers that have complained about how fake and how shit it looks. That's the bit that's blown me up. Just blown my mind.
Yep. And I kind of expected something like that, but man, it was so bad that even like normie glober, not even fucking globers, man, just like anti-flat earth,
just normies,
none of those guys, just normies. People were like, "Really? Is that all we got? Really?"
Yep.
It's sad. It's sad, man. It's fucking sad. Anyway, I saw like 3 or 4 videos where these guys were complaining about, "Come on, man, this is horrible. We can do better." Like, yeah, you could. If you were in Hollywood, you'd do better. But I don't know. anyway, it's bad. Good, good for them. Good for us. Let's keep going. Let's check it out. It's all good. But yeah, man, the arguments, the debates, the information just keeps flowing, man.
Hey, good for them that they got to scam the world and laughing their way to the bank. Good for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's been going on for a long time. You know that. I mean, scamming it, Jamsey. Yeah, it's okay, man. Let them scam. And we'll just keep pointing out their scams. That's what I love doing. I love pointing out their scams. Because they're scamming, man. And they're getting caught scamming. Or they're doing it on purpose. They want to get caught on purpose, man. I have thoughts about that. At times I'm like, dude, they're so bad. They got to be doing it on purpose. It's like they're throwing the game. They're throwing it. They're throwing the... it's horrible, man. Anyway.
It's like as if they're throwing the game deliberately so that they can slowly break it to the normies. We don't want to hit them too hard. You don't want to drop the bomb as just one clean hit. But we'll do a space video and we'll stuff it up. We'll do another one and we'll do something else wrong. So each one of them is progressively showing the people that it's all bullshit. You can't just unleash hell on them all at once because people will just do a double backflip and they just won't handle it. They'll just go absolutely berserk. Whereas if you do it slowly over 30 years, it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's a bit of a softer hit. They have to absorb it. I mean, when I first realized that the government was lying to me, I was like, oh my God, they're lying to me. Wow. I was like, I was taken back. But the extent of which they're lying to me, I didn't realize. I just like, oh wow, they lied about the Vietnam War. Oh my God, that's crazy, man. I mean, why would they lie about that? I was like, oh shit, they're lying about everything. Oh fuckers, manga. Here we go. Shape of the Earth. I was like, okay, really? They've gone that far? They lied about the shape of the Earth? Holy crap! They lied about space and wow. Hey, guess what, man? Last was it Wednesday night? Three nights ago. A couple nights ago, there was a rocket launch from Vandenberg Space Force Base, Vandenberg Air Base, to apparently it was going to space. I watched the launch. I could see the rocket going, making this big giant parabolical arc over my head, and it looked like it was going up and then it was going down. And that's what all rocket launches do, man. They go up, they make a parabolic arc, and they go down. And it's just to think that little thing is going to space it's so ridiculous, man. It's so bad. So it's horrible, man. Oh, well, they got to follow the curve of the Earth and catch the gravitational lensing pull. What? Whatever. It's not. It's just not reality, man. Nobody's going to space. Nobody's going. It's the violation. Space is a violation. You live in a violation. Violation of of laws that determine dynamics. People think they live.
Well, they're just playing the pretending game, pretending clowns, because they're not committing any violation. They're just pretending that they do. They're not actually doing it.
That's true. There's nobody actually doing it. There's no violate. It's pretending to violate the laws of physics, man. Oh, okay, yeah. We can go through the atmosphere and shoot out. And by the way, you have gas pressure. Okay, yeah, okay. But we can go bust through that, man. No problem. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh man. What a world, man. What a world. Anyway, I got like 20 minutes. I got to go to bed, but been listening to you guys all week while I'm driving, working. Love the conversations. There was a couple of hard head. Indio was handling a young kid today. Boy, he was lost. Poor kid. Man, he was making up everything he could to make that curvature, man. He was trying to make that curve. Whatever it took, man. There's a picture here, there's a picture there. Yep. I know for a fact it's a curvature because of this picture. For sure. I can see it. I can see the curve. The curvature.
You love it, yeah.
I love it, man. It was hilarious. Where's the curvature? Where?
Tell me, dude.
Yeah.
Should we be feeling sorry for these kids, or should just shake our head?
No.
What emotions should I be expressing for some of these diehard, I can't let the ball-tard go people? I just sit back and shake my head, just press the mic button and say, look, you're a clown show, close mic. What should we be doing? Like, maybe because you're sitting back, you get the advantage of seeing it from the third person. When you're up in there, up and happening, you don't get such a luxury. So what should we be doing since you've been listening in?
Yeah, you just have to keep pointing out their flaws.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
You just nuh-uh. Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, you point out the mistakes, and look, they're blatantly obvious mistakes, and it's just, nuh-uh, what about the moon?
No.
So you point out the mistake, nuh-uh, what about the sun?
I get it. It's a vicious cycle, man. And, you hope eventually they'll get it. Like, oh my God, he finally gets it. But when they get slammed into the ground time and time again, you're like, okay, at some point, man, you think he would just step away and go, man, my thinking is bad, and maybe I should listen to this guy, but when they're that dug in, man, it's hard. It's really, really hard. The propaganda, the MK Ultra mind manipulation of space has been such a, it's so prominent, dude. I mean, it's hard to get through that, but yeah, they really did a number on the whole space thing, man. People will not let it go, and it's weird because none of us have ever been to space, and none of us are ever going to go to space. But for some reason, I don't know if it's Star Wars or
I like Star Wars.
Video games. There's a lot of space video games, right? But it's so ingrained in their head. It's like they can't let it go, man. Sad. You just gotta let it go because you've never been to space. You can't.
Well, to me, space is just the area defined between length, depth, and breadth.
Yeah,
that's a space.
That's very logical. I mean, but outer space and trillions of miles away, and
the area on the outside of defined area of length, breadth, and depth, that's outer space, or out of a space. Come on, I'm in a good mood.
Space.
Enjoy it.
It's outer space. It's outer space. But it's to defend something that you've never been to, never experienced, to the point of where you're like making stuff up on the fly, or you're guess galloping. I love that term because these guys, they'll go like, oh, well, what about the moon? What about the ice wall? Where's the edge? They just jump all over the place. They have no concept of where they live, none whatsoever. They're just like, oh, because I was taught the globe, and from second grade to I graduated high school, I went to college, and then they cannot let that go. When you learn something at a very young age, it's hard to let it go, man. Damn, it's hard to let it go. But yeah, you have to, be humble and, be realistic and say, hey, man, I've never actually been to space. I don't know what it's like. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, that they're telling us it's this. Well, that's the second law of thermodynamics violation, man. What? What's that? What do you mean? What is that a violation of what?
That's what that kid said earlier. It's like, huh?
Yeah, it's a violation. You can't put two and two together when you're so sold on moon landings and moon trips. Around the moon trip. Around the moon. Here we go. We went around the moon last week. We did. What? You didn't go around the moon. Who went around the moon?
They won't but it was on the news.
They won't even admit that. Here's how bad it is, mate. They won't even admit that they didn't go around the moon. They'll be like, it's like your favorite football team, right? It's like, we won. You didn't win. You can't say we, bro. They won. Right? Follow me? Interesting.
That's it.
Hey dude, been appreciating your lives lately, and it's just so happened like it's like a couple of times. Like I think there was 2 times I caught you live. One time I caught it afterwards, so I watched it. I watched a fair bit of it afterwards. Yeah, but it's been getting suggested to me. Like in algorithms, like throwing it up as like the 4th video down or something. Like it's like hey, you might be interested in this. I was like, oh shit, it's dude. So yeah, so like it looks like they've, the algorithm's not so harsh on the censoring anymore. Like it's actually throwing shit that it thinks I might be interested in, like your videos.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Not a great deal. What about you? Just a chill Saturday afternoon for me.
Yeah.
So did you come in to talk about the topic?
I'm actually catnap.
Say again? Oh, your catnap. Oh. Okay.
Oh, who is this Izzy?
You really want to be heard. I admire the dedication.
No, I look for the truth. I'm a truth seeker. And I want to see
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I want to see some of those debates. You know that website I sent to you, Matrix? You said like someone debated the owner of the website? Okay. Let me just turn this off.
Okay. Is that a weird echo?
Okay,
what's up with that echo?
Yeah, it's because I have two things on at once.
Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, apparently the website.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Annoying.
Let me actually switch back to VG.
Manga?
Alright, so and let me yeah. So the website, what was it called again? It was called, where is it, bro? Called flatearth.ws, and they basically make the refutation.
Oh yeah.
If you go on to flatearth.ws, we're probably not going to listen to you.
Wait, sorry. Oh no, I just went on there to look for the airplane.
Do you know why?
Yeah, I was trying to look for the airplane thing. That's the first thing that came.
Yeah. That's great. We get what you were trying to do. Do you understand why we probably don't go to that site?
I found something. That's not what I'm doing.
You obviously do because you're trying to sell their bullshit to us.
No, I'm saying if you could refute what they say. I don't care who says what.
So why are you selling their bullshit to us? I'm not selling you their bullshit, but if you can just refute their bullshit, that would be much appreciated.
Well, maybe it could be like a counter-argument because the airplane one I did actually...
There is no counter-argument. If you're going to the WS site, you have failed from the get-go.
Are they really that dumb?
Yeah, they're that.
You have no idea the levels of fucking stupid that are on that site.
Why? Tell me about it, because I know there's Globers that are not that stupid that you guys say are not that stupid, but then...
There's stupid, there's lower than stupid, and then you go to .ws.
What did they do?
It's just bullshit claims, mate. The whole thing is just full of bullshit claims.
It's called.
I did send you one of those pictures, though.
Speculation. Claims.
It's chock-a-block full of straw man accounts.
I wish.
Go and have a look at any of the images. They've got a little square image. There'll be a picture associated with it, and it'll say "Flat Earthers claim." So anything beyond that is a straw man, unless one of us have said exactly what's written on that, and you can come back and said. Indio, for example, said ABC at this time and place.
Yeah, it's a
which is why one of the reasons. That's not an invitation for you to talk. This is why we record our channels. So unless somebody has stated one of those things that's written on one of those squares are a straw man. Remember before you were rattling on about logic, pretending you knew about it? Well, you'd know what a straw man is.
Yeah.
Excellent. So if you know what a straw man is, go and read the little square thing and have a look where it says flat earthers believe, or flat earthers say, or flat earthers do, and then look at the bullshit that follows.
Yeah. I'll read one of them. This is the one that we were talking about. It says following, quote, flat earthers compared the apparent size of the ISS and a plane.
Straw man. Fail. There's no need for you to continue.
Yeah. That's what it's. I think it's
excellent.
Anyways.
As soon as you posted that thing with the .ws on it, I just went, yeah, nah, see you later.
Yeah.
Matrix, real quick.
Well, I personally don't know.
Fuck. Matrix.
Yeah.
I have seen the picture of the ISS versus the 747 over what they call a moon transit.
Yeah, that's the one that's what the .ws clown show uses.
Okay, so on that, I mean, using that as an example, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying, man, I've seen that picture, and it's very interesting that something 250 miles away would be the same size as something that's only 7 miles away. That's a pretty good, observation. I'm not going to say it's like a proof or anything like that, but it's an interesting thing to point out to somebody who's never looked into this shit before ever. It's like, hey man, what's up with this, bro? I mean, ISS is like the same size as this 747.
I'll cut you with some dinner.
But they look the same when they transit the moon. Who the fuck is that?
Greenweather, hot micing.
Somebody's hot micing.
Anyway, I think that's a pretty interesting. I've seen that picture side by side comp, and it's just interesting, man. I'm not saying yes, no. But is that what they say on that site? Is we compare the size of a plane to the size of the ISS? Well, guess what, man? They're this fucking same size, dude. I mean,
well, apparently not. Apparently, we're the ones that have got the numbers incorrect. But the thing is, that's not the argument.
Right.
The argument is straight up about angular size. That's it.
Exactly. That's the argument. Angular size. Because if it was literally, the same size, and they both transited the moon, and they both looked the same size when they transit the moon, there's a problem. Because if the ISS was really 250 miles away, it would be so small, man. It would be like you couldn't even see it, probably. You wouldn't even be able to see it. That's my point. Anyway, thank you guys for letting me hang out here, man. I'm just a Mongo fucking guy that works on musical instruments for a living and wants to check out where we live, man. I love where we live. I saw the coolest sunset tonight, dude. It was like this puffy white clouds, and the sun was going right behind it, and crepuscular
rays. Have you seen my photos?
It was so pretty, dude. It was just gorgeous tonight. Anyway,
are you on
I haven't seen
DJ
your
server?
photo.
You're on DJ server? Pickle Vines?
I don't think I am.
Oh shit. How do we do that?
No, I'm not on DJs, bro.
Let's see if I can do this. Invite to server.
I think I'm only on I don't know, 15, 20 servers at the most. I don't get around much.
Oh, that's rookie numbers. You've really got to get those numbers up.
I know, I got to get those numbers up. Hey, my YouTube channel is subscribed to 500, almost 500 channels. I don't know.
In your
It's
DMs.
a lot, man. Fuck.
In your DMs.
Got you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, in your DMs.
Yeah.
That's Pickled Minds, that's DJ server. There's a section, photography section. where we can upload our own photos. And I've chucked a few in there, so go and check them out. You'll probably like that.
All right. I think I'm in there. Hold on, now I'm in there. Now I am.
Oh, cool.
I think I am. No, I'm in Pickled Minds. You're right. I am already in there. Yep. You're right.
Yeah, it's pretty hard not to be.
It's hard to not be. Right, exactly.
Anyway, awesome.
It's hard not to be a fucking flat earther, man. It's really hard not to be. Because the flat earth presents itself every day, from airplanes to sailboats. And, pick your poison, right? Interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry, man. I got a lot going on over here.
No, fair enough.
We are going to be.
Oops. Yeah, sorry. I personally don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you before, but I don't know WS. I just what was her name? What was their?
You were just looking up anti-FE bullshit, and that's normally where you land. Is
I reverse image search
clownshow.ws.
Yeah, when I reverse image search. Yeah, who was the lady that was here before? What was her name? Fence Cat. What was her name? Fence something. When WS strawmanned you, they basically said that you were compared the apparent size of the OS to a plane, equating altitude. Basically, WS said that your mistake was equating altitude with distance, failing to account for both.
So what's the difference? If something is at an altitude 1,000 feet and something is at a distance of 1,000 feet, what's the difference?
I mean up and across. I don't even know what they're talking about.
Okay, so that's even further. That's probably not good for you.
I don't even know what they're talking about. What do they mean altitude and distance? Like
that's right. That whole website is just about confusing people that have got no idea. Like yourself.
Let me have a look. Is there like a refutation website? So whenever they post something, you just post a counter argument to piss them off?
No.
There's nowhere where you can post a counter argument to piss them off or to shut them down. It is just a website full of bullshit. So you go in there, you accept what you're fed, and you chew on it and be on your merry way. And like you copy-paste in someone else's chat the crap that's in there. And then we have to sit and explain it to you.
By definition, okay, so the altitude and distance thing. Altitude and distance are not the same. Altitude is specifically a measure of vertical distance.
Angular.
Still distance. It's still distance. Like the same thing. So yeah.
Angular.
So it's the same thing. So in that thing, it's telling us that altitude and distance are two separate things that flat earthers are getting wrong, and you've just turned around and told us they're the same thing. Well, here we go, Knights.
Yeah, because WS are fucking stupid. I don't even know if they're globers or they're just trolls. I don't know what they're doing.
Both.
Trolls.
No, I don't think they're flat earthers or globers. Like, I just think they're just trolls that don't know anything.
Oh no!
Exactly. I think they're 4chaners that are trying to piss you guys off.
4chan?
We actually use that .ws crap as training.
There's no way, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Like, dude, I'm a glober, but PhD people are so retarded. Like, it doesn't make it. I don't know why she said that.
Yeah, some people have got this idea that because they've spent X amount of years at university studying something non-related to what they're talking about, they have a PhD, therefore they are smart. No, they've got a PhD because they are exceptionally knowledgeable in that particular field. It doesn't mean they know how to change the car tyre.
Or that, or their parents have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of money and a lot of influence.
Is there a PhD
That'll get you.
Exactly. That's the one.
Is there like a PhD flat earther?
What's that?
Someone with a PhD who also takes the Earth as a flat.
Yeah, there's a guy named
Plenty.
Jay. I think Jay Tolan's PhD.
Is he in here?
Jay Tolan, John D.
Absolutely.
Indio, he's got a PhD.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about anybody else here at the moment.
Doesn't
Triangle? I thought Triangle did.
Oh man. Yeah, but here's the problem, man.
We've got several teachers. We've got an architect, a lecturer, university level teacher.
They all group, like these doctorals.
Yeah. Got a luthier. What about a luthier? He knows about straight strings, man.
I want to see DJ's photograph server. I actually want to see some pictures of the phone, if you have that.
He knows. Luthiers know about straight strings.
Straight strings, vibrations.
Vibrations. Yes, frequencies. Frequencies of vibrations. Yes, the string is always straight, man. The string is always level. The string is always flat.
When it comes to... I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. What is that? Who is that?
You're complicated rock, you fucking Mongo. Complicated rock.
That's Michelle Thaler from NASA.
Oh my god!
Dude, I'm setting up my own space agency now. This is
come on, dude.
She fancies herself as an intellectual and says dumb shit like, "When you're sitting on a mountain and you're sitting next to the rocks, those are your cousins."
Those are your cousins, bro. Your cousins. Oh, dude. Every time I see her, man, it is literally chalkboard. Put your fingers on the chalkboard, man. Here we go. It's so bad. She's so unacceptable when it comes. You're just cousins of complicated rocks. What? Fuck off. You fucking mom.
She'll say.
You guys know that TikToker called... You guys know that TikToker called Planet Peterson that debates flat earthers?
No, don't know.
Planet Peterson.
Oh, he knows. He knows. He's laughing. He knows. He knows.
It's because he's special ed.
Bro,
special ed.
He likes. You know how you like the purple crayons? He likes the yellow ones because they're lemon flavored.
There you go. Yeah, we're not going to deal with that. That's a different subject.
Have you guys actually debated Planet?
Was he the one that I booted out of politics?
Politics?
It's another server.
Oh, I know. I know.
One of the high-end clowns come in one day and he was just an absolute fuckwit. And I'm like, yeah, you've got about 3 seconds to get sorted. And it was just like, mute, ban, you're out. Back another day. It was just a numpty.
He's really annoying. Like, there was a time someone absolutely destroyed him on the logical necessity of the existence of God, and he just coped response to it. Like, theism is literally the only logical possibility. And he's like trying to prove atheism, but he's just scrambling all over the place.
Yeah, well, shit happens, man. Hey, man, back to Earth. Check it out. Don't believe me. Water's level. Airplanes fly over a stationary plane. Guaranteed, 100%.
You know something? Do you know something funny?
Guaranteed.
Have people ever told you that the Earth is 70% water, right?
That's what I've heard. 72%. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. Have you ever also seen like a round cucumber that's made up of 90% water? Bro, it's just a joke.
Why is that funny? Where's the skin that's wrapped around the water that holds it as a ball tard?
Yeah, I'm just messing. I'm just joking, bro. I don't.
They say that humans are about the same.
I think they'd actually take that as an argument against you guys because some.
No. Mongos. They're
why is a round
mongos.
cucumber actually got 90% water in it? It's weird.
Aren't humans supposed to be like 70+% water?
Yeah, humans.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's a problem also.
72%. Come on, man. 72% water.
Maybe Earth is human shaped.
There we go. I like it.
It's a triangle.
I'm in. No. Hey, guess what, man? Earth is the shape of Earth. Check it out. Don't believe me. I checked it out.
Server? I want to see this.
Works.
Picture.
Earth works, man. I love
Does
Earth.
anyone have a link to DJ server?
I do not.
Shit, no, not for you.
Okay.
That server is way above your pay grade.
I don't get to see.
Yeah.
Wait, you can't be gatekeeping that stuff, bro.
Oh yeah, but I'm going to help you out. I'm going to get another server for you that's probably going to be just as helpful.
Why not his server? What's so special about his server?
Because it doesn't need clowns in there. You're a clown.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta. I don't know. Not just be more aware. Grow up. You got to check it out. You have to realize your own physics, man. The fact is,
I want to ask something genuine. Why do you guys get angry really easily?
I don't know about everybody else, but I don't.
It's a bit short fused.
I don't even have a fuse.
Yeah, there you go.
You've got no fuse.
Got no fuse. I got a short fuse. I got like
just ready to go.
Really long. Let's go, man. Let's talk about Earth.
See, they're in there live streaming that server.
You guys like plants, trees, oceans? You guys into like anything cool? Rivers? You like hiking? What are you into, man? You like go surfing? I like
flat
surfing.
Smacking.
I like surfing. I like check out, hiking. Yeah, music. I like music, man. You guys into music? Damn, music.
How do you refute? Wait, never mind.
Music's pretty damn good.
What? How do we refute another straw man?
No. It was, I was going to say, how do you refute Artemis 2? Okay,
let's do it by the numbers.
An internal critique.
Hey, Catnap, shut up. Let's do it by the numbers. There was a rocket standing on a launch pad. 400,000 people witnessed it live go and fuck off up into the air. 400,000 people directly witnessed it. This cannot be refuted, okay? They watched it fly up in the air, they watched the little booster things fall off the side of it, and then it flew out of visual range. What did it do after that? That's where you talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
you. What happened after that? It just continued going towards the...
How do you know?
I don't know.
It's out of visual range.
The live stream.
How do you know it's even live? How do you know it wasn't filmed the week before?
Well, the live stream cameras were attached since...
The correct answer is you don't.
Start. So when it
You're making up stories. Anything you make up now is just stories. You don't. That's the problem, mate.
But didn't they start live streaming as soon as whilst it was on the launch pad, so you could actually see it?
That's the claim. But outside of that, you don't know if it is real or not. That's the issue. Once that rocket went out of visual range of those 400,000 people, game over. They can sell you whatever they like. It's all on the computer. It's all on your TV. It's all on your mobile phone. You can't verify, validate, or prove the authenticity of any of that shit.
Okay, what I was trying to say is, how do you disprove it through an internal critique?
You just disproved it yourself because you can't validate, verify, or prove anything beyond that rocket flying out of visual range.
But with an internal critique, though.
Outside of that rocket flying out of visual range, what can you prove of it? Nothing. It doesn't exist. You don't know. That's the problem, mate. You still haven't picked up. You're slow to catch on today.
So they knew apparently where it went, but we just didn't. Only a few people did.
All the information comes from one source. You must trust NASA. That's the source, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Do you see the problem here? Or haven't you worked it out yet?
No, I know what you're trying to say.
Steelmanner.
I'm gonna... One sec.
It's like someone shows you a picture of Bigfoot. They claim they took it. How do you validate the authenticity? Losing the crowd. Mark over there? No, of course he isn't. Yeah.
Another PhD supporter. And he's also he, him. That says a lot.
What was that, mate? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, just looking at this Marco IN in the side chat. I don't know if he's in channel or not. No, that'd be something out of the ordinary. Who's bowing down to the PhD collective. But then you have a look at his profile and he's a he, him. So yeah, that's someone who's up there in intelligence.
Yeah. Does that mean he's male? Yeah, anyway. Yeah, no, I just wanted to respond to what he said in the side chat there, but he's not even in the chat. Doesn't matter.
Welcome. Hey, Greenweaver, you there?
I just been called. Oh, hello.
No. Yeah, you want to click your microphone mute button? Yay, there we go.
Sorry about that. I'm sitting
worry.
here gaming with my son.
No, that's all good. Guys. Yeah, we heard you talking earlier. It's like, yeah, I don't think she's in this conversation. Not red flag, yeah, just in case.
Thanks, Matrix. How's your day been?
As you were. Pretty relaxed, considering what day it is. But yeah, I went out and took some more photos this morning. And
I had some excellent coping on the New Perspective channel. It's a beautiful upload on New Perspective on YouTube of Globers like totally conceding about Artemis and how crap it is.
Shit
it's quite good, actually. Yeah, very good.
The amount of Globers that have come in here, not people that are just praising Globe stuff, but it's just the amount of normies, like Flat Earther was saying, that have just gone, you know what, this is shit. It's amazing. It's what do we got? Astrophysics disproves the flat Earth theory. Please, Marco, enlighten me. How is staring up in the sky proving the shape of the ground? Oh my goodness. He's not even in. He's only in side chat. Right.
Oh, have a look.
I think he's about to get the ultimate.
No. Not yet. Heavy typer, aren't I?
You're fast.
No, really. Oops.
Oh, what is that for real, Jackass? Wow, that's crazy. This is like we're looking at
Professor Phil.
Professor Phil's, the other day,
Seems to be a common theme, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just dropped the baller on New Perspective, which is really funny and worth a listen, of Artemis breakdown. It's quite funny.
Right.
I've just put it on the chat.
I think it might be nearly time to turn off someone's text privileges. When they start a sentence off, see, I am trying my best to even take your claims seriously. No, you're not. That's just downright lying. Why? We'll show you why. Wait for it. And that's another good reason. He thinks it's funny. Oh dear. Text privileges gone.
Excuse me. Well, now we'll see if he'll join the chat.
I thought you were going to do it too, Dub.
I was about to. I was just typing it out.
Do it.
Oh, you haven't done it yet?
No. I was just sitting there typing and waiting for the thing to count down because that's what I thought. I saw you type and I thought, yep, here we go. It's 3, 2, 1. And that's what I said. And text privileges gone. Oh, right. Someone else did it.
Yes. Oh, they got to?
Yeah, Dagger's got him.
Oh, right. Cool.
Just redo the F mute and it should undo it. Yeah. Oh, haven't had one of those for a couple of days.
Just a random Discord, but it's that to everybody.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, we were getting one of those probably every 15 minutes. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Or I was. I don't know about others. I won't say we, but yeah, I was.
Technical difficulties.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I'm waiting for you to have a few modified ones of them. Don't be shy. and then you add something smart in there. Matrix doesn't bite. He is only a cartoon. Just listen. Don't be shy. Indio was only wrong once. And that was about how many times he was wrong. Don't be shy. Professor Triangle can only count to 3.
confidence high. Watch this launch wheel on the sky. NASA footage polished and clean. They say this ends the flat earther scene. but chat goes quiet, then starts to roast. Zoom button pressed like it's a ghost. Why does it flicker? Why does it glitch? Internet flips like a broken switch. Cocky smiles start to fade away. Comments turn savage, what can they say? DJ Rakesh drops the truth in bass. Gotta miss hype, but the crowd goes wild. Memes start hitting, perfectly styled. Globers said this is final proof, but internet said, bro, where's the truth? Are Sunday, kya scene bana, overconfident, gaya dhua dhua. One big launch, one big fall, now everyone laughing in the call. Are Sunday, kya scene bana, overconfident, gaya dhua dhua. One big launch, one big fall, now everyone laughing in the Pause, rewind, frame by frame. Every clip becomes a blame game. Trust the footage. They try to shout, but chat already figured it out. Screenshots flying, edits fast. Perfect proof didn't last. DJ Rakesh in the DJ booth, dropping beats, exposing truth. Really hope, confident, gaya neat. Internet, bola ab sanzara be. Hype ka thawa chira zameen pe. Artemis night turned meme parade. Every argument starts to fade. Glober silent, chat too loud. Flat earth memes in the crowd. No victory speech, no big win. Just echoing laughter rolling in. DJ Rakesh signs off the track. Next launch, bro, will be back.
Don't be shy. Matrix doesn't bite much.
Probably go for a longer pause. Lazo. That's one way of busting the globe. Just headbutt it till it breaks. Rah! Welcome. Somebody?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fantastic.
And where are you from?
Discord.
I know, but I mean Earth address.
Earth address. Australia.
Oh, nice. Is it Canberra, Perth, or Melbourne?
In the middle of New South Wales.
Oh, I see. So what are you up to, man?
Waiting for someone to prove the globe.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any globe proof?
What?
Proof that you live on a ball.
Oh, at least think so. I believe in knowledge.
You believe in knowledge?
Yeah.
Excellent. So, do you think you live on a ball?
Definitely a sphere.
Definitely a sphere. Excellent. And you've just said that you believe in knowledge. So how do you know it's definitely a sphere?
Because we know exactly the shape of the Earth, and we have quite thoroughly examined it
Alright, so
geographical.
You're saying it's a sphere. How do you know it's a sphere?
It's a question of geography and biology,
Geography and biology. So what in geography and biology tells you that you live on a sphere? What knowledge does this give to you?
I see that maybe I used incorrect words. I know that we are on a planet that is shaped in a form of an ellipse.
He's asking, how do you know this?
From my geography classes.
Right. So in geography class, they tell you something and you're just happy to accept that. So that means you believe, you don't know.
Yeah.
All you're doing is trusting the information that's been passed to you. That's all.
Yeah, he read a book and he believes what's in the book.
But you know, the information that we are given in school and in books, it is verified by some experiments, by exploration. But yeah,
they tested you on the book, but did you test the book?
Hmm.
Nice,
I like it.
Nice perspective of doing it. I see the types of questions. Nice. Yeah. And what do you believe in, guys? And yeah.
Keep in mind, we had a belief in the globe.
Yeah? In the globe.
Nobody starts out, like, none of us began as a flat earther. Every one of us believed what we were told. We've already demonstrated that we're capable of changing our minds.
I don't doubt it, because we changed our mind as an influence after certain experiences, after what we know. Yeah, so Gandhi said that one thing that is certain is the change. But you are asking interesting question, but can you answer? Can you give me an answer to those questions yourself?
Which question would you like answered?
I see. I meant the question about what you actually believe, because I don't understand why you contest.
Okay, you're struck. Just slow down.
What?
Is there a difference between believing something and knowing something?
Yeah. There is.
Excellent. So what you believe has absolutely no relevance in this
knowledge.
arena.
Yeah, I know.
Excellent. So your knowledge is what we're after. So you said you live on a sphere or a ball. So how do you know you live on a ball?
I know because of the books, because of the knowledge that was passed to me.
Incorrect. That's believing. You've been given some information and you believe it. So if you were not given that information at school, would you have ever worked out that you live on a sphere? Yes or no?
Probably by myself, no.
Exactly. So you just believe what you were taught at school. This is not knowledge. This is just a belief.
Really? Nice. I agree with you.
I'm not having a shot at you, mate. We're not cranky with you. We were all taught the same thing.
So
please don't think I'm attacking you. We were all taught exactly the same stuff.
No, I don't feel attacked. I feel even challenged. So and to tell you the truth, that's why I joined the server, because I heard that there are sometimes interesting discussion about various topics. So I do not feel attacked, you know.
Oh, good. Some people think that I'm attacking them, and I'm not. I just want you to question stuff. That's all.
Yeah.
And you already have, so this is good.
Yeah. So, you are quite philosophical. Are you interested in philosophy?
No, not really.
Not really. And what do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, as a regular.
For one of the local nursing homes, I'm the maintenance officer.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah.
That's my technical term.
I thought you said matron officer.
You wish.
Nice. Matron officer. Oh, nice.
But outside of that, technical classifications, fabrication engineer, trade boilermaker.
Oh, nice. And
Step 3 in turnout construction.
And do you like
track
your
examination? Yeah.
And do you like your job, or this is your decision?
Oh, this is
passion. Or
this is just Saturday afternoon shenanigans. Most afternoons I come home, put my feet up, listen in here. Sometimes other people want to talk and I try not to. Most of the time that's a fail, but anyways.
Yeah. And can you recommend Discord to a person that wants to find language partners or not?
For language? For learning, say, English, for example, this server you're in now.
Yes, but I know, yes, but you know, as a place, because you said that you are here. I reckon that you are here for some time, so I was asking only for your opinion about Discord.
I don't understand. Sorry.
Well, I think he's saying since because you've been on Discord for a while and he hasn't.
Yeah, because
this server's probably good for you.
Yeah. Because I just started, you know, I was on a different server, and I heard that some person recommended this one, so I thought that I will drop in.
Oh, you're only new to Discord, also, not just the server thing.
Yeah, I am a newbie, about
a month old.
About a fortnight to be exact, like, you know.
Yeah. No, that's all right, mate. Then this server, with all the different channels in this server, will be good for you.
Nice.
So you can practice your English. But your English is not too bad. There's only a couple of things that I've had trouble with, but yeah. And I can tell you've had trouble with saying them too. But your English is pretty good, so
I at least hope so, you know, because English is my major. I am a linguist. My specialty.
Very good.
Is business language.
Oh, very good.
But nowadays I teach only a beginner level English, so I lack, you know, advanced and native speaker, you know, to converse with, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I decided, you know, to go on Discord, because I several years ago I used to host or be a participant on Skype groups. You know, I don't know if you remember that, but it used to be a feature of Skype that they hosted groups of English speakers, but now they you know, the Discord. Uh, I think took the place, you know.
No, that's all right.
Yeah. And I was wondering why so many people have muted their microphones and they are only listening and not participating. How are you guys, other guys, I mean?
The reason they do that, if everyone talks at the same time, it is absolute audio chaos and you'll not understand what people are saying. So most of them, because they're really polite and nice, leave themselves muted up so that they don't disrupt the conversation.
I see. Nice. They should, you know, introduce the feature like push to talk, yes, but
well, you can do that if you want. You can set push to talk on. That's just one of the functions of Discord. So if you wish to do that, you can. Some people just click their microphone button when they want to talk. I've got headphones on, so I can leave my mic open, but the slightest movement, me clicking on the keyboard, it makes noise. I've got a very sensitive mic, so I sort of try to close my mic when I'm not talking. So anyways, I'm glad you decided to join us in here. At least you've got a sample of the #1 channel on this server. So you understand what happens in here and when it all goes properly. Yeah. So welcome to the English Hub. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And if you have any more questions, don't be scared to ask. And welcome to our new person, Megatron. Or not. Welcome to all of our new people that just dropped in. Well, Sam, if you want it noisy in here, you've got to click your microphone and start speaking. That'll take the quiet away. You're just here to listen? Well, if you ask questions, you can listen to the answers. You need to give them something to talk about.
Hello, anyone? Is anyone interested to begin a conversation?
What happened, guys?
one of the unintended consequences or unintended benefits, you could say, of flat Earth is it's one of the biggest freaking middle fingers that you could give to the establishment.
That is true.
Yeah, because instead of taking establishment A versus establishment B, you're just flipping the finger to both.
Yeah, and you're saying, look, this is the cosmological worldview that you're responsible for giving us. Can you prove it? We know they can't.
Well, they can do the croak like a frog argument. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, right? I think the ultimate problem is you can't really prove anything that you can't test in a lab. And you can only test constituent components of globe Earth in a lab. You can't test the entire theory in a lab. So, like, it's kind of unprovable unless you literally go to space yourself. Even then, you could still make spurious claims about, like, well, that's just your perception saying the Earth is flat. Like, there's nothing objectively saying it's flat other than your eyes, which aren't a really good metric for objectivity in the first place. So, like, I think most claims, no matter how concrete they seem, can't really be proven, not in an absolute sense.
Well, our community for the past 10 years has absolutely measured the surface of the Earth and found no globe curvature all over the world. Still looking for it.
Yeah, but there's plenty of people that have done experiments that have found curvature as well. So, like, it's not. I don't think it's a one-side thing.
Yeah, well, we examine their claims, and we can show and demonstrate how they're without merit.
I've not really seen that, but I'll be honest with you, I can't really be bothered to go through that whole thing. I've been in this channel probably more than any of you, to be honest. I've kind of done every argument possible. I've done the star rotations. I've done that one fucking picture where you're on top of a mountain and supposedly the curvature is supposed to be much smaller. I've gone through all of the offshore oil rigs. It's fucking everything.
I'm a big fan of the laser test and the long distance high altitude infrared.
Yeah, the long distance infrared's the one I've seen quite a lot, right? The curvature's like, you can see like 132 miles, right, or something, and then if you calculate it even using like fucking atmospheric refraction, you shouldn't be able to.
So the problem is
the black swan as well.
Yeah, so who measured the curvature for satellites to orbit?
What do you mean?
Like I went so the early rocket program really kicked off with the V2 technology from the Russian or Nazi scientists rather that we had kidnapped and brought here. However that story goes, I mean, America's space program, Russia's space program, we faced off, we started launching rockets all over the place. And one of the goals was to see if we could orbit the Earth. Like, where is all of that data? What did they use for their foundational measurements? And can we see the telemetry data from their tests?
I mean, I'm sure they did have
How
data.
did they measure the freaking radius?
Do you even need data to launch something into orbit? I think you can kind of fucking free will it, right? Like, you just need to know the speed to maintain orbit. I don't think you need to know the curvature, really.
Well, I mean, curvature dictates how much speed you're going to have to use.
That's a good question.
Right, because, yeah, I mean, the curvature and the geodesic of gravity go hand in hand.
Well, no, because you only need to know how strong gravity is, right? You can kind of don't take this as gospel. I'm kind of just fucking freeballing here. How I'm thinking of it is like, you'd only need to know the circumference of the Earth to calculate the amount of force that you'd be flying against, right? But if you already know the gravity, which we can measure by fucking jumping, I don't think you really need to know the curvature, right?
You do. I'll tell you why. You need to know the vector of gravity. So that means you need to have the vector pointing to a common barycenter of a globe. And that vector has to be rotating about that point of center.
Yeah, but we already know the vector of gravity without knowing that, right? But we can measure where gravity is trending towards without knowing the curvature of the Earth, right? Like, for example...
well, what if Earth is flat and we have gravity?
Well, then you'd still be able to measure where it was coming from, even if it was flat. I don't think it's
Sure, but you won't be able to orbit.
well, yeah, of course. That's very true. Well, I guess they assumed it was round, launched things into the sky, and then
that's the story.
Well, then they happen to be right. Otherwise, things wouldn't have orbited. Or if you're on your side of the aisle, then you assume, well, that's false, and it's like a global cabal, right?
Well, I don't know about a cabal. I just like if they just got fucking lucky. I want to know that.
I just like because I'm not a physicist, right? I'm not intimately familiar with the counter arguments. Like I am on a superficial level, but if you asked me to come up with them myself or distill them myself, I'd have trouble, right? But I find it very difficult to believe that there's like almost a shadow government-esque type cabal working together, and like no one's really making efforts to leak any of that. Like I think the extraordinary effort that it would take to keep this under wraps effectively is, in my opinion, like entirely fucking unfeasible. I also don't really see the point of it either.
Like, yeah, I'll tell you where I've come with this. Like, I don't think there's a cabal hiding a flat Earth from the public. I really don't, and maybe I'm in the minority amongst people on my side on this.
Okay.
What I do see is a history of the space program that was started as a psychological operation after World War II. And in this case, what the intent is, like what, if you want to call it a cabal, fine, but what their aim is not hiding a flat Earth. It's projecting technological superiority that may or may not exist.
That bit, like that incentive structure obviously exists, right? If you're the US in the space race in the 60s, you have a very, very strong incentive to make it seem like you're more technologically advanced than you are. Totally get that argument.
But yeah, so could they still think Earth is a globe is my point.
Well, that would be my point, is like, let's say you are the US in the 60s and you're like, right, we've got to come up with something quick time to prove that we're like more superior than Russia, right? We've got to do this whole space race thing. Why on earth would you then choose to lie about the shape of the Earth to do that? And also make like a really easily disprovable claim because you can measure curvature and whatnot. Like it doesn't make much sense to me to go with that. I'm just trying to understand the fucking like motives.
I would agree. I'd agree. They're not lying about the shape of the Earth. That's not their aim. They still think it's a globe.
I just think it's really easily measurable, right? Like especially, I mean, you.
Oh, we're back to that again.
Not measurable in that sense. Not like on Earth curvature. I don't think most people understand that, unfortunately. Like in the sense that anyone arguing over calculations probably doesn't understand the implication of atmospheric refraction and other qualia that like come into play, right? Like I don't either, which is why I don't really argue upon that basis. I'm just not qualified enough. But like the idea that everything we've sent into space has to be like fake and all the measurements that are coming back are fake is what I find very hard to digest, especially considering it's come from like many different agencies and in some cases private companies, right? I figured like by now we'd have some kind of visual fucking proof that it wasn't round.
Maybe. I mean, but if their whole aim was to build this apparatus to advance technological claims and discoveries that may not have actually existed, then what they're doing comports exactly with that aim that they stated they'd set out to do in the first place.
Yeah. Well, like, really good example about how I think about this, right? Let's say you're Russia, right? And let's say Russia has verifiably sent stuff into space, right? Which under its own claims it has. As modern Russia, you are massively incentivized to advocate for flat Earth. If you're Russia and you have sent things into space and you've seen the Earth is actually flat, that would be something they would be pushing like wildfire because their ultimate goal politically is to destabilize the fuck out of the West and the US. And if you could effectively push flat Earth and show a bunch of like photographic evidence from your Sputnik programs that Earth is flat, that would be like a gold mine for anti-US like polarities, right? Like China would be doing that, Russia would be doing that, all of these people would be doing that. The fact that they all agree wholeheartedly when we know for a fact they're massive geopolitical enemies strikes me as very strange.
Well, suppose what if the Russians never actually found out for sure in the first place? You know,
yeah, that's true.
Secretary of Defense at the time in the United States, Charlie Wilson, famous, but he said regarding Sputnik that it was a scientific trick.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Because then if Russia want to lie about the fact they've gone to space, they then have to agree with the US, right?
Well, yeah, and they thought Earth was a globe when they were faking space themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But then I guess then you'd have to be like, right, I guess every country has lied about going to space. I also find that one semi-difficult to believe.
It is difficult. It's harder to believe that space agencies and commercial space programs can go mad with a delusion or with some kind of trick than it is to accept the reality of the measurements that are available to us. Because flat Earth doesn't hide from anybody. It's not hard to measure the Earth flat in actuality.
Yeah. I mean, I assume you're familiar with the basic arguments, right? Like, what's your argument against like the rotation of the North Sky versus South Sky and stuff like that?
It's not really an argument against. It's what evidence is there that a globe is rotating to cause that effect.
It's not that. It's just that it wouldn't be possible on a flat plane.
Well, that presumes to know what is and isn't possible, right? I mean, the globe to me is an explanation without evidence. I can come up with other explanations too that seem plausible.
You can, but you can do that for absolutely anything, and it doesn't really disprove that. Like, if I say, for example, I have a car and the wheels are pushing forward to make it drive, I can go, actually, I can think of other ways that the car could move forward, right? That doesn't really give much validity to your claim just because you can think of other ways that something could possibly happen, right? Like, for example, you eat food and it makes you full. I could go, actually, no. When you eat food, there is a portal in your throat that transfers the food away, and God rewards you with feeling full. Right? Like,
okay, fine. So here's this one. I see stars rotating, and just like a portal in my stomach, I imagine Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I'm saying you can absolutely imagine that alternate reality, but it just doesn't. There's a lot more supporting evidence for the other one, so naturally I would go with the other one. It's not that it's proven; it's just it's far more leaning in that direction. Like you can't like I said earlier, you can't prove these kind of claims because the
supporting evidence is contradictory. It doesn't stand up to its own internal critique in the first instance, and that's kind of the first domino to fall for me.
I'd say the only thing that goes against it is some measurements of curvature on the Earth, and I'm not even sure if that's necessarily true because I'm not really qualified enough to know what other variables go into the ability to see something further than you mathematically should.
Sure. This is why we've got two legs, right? On the one leg, the globe is not internally consistent with its own claims. It's so full of contradictions it'll make your head spin. Secondly, we've got external validation of our claim of a flat Earth. So we can falsify the globe externally, and the globe doesn't withstand its own claims internally.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't agree with what I've seen thus far, obviously.
Okay.
I think there are some arguments that like do somewhat go against it on the surface of it, but like one, again, I don't personally understand the depth of the arguments enough because I'm not a physicist, so like I'm not really qualified to like combat against it properly. And two, even if you completely disregard curvature measurements, there's still like a plentiful bundle of evidence pointing towards round Earth. Like our entire model of the universe and sort of physics would break down if it wasn't round.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're lagging out sporadic, big time.
Huh?
Oh, I think you're.
Am I roboting?
No, you're good now. I think you're back.
Shit. Testing.
Yeah, you're okay.
The curvature measurements are what we've been looking for. I can't find any.
I mean, you can do the experiment yourself, right, with two sticks. You can do the shadow experiment.
Yeah, but do you realize why logically and geometrically it's not proof? Why it's absolutely deficient?
No, it's not proof by itself, but it's a part of a larger collective bundle of proof. Like me jumping doesn't prove gravity, but it's an implication that the other arguments for gravity are also now slightly more supported. And when you get to enough coalesced support in a single like collective group of evidence, then that tends to be the most likely option, or seems like the most likely option.
Well, when I use sticks to measure shadows, I'm observing an object in the sky that's a point of reference. And somebody else is too. The fact that we can measure different shadow lengths is a consequence of the apparent divergence of light from that common point of source. Right?
Yes.
So for you to get a globe out of that, you have to say that that's not a single point source of light.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, you do. You say no, that the diverging angles that the two of us are measuring are not really diverging from a point source. They're actually parallel.
Yeah, but then you'd have a different measurement. That's the point, right?
No, you wouldn't. The geometry is preserved.
Oh, you absolutely would. I promise you, right? Like if you have,
I can prove it geometrically to you.
Well, if you have a light in a room, for example, like let's say my bedroom that I'm currently sitting in, I have a light at the top of that, right? If I then have a table below it and I have a globe on the right side and a flat plane on the left side, if I place two sticks the equal amount of distance from one another on both the flat plane and the globe, the resultant shadow differential between the two sticks will be vastly different because obviously they're two different shapes, right? You can do that one in a lab, and then you can also then follow that up by showing the distance between the sticks
on a flat table.
Yeah. So if basically the distance between two sticks on a flat Earth and a globe Earth would have different shadow results than one another.
I don't see how that would be the case. Because
you don't?
No, because what we have right now is what we observe as a point source of light in the sky, like I said, okay? And what we observe are two different shadow lengths as a consequence of two different simultaneous observers getting two different angles to the same thing in the sky.
But the inference.
That's number one.
Sorry, you can finish your point first. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so what is going to be inferred here is that the only way that this can happen is that the table must be curved, the flat surface we're on must be curved, and the light is coming from not a point, but a flat surface in the sky. You realize that the reason why people believe in the globe is because they think the sun's surface is relatively flat.
But that
they move the flat surface from this ground into the sky.
Let me try and explain this with a drawing.
That's where you get the parallel rays from. Where else do you get parallel rays from? But from an effectively flat surface.
No, you can get parallel rays from anything. From basically.
Well, the claim is the sun shoots off effectively parallel rays, and so the point source is no longer the sun but the Earth.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
And the reason why you have diverging angles is because two people are at an angle of rotation away from each other on that curved surface, and that angle of rotation is the angle by which they see different points, a different point of reference in the sky for the sun.
I'm confused about what you're saying here. Are you saying that rays could only be parallel if it's a flat sun?
Well, yeah, that's how. Like the sun's surface is so big and round, and Earth is so teeny tiny that, for all intents and purposes, the rays emanating off of this massive sun compared to a tiny point-sized Earth are parallel.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so an effectively flat surface casting rays to a tiny point Earth. Now you can flip this thing upside down and say an effectively flat surface of Earth and a point source of light in the sky for the sun. What is happening is a geometric equivalence is created here between the two cosmologies. When you measure these sticks and shadows, and you presume Earth to be curving, you need a flat surface somewhere. And you put that flat surface up in the sky instead. So you take a surface that you can't measure, and you put it in this. Well, that's how you get the parallel rays.
I don't think the geometric equivalence in terms of changing their shape, if you don't also equivalize their sizes, I don't think that quite follows. Also, old dude, I simply don't understand what the graph is trying to make, so I can't really respond to that. I don't really understand the claim it's trying to make. You might have to give me a bit of context. especially since it's in French. Well, let's just say parallel rays and divergent rays, right? That shouldn't be too tricky.
We can measure the surface flat, so why should we assume it's curving?
I don't think we can measure it flat. Not with
I would love a curvature measurement. Honest to God, I keep coming back to that. I've studied their claims in a geodetic surveying. I've studied celestial navigation. I see where the mathematical, call it tricks are, where the globe is hiding. The globe is able to be constructed out of margins of error that are created synthetically, that don't really exist themselves.
Okay. So I kind of need to do some learning on the fly to compete with this.
It's a terribly complex topic, and it's really hard to do on the fly research.
Yeah,
it's
I haven't done geometry since fucking high school, so I need to remember if what you're saying makes mathematical sense or not. Obviously, I don't think you're lying to me. You don't give me that impression at all. But yeah, I just want to check up and make sure I can follow what you're saying. I don't want to kind of just assume it's right. Chinese Aristophanes figured Earth was flat at the same time as Aristophanes with a closer sun divergent rays. We get the same result.
Yeah, that's another point. Thanks for bringing that up, whoever's posting this in text. What I'm saying isn't even fringe. Astronomy departments talk about how Eratosthenes sticks and shadows is also geometrically problematic for the same reasons that I pointed out.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't say what you were saying was the French. I wasn't trying to make this is jumbled in my head. He literally posted a graph with French writing on. That's what I was referring to then. Not you, sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. I wasn't thinking that either, but...
Okay, bro.
What I'm saying about this geometric equivalence between the two is absolutely spot on, and is something that is pointed out by astronomy departments, philosophy of mathematics departments studying the Eratosthenes case. And we even so happen to have a historical figure in China who is a contemporary of Eratosthenes who performed a similar setup. But because their worldview was that Earth is observed and measurably flat in the first instance, then this test affirmed their flat Earth cosmology, which remained as such until the 1600s. So
basically,
it's not I'm a crazy flat earther coming up with this shit.
So what I'm understanding basically is if we take Eratosthenes, that's how you say the name. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing his name. I only ever read it. The Greek guy who did the experiment. So if you can absolutely change the mass, shape, and size of the sun and Earth to make it so those experiments match up with a flat Earth.
Totally.
But you would then basically require more proof on the side of those new sizes than the current ones we have, and there would be loads of other supporting phenomena that wouldn't necessarily match up with that, right? So from what I understand, if you were to change the size, shape, and mass of the sun and Earth to match this experiment on a flat plane, one, the sun would have to be only a few thousand kilometers away, and the light rays would then obviously diverge noticeably, and that can create different angles at different locations, right? So that would explain that. But you would also need, I guess, height and horizontal distance of the sun would have to be exactly adjusted so angle difference grows linearly.
Oh yeah, you don't have anything on a globe for a distance to the sun, so yeah, we can put it anywhere we want to.
Right. In both cosmologies, listen, flat or globe, you can't triangulate the height of the sun. You can't triangulate it on a globe because the rays are parallel. And you have no way to converge them onto a point to do a triangulation. And the way the sun appears to us on flat Earth is it's in an observer-dependent location, kind of like a rainbow.
So if the sun was only a couple thousand kilometers away,
we don't know. We don't know how far away it is. That's the thing.
You do. There's only really two possibilities. So
I deny that claim. I don't make it.
Well, let's try and go through it with each other. If you think there's problems, that's fine. You can call them out. I'm trying to come here like good faith, right? So like if you do point out like a genuine problem with it, I'll definitely go through it with you. This is just what I understand currently, right? So if you've got spherical Earth and a distant sun, then Eratosthenes just works automatically. If you've got a flat Earth and a spherical sun, then the only way that his measurements work and the measurements you can do today with two sticks work is if the sun is about 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. I don't know the exact measurement, but there will be one. So you then have to invent another third model to justify any other distance. Otherwise, the experiment with the sticks wouldn't come out with the results it does, right? That's kind of my understanding thus far.
Well, so the way I see it is people who believe in the globe have to assume that the sun is at a vast distance and is of immense size such that the rays that it casts off are effectively parallel. This is something that cannot be proven and is not observed.
I mean that is observed equally as the other side of it on the Aristotelians, but
you don't observe parallel rays. You actually measure diverging rays.
I already posted a picture of it in the chat.
I know, but we observe functionally parallel rays, which is why when we did up-to-date experiments to extrapolate upon Aristotelians' experiments, we got slightly different results because obviously his wasn't perfect because he was assuming parallel rays, but they're that close to being functionally parallel for us because it's that far away that the experiment turned out to be relatively accurate.
Yeah, prove how far the sun is.
Yeah, this is
I'm going through this with you, right? I'm going through this with you, right? But that's why we need to get to this bit. That's why we need to get to this bit, right? So you, again, if you
conclude logically that these rays are parallel, like what is the logical train? That's what's missing.
I don't think they're parallel. I think they're functionally parallel. Two very different things.
Yeah. Okay. So functionally parallel. How do you go from observing diverging rays from two different locations to saying, well, those have to be functionally parallel? What's the chain of logic? I'll tell you what, there isn't any.
Well, I'll try and come up with like an analogy for you. I
want the logical train though. That how do I get to that conclusion?
Well, it's something is functionally X or Y when assuming such doesn't change the results of things, right? So, like for example, funnily enough, I have to use another globe analogy here, right? Even if the globers are right, Earth still technically isn't a perfect globe, right? The Grand Canyon exists. There's fucking like ditches and troughs everywhere. There's mountains, right? But it's functionally a globe because when you measure it as such, the results don't qualitatively change because it's that small of a divergence from what you're measuring functionally, right? Like we can measure divergence, but it doesn't really have that many implications because if you assume it's parallel, you basically end up with the same results within a margin of error.
Right. So here's how I imagine this going down. You got Eratosthenes, okay? He does this stick and shadow thing, and he says, well, this here basically proves that Earth is a sphere because we have to assume that these diverging rays we measured are functionally parallel. His detractor that he's speaking with says, oh, yeah? How did you come to that conclusion when the only thing that you have to base this assumption off of is your imagination?
I just guessed it.
We can actually measure diverging rays physically in the real world.
Well, he just guessed it, right? Like this wasn't a robust debate in ancient Athens. They didn't have a fucking clue.
No, they actually didn't, but they got lucky. Like NASA got lucky with orbiting satellites.
Well, no,
and moon landings. They only need one shot at it.
Well, yeah, naturally, I don't think those two things are equivalent, right? If you do, fair enough. But like again, he didn't have proof that sun's rays were parallel or even close to parallel. He was just fucking YOLOing it and having fun in 300 BC, which is why the rest of the world still believe. Well, yeah, that's why the rest of the world still believed the Earth was flat for like 2,000 years, right? Like he was fucking alone for the most part in that. It wasn't really till Galileo, right? But that aside, just back to the thing we were on before, right? So, do you think there's a third model, right? Because if we've already gone through, right, spherical Earth plus distant sun, Eratosthenes works automatically. If you have a flat Earth and a sun about 3,000, 4,000 kilometers away, then Eratosthenes also works automatically. But do you think there's a third model then, where
They're potentially infinite models that can fit the explanation. That's a mathematical philosophical truth.
Yeah, that's probably true. But then you need to alter the size.
This actually supports your earlier point where you said that it's really difficult to prove things.
What we know for sure is well, not for sure, but very likely is if Earth was flat, then the sun has to be within a nearby range to produce the current rays it does.
Well, that assumes that it is an object that occupies 3D space from our ability to observe it.
Not
Rainbows
really.
are an example of an optical phenomenon that does not occupy a definitive space that's determined in 3D.
It does. It absolutely does occupy space because light is there causing that, right? Like
you can't triangulate a rainbow.
I mean, you can triangulate the light.
You can't triangulate a rainbow. No, you can't go chasing rainbows. It's a vector. Here, this is from the Journal of the Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society, Department of Psychology, University of North Carolina. It's called Alternate Interpretations of Eratosthenes' Two Sticks, 1988. So the abstract says, over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he'd used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
I agree. However, there is just too much evidence in favor of this one because every single different calculation we do gives us the same result or very, very close to Eratosthenes. Right?
Well, because you're operating within a unified framework. But I can point out that
that's how we do science, though. That is how we do science, right? Because
we subject that framework to internal and external validation measures.
Yeah, exactly.
And it fails. And I can give examples.
I just don't think this one fails as much as the other ones fail, because it does fail in certain areas, but that's kind of the point, is that the other ones fail more, which is why I side with it. So I don't think it's perfect. I just think it's better than the alternatives, right? Because so many things, like if you take the experiment in isolation, right, sure, you can make a bunch of change. You can change every assumption to basically give you different results with Eratosthenes, right? But then if you measure the other ways of looking at the sun's potential distance from Earth, they all tend to align with the idea that it's a fucking sphere far away, right? Like solar parallax, for example. If there was a nearby sun, if it was thousands of kilometers away, then you'd see degrees of parallax between different locations, not arc seconds.
Right? Solar parallax is also presumptive of the globe and orbits, which haven't been measured. Let me tell you something. We've got hundreds and hundreds of, call them 0-day exploits of the globe. And I'll give you one because I have to go and listen only because I have some work I need to do, but I'll give you one.
Okay, no worries.
This is a very fascinating thing. You can look this up and research it yourself, and it's a mind bender. Every 4 years, the sun actually gives you an extra day, and this is not due to a leap year, an accumulation of like solar time against a calendar. If you were to take a stick in the ground like Eratosthenes, and let's say choose the winter solstice. And on this particular day, you measure the shadow, take a picture of it, and you count how many times the sun rises and sunsets to get to that particular point in time. You'll have 365 days on 1 year, 365 sunups and sundowns on another year, 365 sunups and sundowns on the next year, and on the next year, you need 366 of them to get back to where it was. It's not that there are 365.246 whatever days a year, and every 4 years you have a leap year that you add to the calendar to make up for that incremental 1/4 day that gets lost. That's not what's physically happening in the tropical year. And you can look this up in meteorological records, pick any major city that's got a meteorology office and tracks these things locally. I don't care what country you're in, you will find this pattern of every 3 years, You have 365 sunups and sundowns, and 366 on the 4th year. And that extra day and that extra year, or that for that year, does not line up with the leap year. That extra day is actually 2 years offset from when we do the actual leap year. But it's been going on. I mean, how do you explain that with the solar system? How do you explain an extra physical day with the solar system?
I think you're confusing some things here. A year doesn't exist. It's socially constructed. There is no year.
This is a tropical year. It's a tropical year based off of where the sun goes through a cycle and returns to its original starting point.
Yeah, but a tropical year doesn't increase every 4th year. It's the same every year. It's 365.2422 days.
No, it's not though. It is actually 300. It's actually 365 days and a 366 day going on a 3-1-3-1-3-1 cycle.
I need some evidence of that for sure.
I know you do. I'm not in a position to provide it right now, but if you want to chat with me later, I'll give you some. But I looked this up myself. I looked up records in America and in Russia, and they both comported with each other on this. And it's a known phenomenon too. It's just not really talked about. Like they're not going to teach you all the globe problems in school.
Obviously, it's fine.
I did too.
I know you're busy and everything. That's absolutely fine.
Yep.
But yeah, what have you DM'd me, old dude? Should I check? Okay, you have. Awesome, thank you.
All right, take care. I'll be around to listen.
All right, thanks for the conversation, bro. Have a good one.
You too.
He's made a natural observation, the sun. We'll go from there.
Okay, so your natural is apparently the sun shining. The next thing a scientist would do is say, what causes the sun to shine? How would you go ahead and conduct an experiment on how that's going to work? What is your presumed cause of the sun shining?
I mean, we could not because it's kind of impossible, right? We could
exactly. So there's, yeah, and you could say that, and you would probably be incorrect. You want to know why? Because there's no way to test it.
Yeah, but I mean,
so you can't assume that some kind of nuclear fission is going on. That's just you making something up. You don't even know what the sun is. You just see it, and it's shining. It kind of looks like a circle. It feels kind of warm when the sunlight hits you. But guess what? No science.
It's Apollo crossing the sky in his chariot is just as valid.
Exactly.
But
you realize that it's the same evidence. The same evidence for Apollo is the same evidence for nuclear fusion. Not a fucking thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm struggling to like analyze it logically. So, what would be the assumption that we use the sun as a kind of observation? Because when we say that we see the sun, actually we see the sun, right? What is the assumption here that might not be the case?
Parallel rays, the position of the sun, its distance, its size. A lot of things.
No, but the claim is we see the sun, right? I mean, it's not even an assumption. It doesn't even
we see it.
matter.
So, but what can we say about things just by seeing them that are true? You can say, hey, it has an angular size. We can say, hey, it's this bright. hey, it looks like this, it looks like that. All, we're restricted to descriptions, right? We can describe it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
but
what's the moon look like? I mean, if you want to accurately describe the sun and the moon is, they look like circles. It's all you can accurately say. You can't even accurately say they look like spheres. Because you have no
yeah, I mean,
3D
but like,
information, right?
yeah, but maybe it doesn't even be the case because like, not forget about the sun. Like my friend, okay, I see my friend at like in Birmingham, in England, so I know that like my friend could not be in like Sydney at the same time. So I could use that as like maybe in my researches. So yeah,
What is it
I
going
mean
to tell
you
you, though?
cannot you if you want you cannot answer that because I know that I already am being off track. So yeah, I would.
No, no matter what you claim about the sun, right? It's going to be an inductive inference, right? There's going to be some theory-laden idea of what the sun's relationship is to the geometry of the Earth. Okay? You're going to presuppose there's some relationship between the Earth and the sun. Yes, your friend sees the sun. Yes, you see the sun. What's the relationship between the ground you're walking on and seeing the sun? So that's the thing you can't demonstrate, the actual geometric relationship, other than where it is in the sky over the horizon, where it appears to be. So you can measure the angle over the horizon or the angle down from zenith, but that's all you can say. You can say, where is the sun relative to where it rises on some date, or relative to the magnetic field, or relative to the background stars. Right, you have to use some other spatial reference. That's where you're going to say the sun is. But other than that, you can't say what the relationship is between the sun and the earth and your friend, all three of you. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like maybe we could observe some of the behaviors of the sun and eliminate some of the models that we could claim for the shape of the Earth. See what I mean?
Yeah, dude. You're presupposing a bunch of shit. Why don't you understand that? How does the sun get to you? Is it a straight line? The ray of light that hits your eye from the sun, when you look at the sun, right? So let me ask you this. If your friend and you look at the sun and suddenly you could fly like Superman, and both of you fly right towards the sun, are you guys going to go in straight lines and intersect at the sun?
Are we going to on a straight
Yeah, if
what?
you guys both fly, you're both got superpowers. You're both Superman now, and you're gonna both fly to the sun. You both fly to the sun. Are you gonna both meet in the same place and shake hands? Hey, we both flew to the sun. We flew in straight lines right to the sun.
Like not exactly because the sun is too big as the claims, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me use it. Maybe you're not getting it. Say you guys are both looking at the Empire State Building and you're on different sides of New York, and you call each other on cell phones like, hey, let's meet at the Empire State Building. Can you see it? He's like, yeah, I can see it. Okay, walk toward the Empire State Building. You walk toward the Empire State Building. And then after 15 minutes, you both get there and you say, hey, how you doing? Right? You meet at the Empire State Building. Understand? Now you're going to do this with the sun. Do you think, based upon the available evidence, that you think that would happen? That if you both flew towards the sun, that's where you would meet? Somewhere out there. There's a reason I'm asking you this. It seems stupid, but it's not stupid. It seems like, oh man, we're both looking at an object. We're both looking at the same thing, that our lines of sight intersect somewhere out there in 3D space. But that's actually not the case. That's why you have that's why I said it's theory laden. Didn't you say? So when you look at the sun, they say it's an apparent sun that you're looking at. Why do they say that? Why is it apparent? Why isn't it the real sun? Something gone? Hey, test. You still here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So what's going to happen if you fly to the apparent sun?
I apologize. You said apparent sun, like
Apparent
the
sun,
obvious
yes.
sun.
They say there's an apparent sun. Now that when you look at the sun, you're not actually looking at it. In fact, they say no one's ever seen a sunset. Because refraction, you mentioned it earlier, remember?
Yeah,
The
yes.
sun's,
So you
yeah. So the sun, according to them, is never in its true position. So what are you going to do? Figure out what the shape of the Earth is based upon what they even admit is an optical illusion? See, this is the problem with, so you mentioned refraction. This is the problem with the globe nonsense, is that it's inconsistent. They say, hey, dude, all this astronomy stuff works. Okay, here's where it doesn't work. Well, that's an apparent sun. Those are apparent stars. Well, didn't you construct the entire model based upon things not being apparent? Well, yeah. So there's flip-flopping back and forth. If there's evidence that it doesn't work, then it's apparent. If it works, then it's not, then it's direct. See, it's all theory laden. So if you come up with some idea about what the shape of the Earth is based upon the sun, you have a fundamental flaw. You can never prove something by looking at something else. You can't prove what your house is built out of by looking at your neighbor's house. You can't prove what your house is built out of looking at all the houses in your neighborhood. You can only look at your house. So you and your friend can look at the sun all day long. You'll never prove the shape of the Earth that way. It's not even logically possible.
Yeah, I see your point. But my perspective is like, yeah, we have lots of these pre-assumptions, and I think that we first need a model to justify those assumptions based on our model.
No,
This is the.
I mean, why? Like, even if you have a model, how do you know that model's physically real?
Yeah, I'm just putting myself in your
Because we have, but what I'm asking you, because you're getting in danger of the reification fallacy, right? You have a model that makes predictions, but the model's is not actually physically real. We know this all. These are all over science. It's not even debatable at this point, right? So epicycles,
yeah.
Right? You could do epicycles, and you could look at the planets, and they would be in positions, and you could say, "Hey, man, that the planets are doing loop-de-loops around a point that's orbiting the Earth in this geocentric model." But no one thinks that model was physically real. I don't even think they believed it was physically real back then. So we can make models that are basically data fitting, right? But you're making a leap of logic when you say, oh, these mathematics in the geometry, I don't actually observe this geometry. I observe some subset of it. And I'm going to say it's actually physically real out there. That's no. Why would we go? Let me ask you this. Why are you running away from the obvious thing to do? You're like, oh, look at the sun. Look at the planets. Look at the stars. Make models. You don't have to do any of that. The thing that's in question, you're freaking standing on it, brother. You're standing on it. You can just measure fucking what it is. You don't have to do mental gymnastics.
My answer would be that I already did. I have not measured it myself, but I have investigated a lot about the proofs, like the black swan and stuff like that. But like the hard thing about those things is that I cannot gain an answer from the opposite side. So every answer I would be getting from the scientists who believe in globe Earth would be refraction. Okay.
Yeah, but is that a justified answer? Hold on. Just having an answer doesn't mean it's a justified answer. Is that answer an actual justified answer, or is it an ad hoc hypothesis created to stop the globe from being falsified? What is the justification?
Yeah,
okay, well, let me ask you, hold on, let me ask you this. What is the evidence for the globe refraction? If they were going to say, yes, we know this globe refraction thing exists, where light bends around the curve of the Earth, what is our evidence for it? What would their evidence be, you think?
Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't deliver my point to you, or maybe it was kind of your fault to not understand my point. I said that it's hard to investigate at this field because whatever the scientists would give me as an answer would be a magical phenomenon, so-called refraction, that nor me, nor you, nor anyone could justify that magic that is going on. Okay, so me
Yes.
as a minor cannot.
Are you saying they
So
can't
that's why
justify it? Is that what you're saying? That they can't justify it?
It could be justification, of course, because there must be some hidden height applied to those like turbines, but it is not apparently. Okay, so it could be actually a justification.
Okay.
But my thing is the reason why I do not go in that field, because I would not get any answer beyond refraction. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
but
easier thing for me as a minor, and as a person who is not actually so rich, would be like taking other signs who are going to be arguable for me. So yeah.
the only way to, do you agree that the only way to prove what the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth directly? I said prove. I didn't mean evidence or inductive or any of those things. I mean actually prove what the shape of the Earth is. Just like if you want to prove your table's square, right? You'd have to take out a tape measure and measure your table, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no other way to do it. You can make all sorts of theories about lights and hypotheses about how fucking wood is cut and all sorts of any type of nonsense you can construct in your head. Okay? Those all would be hypotheses about what the table would be. But you'd eventually have to confirm it by measuring the table. And that's the position we're at with the shape of the Earth. They can say all sorts of stuff. Okay? And if they don't have the actual measurements of the stuff they're claiming, and I don't know why then they have nothing, because you need measurements to back it up. But I don't know why you're like, well, I don't want to adjudicate the refraction claim. The reason I asked you that question was very simple. It's easy to adjudicate it, whether what they're saying is justified. You go, okay, what's the evidence for your saying refraction? What's the evidence for it? What do you think their evidence is?
I mean, for that much of a refraction, like
refraction of light existing on Earth the way they say. What is their evidence?
Oh, DJ just like
is this really a hard question to answer, dude?
No, I mean the refraction actually exists, right?
I'm asking what's their evidence. I don't care. I don't want claims. What's the evidence this refraction exists?
I mean, the basic refraction, the idea is that, for example,
that they're claiming exists, right? The refraction they claim exists, right? They say light's being bent around the curve because of the density gradient of the air. What's their evidence for this?
Say seeing too far. Say seeing things that are around the ball.
Oh, you fucking ruined it. You son of a bitch. Couldn't wait for the punchline. Yeah, their evidence is a flat Earth. The evidence for globe refraction is seeing a flat Earth. You know that? That's how their claim is not justified. It's that simple. They look out, they go, man, that looks flat. Must be globe refraction.
Now we can figure out how much refraction there is because we can punch in a globe number and then see it flat and slide the little slider on the screen until it looks flat on the screen, and then we read the refraction number.
They could literally justify any radius. They could say the Earth has a 300-kilometer radius and frickin' extra gravity that bends the frickin' light extra amount to make your 300-kilometer radius Earth look flat. They could literally just say anything because their evidence is the Earth looking flat. Now think about it. My globe proof is that the Earth looks flat. How stupid is that? See, there's no justification for the claim, and it's all post hoc nonsense. And there's another layer of stupidity to it because gravity had to create the condition of a flat-looking globe, dude. You understand? Gravity is what they claim creates the density gradient, and gravity is what bends the light. So gravity creates a flat-looking globe. Gravity does everything. It's an equal opportunity employer.
Well, yeah, I just presented you my perspective that okay, yeah, the refraction required for 8 meters of the turbine to be disappeared would be hilarious. So it could be like very much 100% sure a justification. So you don't need to explain that to me. The whole thing that I was trying to explain was that like as I don't give that would be back and forth. Sorry.
Well, you mentioned the black swan. Do you think that our argument is that the oil rig should be hidden?
He thinks the black swan's the John D. black swan he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the argument either. I mean, they should be hidden, but that's not the problem. The problem is that the horizon's way too far. So the horizon, because we typically hear, the horizon's the edge of the globe, right, where ships go over and all that crap. Well, that's never in the right place. It's way off in the John D one. How far is it off in the John D one? How far is it supposed to be away? Like 3 miles or something?
It's beyond 14 miles. Yeah.
Where's it supposed to be though?
2.3.
Yeah, it's pretty far off.
Yes, the first turbine is like 8 miles, 8.3 and 0.3, and the next turbine 8.5, 9, 11, and the ship would be like maybe 13 or something.
Now, do you think if I gave you like $1 million and said you can use anything you want, and I'm going to give you, say, a giant ball that's 2 meters tall, and I want you to make that ball look flat, you can use whatever lens that you can construct. You can use frickin' liquid nitrogen. You can use whatever the hell you want. Do you think you can make the edge of that ball like move around and appear flatter than the ball really is? Do you think you can make that ball appear as if it's 20 times larger than it is? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, this just takes common sense. It doesn't take deep thought, but people get lost in their concepts and think, well, if I can imagine it, then it could happen. No, dude, some things that you can imagine can't happen. Okay? No one ever looked at a curved surface and was like, my God, dude.
They only told you if you can imagine it, it can happen, so that when this case came up in the future, you can justify it in your mind that if you can imagine it, it must be real. So
if you can dream it, it can come true.
Yep. If you can dream it, then anything is possible. Then when you ever hear that shit, that's just brainwashing you. Let me see you walk through a brick wall. What I want to see is you run through a brick wall. You run up to a brick wall so fast that you go through it. Nothing happens to you. So I want somebody to start trying that.
What is even a brick wall? Sorry.
Brick wall. You don't know what a brick wall is? You know the three little pigs? You got a house made of sticks, house made of bricks.
It's a great big one in China.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You should be able to run fast enough that you can go through it without it hurting you if you go faster than the spin of the atoms.
I mean, Muhammad, what if we run around and like anything inconvenient piece of evidence, we're just like refraction? You'd want us to justify why we were saying that. Oh, what causes eclipses? Oh, that's refraction. You'd demand an explanation of how refraction can actually do that. And then, even if we gave you some cockamamie explanation, you'd want evidence that the explanation is actually true. Now, if you're a globe earther, you says, well, if you had used the logic of a globe earther, you'd say, well, it's obviously true because we see the eclipse. Eclipses are caused by refraction. We see an eclipse, there must be refraction. Circular logic reasoning, right? This is how the globe works, right? It's a globe and it looks flat. Well, there must be refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Well, it looks flat.
Yeah, I just want to give my final summary of what is going in my mind and call it a day because I already bore you out of your mind. But the thing is,
no, we're not
I
bored.
understand because I have been in this channel for like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I don't know, and I really enjoyed that because you guys speak English very awesome. So I understand.
You're not bad either.
Like,
you're pretty good.
Yeah.
You're way better than some people that live here in America that are from here.
Yeah. The thing is,
you think I'm joking?
Exactly.
I know you think I'm joking. Believe me, there's people that were born in America and raised here that you speak English better than. Okay.
Try living in England. I guarantee you can't understand half the things that we say.
I can barely understand you.
Yeah, right. I know.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Just want to like give my final conclusion or whatever. The thing is, I understand everything, and it makes so much sense. Like, even if the magical refraction was a thing, I mean, the 8 meter of hidden height would not just disappear or something. Like, it's so much to just ignore. And I understand right now
it's
that,
16.
for example, yeah, I'm sorry. And also,
I don't even know what you're referring to, quite honestly.
To this channel, I kinda struggle to understand the reason behind all the governments to kinda work together and try to hide the flat Earth and stuff like that. But now I understand that how that could be possible. Like, United States could like have lots and lots of $1 million on NASA. Like, India could show other countries and governments that I am powerful too. So yeah, there are enough possible reasons, but my only like conflict in my mind is how how all these phenomenons are having a perfect match to the globe.
No, that's just your ignorance speaking, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mohammed, that's just your ignorance
I know. I'm
speaking.
sorry. You just said that it needs a pre-assumption, and you first need a
that's your
model
ignorance. You think the data is a perfect match. It's not. You just believe that. I literally just talked. Oh, it looks flat. That's a perfect globe match. How do you know that? Because if the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is. How is that a perfect match?
I mean, like,
okay, not even here's another example. Do you think that they use a globe to predict the sunrise, sunset times? That they use a globe model for this? Or they use a globe model to predict eclipses? They don't. They don't use a globe model for any of that stuff. So I don't know it's a perfect match of. Can you show me actually any model where they actually use a globe to do anything? An actual globe, not the celestial sphere, an actual globe, a globe Earth, terrestrially.
Like Antarctica, probably.
That's a country or continent. What? Well, you said Antarctica. Maybe you need to say more.
Yeah, I just want to firstly give my.
Yeah, I understand, but you still haven't heard anything. Okay, I think in 2 weeks that you haven't heard that there's the globe claim, but then when you go check, it actually doesn't. Reality doesn't match that, but you're still at the point where you think it does match that.
Yes. But the thing is, even if I don't first assume and make an assumption of the globe, the Earth is globe, so let's go and check Antarctica. Even if I ignore that, and I just consider.
How do you know when you're in Antarctica,
I think,
Mohammed?
Yeah, let me just.
How do you know when you get there? How would you tell when you were there, though, Mohammed?
Oh, there had been so much videos about the Austin witness.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, great. How do you know? Say, listen, we give you a bunch of money. We say, okay, get to Antarctica. How do you know when you got there? How would you know?
Because they have seen the rotating sun above their.
Exactly. So when you see the sun do something, we're going to call this place Antarctica. Cool.
Like
that's what you did. This is it. Now you're getting it, dude. Like maybe you're not getting it, but this is the problem. Is you're not using the Earth as the reference. You're using the sky, and then you're jumping to conclusions that the Earth is the sky.
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be Antarctica. It could be France. It could be like Sydney.
No, it couldn't be anywhere. It's the place where you see the sun do a certain thing, dude. Like if I say, hey, dude, the place where the freaking Orion is directly over my head on March 25th, I'm going to call that this coordinate. And then you just fucking go find that place where the Orion is directly overhead at that time. You call it that coordinate. That's how we do it.
I mean, the whole point of Antarctica is about the behavior of sun, right? So, I mean, it's not even about the place. It's about the behavior of the sun.
So that place...
matters.
Okay, so hold on. That's fine that the sun, you go to Antarctica and you see the sun do something. How do you know your orientation is upside down relative to, say, Greenland? How do you know you're upside down relative to Greenland based upon seeing the sun and saying this spot is Antarctica? Yeah, so there's the problem in a nutshell. When you use just the sky as a reference, you have to make a leech of logic to reach conclusions about the ground from the sky. And we know that there's a mismatch. We've known this since the 1400s, that the celestial sphere does not match the ground. That's why they have, and you probably don't know this, the geoid, right? The geoid, the Earth gravitational model. That is basically a model of how the sky deviates from the ground. Because that tells you the direction of plumb, and if you want your orientation, you set up like a surveying device, right? You find plumb, and oh shit, the stars aren't right over my head. It's the wrong stars. Oh, I'll just say there's a lumpy gravity underneath the Earth pulling my plumb line in such a way that it curves, and it's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's more ad hoc bullshit. Do you think plumb lines curve, Mohammed? Do you know what plumb line is?
I actually haven't been following you much, to be honest.
Oh. You know what a plumb line is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay. So in building, right, they take a weight and they tie it to a string. That's called a plumb line. So that you can build a building vertical. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's the same way a level works, to level like so you can find level, a nice level flat floor, and you're supposed to use gravity, right? Well, in the globe model, to make it work, they say that plumb lines are curved, meaning they curve. They don't go straight down towards the center of the Earth. They curve around. Now, you probably didn't know this, but this is another one of these things where you're like, oh, the globe model's perfect. No, it's not. There's band-aids everywhere. Everywhere you look, you can't find a single thing that actually works that they didn't stick some band-aid on. I don't know if you know what band-aids are. Bandage, let's say that. They're everywhere. And people just don't know about them. It's like it's not like they advertise. They don't go, oh yeah, here's the list of shit that works. Here's the list of stuff that doesn't work. They just go, oh, everything just works perfectly. Like they're selling you a really crappy car. But they don't tell you the bad stuff, man. So you guys just don't really, I don't know, internalize it or don't get it that what you've heard before you enter this chat is the best, right? It's with all the problems left out. And then we talk to you and we say, hey, here are the problems. And you guys are like, well, I didn't hear it from a scientist, so maybe it's really not a problem. Even the people we talk to that are scientists, they don't know about it. It's very particularized to specific fields of research, right? But the fundamental problem is there's no globe out there. It only exists in your mind. If you try to do any experiment, any test, and go out there into the physical world and find the Earth to be a globe, you won't find it. You'll find yourself staring at the stars and daydreaming, because that's where the globe exists. Daydreaming in your imagination, staring at the sky. Some frickin' crackpot mathematical wizard stared at the sky and came up with this idea. The globe wasn't invented because they discovered it. They didn't discover the globe. They literally just invented it in their head.
I mean, I, as an investigator and as a researcher, would have a very easier path in my researches if I had answer for one simple question. So, do the stars and the sun and the phenomenons we see above our head are unconsiderable in the shape of the Earth, like curvature or non-curvature, because we cannot demolish their true identity, or
This is what you know, dude. You just don't you're not getting it. I don't want to, like, look, I can keep giving you more and more information, but it doesn't seem like you're even taking the other stuff. There is no globe model that actually works, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know why you don't understand that. Let me ask you, where does the globe model actually work? And where does it work? Other than in feeding your imagination, where does it actually work in reality?
Maybe like, if I could give you an example, like flights. Maybe you have already thought about this.
No.
I just posted your airplane going around a spinning globe. How do you land that airplane?
I mean, you already said that, because you said that we are
It would be
thinking
impossible to land an airplane.
that we are going in a straight line, that we are not actually going in a straight line, because
Glover made that anyway. By the way, not a flat earther.
That's funny.
It's going to depend if you're making flights, flying around. I mean, what coordinate and navigation system are you using? What's that? If you're using longitude and latitude, we're back to the celestial sphere, because longitude and latitude are in the sky. So that's the celestial sphere. So don't be surprised that works, because that's what it's designed to do, get you from one place to another. But that's not the Earth being a sphere, that's the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, you already have thought, speak about this. But the thing is, I really wish that I really had a very big amount of budget, and I could just follow my nose without any compass or any map or anything, and just see that if I could.
You can do that. The most accurate sailing method was called Portland charts, where you would just take a heading out of a port and then you'd smack into the other port as long as you maintain the heading.
I didn't understand it.
A heading, right? So say you were in, they particularly used it in the Mediterranean, right? So say you're in Barcelona or I don't know, something on the coast. Say you're in
Italy.
Yeah, let's just go. You're at the Straits of Gibraltar. Okay. So you know that there's a heading that you can take where you're going to smash into Cyprus. Okay. And all you have to do is take that heading, point your ship in that direction. And as long as you maintain that heading within a degree, within some, I don't mean literally a degree, but with some degree of accuracy, you're gonna at least see Cyprus at some point, because you can probably see it from freaking 80 miles away. You see what I'm saying? It's like this method of navigation was used by the Spanish and the Portuguese. In fact, if you go to our main server in the map channel, Miguel, who's Portuguese, posted tons and tons of maps from Portugal of how they navigated using this method. They didn't use any globe. They didn't use anything like that, and they were considered the most accurate way of travel. Now, when you get out in the open ocean, there's a lot of currents, so it's really hard to maintain a heading when you have a freaking 50 mile per hour freaking ocean current pushing you in a direction. So they had to invent other methods. Compass is useful to a point, you know what I mean? So they used the stars, and then the stars are also useful to a point because you have cloudy days. There's errors, right? We've developed systems of navigation over time, right? And they're all fraught with their own errors, but they don't match a globe. So, for instance, celestial navigation, they're only doing observations within a narrow range of the sky. They can't observe anything below 30 degrees, and they can't observe anything 30 degrees above it, because then you'll be pointing your sextant straight up, right? So it's a very narrow range of the sky, and they have to take reading after reading after reading over the course of a day to get within 15 nautical miles of where they think they are. That's how accurate that is. So it doesn't work the way it doesn't work the way it's sold and the way people imagine it works. It's way different than that. That's just what I mean. I think you've probably been here when I said it. We're just here to tell you, that there's problems with this globe idea that you were not told. Now you can say, hey, there's enough problems where I think it's bullshit, or nah, those are superficial problems that I can just ignore and continue believing the globe. That is up to you. I do not care which one you take. But if you want to live in a reality, you want to live in a worldview where you think that reality is a giant optical illusion and that you can just brush all the problems under the rug and continue along your day. I mean, you're the one who has to live with yourself. You religious, Muhammad?
Yes, I could say.
Do you think God would create a world that's an optical illusion?
It's a navigational illusion.
An optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually a ball. That optical illusion.
Oh, I mean, why not?
So God's a great deceiver. Congratulations, you're a Satanist.
I mean, I really appreciate, but I'm afraid I'm starting to follow because my head is already full of data.
That's fine. I understand, dude. This is a thick topic, dude. This is like a crash course. So I understand. We all understand that it can be, it's like a rich food. You know what I mean? You can only eat so much.
I just want to add something off track. Completely off track. Not related about this topic. The thing is, would you guys even consider taking your next step, like maybe talking with the government or stuff like that, or no? Because the only answer you would get would be like refraction gravity, refraction.
Who in the government will we talk to, Mohammed?
Hey, Mohammed, the government already responded. They asked YouTube and Google to take us down, so it makes it hard to find our stuff.
Who would we ask in the government, Mohammed? Should I write Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, President Trump, is the Earth flat? What the hell does Trump know?
Yeah, right, your congressman.
What that? They know even less.
Exactly.
They're like, please, thank you, kind sir. Next time you ask me a question, attach the check so I can answer it in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, you're not going to ask political people because political people have got political agendas. They say what the backing tells them to say. Right? This is obvious. This is why we have different political parties. So we're not going to be asking politicians yet.
Why do you sieve your knowledge through the government? It's not true unless you need the government seal of approval. Oh, the government said it's true. I can believe in this now.
Maybe he's from one of those countries where they draw the big giant heads on sides of buildings.
But seriously, I'm really really curious about one thing. How do you guys?
The way you think about it is messed up, though, Mohammed. The way you think about it, you said hide the flat Earth. How would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it kind of would be impossible because the only answer
it's not
would
possible.
be like refraction and gravity.
No. Actually, physically hide the flat Earth outside because the flat Earth is outside. That's where it is. It's the Earth itself. How are they going to hide that?
And yeah, you make sense. Okay, but I'm really having a curiosity about something. I wanted to ask this for so long. I don't know who is from United States in this channel, but how do you guys allow your taxes to be put in so much quantity into NASA?
Holy shit!
I mean, even
how old are you, man?
I mean, even like I'm 25.
Okay. Taxes are collected at the end of a barrel of a gun. Okay? There's no volunteering here. What are you talking about? Bro, don't pay your taxes. They're going to come. Men with guns are going to come to your house and take your shit. It's that simple.
I mean, I have seen lots of protests about about anything. Almost anything, but not have seen anybody to protest.
What are we going to protest?
Okay, we don't.
That must have been on television where you saw that, or social media.
What are we going to protest? What are we going to do? Go in front of the Atlantic Ocean with signs? Earth is flat. This water's not curved.
This water
just
is not
look at it. Like my son will say, refraction's fake. Just look at it.
Water doesn't lie. Water doesn't lie, and just walk down the street saying that.
Sir, there had been a misunderstanding. It's actually completely off topic. I'm just saying that regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat or curved or anything, I mean that amount of money, being given to NASA to just investigate the outer space.
Our government prints money.
Nonsense.
Oh, okay. Do you know how our government gives money to people? It looks at the keyboard and it's like, oh, what's the shortcut for print? Oh, Control P. And fucking dollar bills fly out of a printer somewhere. They're not spending any money. What are you talking about?
Oh, I have heard that millions of dollars had been spending on NASA for.
They print the money, Mohammed. What aren't you understanding? They print the money.
They just tell you they're spending that much money, so when money goes somewhere, they say it went to NASA, and it's on some guy's boat, dude.
But creating money will influence on the financial situation, or am I right?
Yeah, you mean the inflation we got now, the skyrocketing inflation? Yeah, we know.
It's like the trillions and trillions and trillions of never going to pay back again debt. Yeah.
Look, if you want to think about it from that viewpoint, have you thought about it from this viewpoint? is that space as a human endeavor will never make money. So why are they doing it?
Of course. Yeah, of course, exactly.
So what else do we do? Can you name one thing that we just pour money into we're never going to get a return on that money? Anything that human beings do. We just pour the money in, we never get anything back.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the only justification, you know, I don't know much about the
Don't you think that that's a sign something's wrong?
No. You know, I don't know much about the tax system, but the only justification.
I'm not even talking about the taxes, buddy. I'm just talking about like, say, like deep sea exploration. Hey, yeah, because we think we're gonna get oil, or we think we're gonna get gold, or we think we're gonna find a sunken Spanish ship, right? We think we're gonna profit from it. There's no profit even imaginable from outer space. Why are we still doing it? I think probably since the 1960s, how many trillions of dollars have been spent? Think about what they spent. Think about how much they made. They've made zero, but they've spent trillions. What else do human beings do that actually would do that? Other than like military equipment, because there's no return on investment for military equipment. Other than, you know,
I just said
individuals.
That regardless of the shape of the Earth, okay, I find it's kind of absurd to spend millions of dollars for just investigating to see what is in the space. See what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it would be a waste of money. Like,
Yeah, that's why NASA's not doing that, and that's why they're a spy and disinformation organization, right? You know this.
Oh yeah,
now.
I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
Did you know that now, Mohammed, is that NASA's now a spy organization?
Spy organization?
Yeah. Trump signed an executive order. Yeah, a couple months ago, Trump signed an executive order. It's on the White House's website, turning the primary purpose of NASA into national security matters. Intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security is their primary objective. Yeah, that was a few months ago.
Intelligence and counterintelligence. That doesn't sound like space exploration to me.
Well, propaganda was too obvious, so.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence is really the main idea. They want to counter your intelligence.
Ladies Man is back. Welcome back, Ladies Man.
Hello there.
Did we ever answer your question?
What question?
Oh, the question. Some people tried to answer, and then other people derailed into their own little thing that could have easily been done in a private voice call. And then I tried to restate your question. You said I restated it wrong. I asked you again what it was, and then we went into another private voice call that we all had to listen to. Do you remember what the question was?
No, not at all. It might have been something like, what is the flat Earth map? Or, I don't know.
Might have been that. Yeah, because that dude said that there was one, and he loved it so much that he has it hanging on his wall. Yeah. I thought you asked something about the government and why they would do it. Yeah. So the reason why people, about the flat Earth map, I guess I'll answer that one since that's the one that came to your mind. Okay, so the thing of it is, Ladies Man, you and I and everyone else, unless you had some very special parents, grew up being told that even though we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, we've never had any first-hand experience of a globe, that actually there is a globe and that we're just dumb and we don't know what we're talking about. So, you know, if we went outside as a child, like I did, laid on the ground, watched the clouds moving, felt like the Earth was stationary as it appears, and never observed a globe anywhere or never detected any kind of motion of the Earth beneath us, that it was just because of our, insufficient knowledge, but these wonderful spacemen in the sky have determined that it is actually a globe, moving, spinning, doing all these things that you never see. So what that taught you was that you couldn't do what people have done since they first were born onto this plane, which is learn about your environment and the Earth from your own firsthand experience, and then perhaps from some trusted adults that were near you who were either related to you or lived in your immediate community and therefore actually did have your best interests at heart and did not want to trick you into thinking the Earth was something different than it actually is. So, therefore, you got that brain, that globe idea implanted into your brain at a young age, and it wasn't just that the idea was there; it was that the idea supplanted and took the place of your actual lived experience. So then, as you grew up, you thought, "Oh, I can't actually learn from doing or observing or even reasoning, because my reason would lead me to think this was flat and stationary realm, because that's all I've ever experienced." So you were taught that you were unreasonable to trust these observations and that you can only trust authority. So then once people start getting into flat Earth, it's normal that since they are programmed into these very rigid brain structures, that they would still think, even though they've been shown, whatever it is that convinced them that the globe model was wrong, whether it be the 8 inches per mile of imaginary curvature that's never observed, or the maximum distance of the horizon that is continually superseded by observations of the horizon being way farther than it should be if we lived on a sphere of 59 miles. Once you're intellectually convinced of that, due to thinking that you, one, needed to know everything and needed to have this kind of God's eye view of what the Earth was, you might then, as a new flat earther, be tempted to jump onto, here's a new thing that explains everything that you can look at, aka the flat Earth map that explains all things. That's defined, that you can now have a new model. So we here at the 24/7 Flat Earth server are different than other flat earthers. So since you came in here telling us, ladies and men, that you were observing our behavior and attitudes, you might be interested to know that our behavior and attitudes are different than other flat earthers, because we do not want to produce a replacement model for people. In fact, we have found that it is a 24/7, 365 days a year job just to debunk the failed fantasy globe. So that's what we do. And so, the map thing, it's like, yeah, we like maps. Like, ladies, man, maps are best. The smaller area that the map represents, therefore a larger scale, meaning, like I could draw a map, of my house or something, and then I could make 1 inch be a much larger area than I could if I was trying to draw a map of my whole town, and so on and so forth. And then, so every time you go up, you're going to have a less accurate map. That's why topo maps, topographical maps are very helpful maps if you're actually trying to navigate in the world. So having a map of the entire area of the world is not only unrealistic and impossible, it's also unnecessary. So that's why we're not into it. Does that make sense to you? Ladies, man, 217.
Yeah, that made some sense. I mean, yeah.
Okay, what part didn't make sense? Because it only made some sense. That means it didn't make total sense. So what part didn't make sense?
No, I was just saying that some parts of that, it kind of felt you were going on a rant, like when you were saying, like, when you're talking about some people grow up in different households or their parents teach them different things. I was kind of confused. I was like, this isn't really what I was asking, but then you tied it in to the map.
Oh, okay. So you thought I was going off topic, but then you realized at the end that it did have to do with the map.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yeah.
People think about maps completely wrong. They have no idea what they are, other than the most rudimentary understanding. There is no accurate map. They don't exist. They've never existed. They never will exist. Even cartographers say this. It isn't us. You have to choose what's called an origin of coordinates. Where you place that, right? So now imagine like a Cartesian map, right? You have the x-axis and the y-axis. Where you choose to place that origin of coordinates determines what the map quote-unquote looks like or how it's used. Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this choice is completely freaking arbitrary. Now, if I choose Cartesian coordinates and go, hey, I want this map to now be in polar coordinates, the way the map appears and is used and what it can do and what its limitations are, it's determined by the transformation and how you transform it from one coordinate system to the other and what you're using it. But when we go and say, hey, now we're going to apply this this conceptual mathematical framework, and now we're going to apply it to the real world, right? Which is another mapping. How do you do that? So, for instance, north, south, east, west. East on a globe is a circle. West on a globe is a circle. East, west in like a Mercator map is not a circle. Could be a circle because it's a cylinder, but on the map, it's like a Mercator map properly used is rolled up into a cylinder, like a tube. Right? So people get fixated on maps and they choose an arbitrary coordinate system, right? And they go with it. And it's good for whatever use they made it for, and they chose that coordinate system. So, for instance, we choose, if you use the compass as your coordinate system, it isn't going to match any other coordinate system. It's not going to match the celestial sphere. It's not going to match the sunrise, sunset. And if you choose the sunrise, sunset as your origin of coordinates, then it's not going to match the other two. Because there's actually 3 sets of north, south, east, west. But a lot of people don't know that. So, like, the demand for a map it's just silly on its face. What they're really saying, what they really want to, and they just don't know how to say it or they don't have the balls to say it, is, what's the Earth look like from space? Because that's what they really want. They want you to show them a picture of the Earth from space. So they go, hey, what's the flat Earth map? Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, what does the Earth look like? Oh, look like from where? From space, obviously. Or the distances are wrong. How do you know they're wrong? Well, because the globe says the distances are this. Well, how do you know those ones are right? What do you think? We can't measure distance? No, they don't. You can't measure the difference between New York and Australia. You can calculate some distance, but you can't measure it. So maps aren't what they seem. The way people conceive of them in their mind, they're completely different.
All right, that's it's interesting.
I mean, I got a clip on my YouTube channel, a clip of people. So they did something very interesting. There's a lot of old maps. And so, for instance, in Russia, there's a map where they mapped accurately every town, city, village, everything like their boundary. But the thing is, they made each one the same size in the book so that it took up the full page. Well, the scales are all out of whack, right? So, because Moscow isn't the same size as some little podunk city, but in their book, they can't just rip out the pages and just stick them all together and make a map out of them. Don't work like that. So anyway, She's giving a presentation on her project where she does this. It's like a Harvard anthropologist or something. So she even says that there's no such thing as an accurate map. They just don't exist. And this is what she does for a living.
I don't think we would ever get access to an accurate map anyway. I think if this lie is as big as we are told, that would be incredibly like some above top secret kind of thing as well.
Well, I mean, think about the UK, right? Their survey system is called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey. Ordnance is freaking weaponry, military hardware. So ordnance, right? So they use this, and they did the ordnance survey started because they wanted a map of Scotland, so that they had to invade Scotland. They knew where everything was. They would know what all the mountains were, where all the valleys were, all the high points to put their artillery on top of, right? So maps are really, their use is military purposes and crowd control, basically, killing people. And they're very valuable if you want to do that.
See, we invented bloody everything here, even the art of war, how to map the landscape so you can fight somebody.
Yeah, actually, I think I had one last question. What I've heard from some flat earthers is that Antarctica, like the ice, is like what holds in the water. Is this true?
Holds in the water from what?
I don't know.
We think it's gonna. So silly. Okay.
That's what they said.
What you're saying. Holds in the water for what? You think it's gonna pour off the edge of the disc into space?
I don't know. That's how I'm asking.
Okay. You never heard that from any flat earther, dude.
I have.
Okay, then they're trolling you.
Okay, that's a good enough answer as it is.
Okay, first of all, no flat earther thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Okay.
Well, I didn't say that. I just said.
Well, I'm just saying is that no flat earther thinks that, and that's why the water would need to be held in, is because for some reason they think it would, you'd have to think that the water would pour off the edge of the Earth into space. Well, that couldn't happen either, because when water hits a vacuum, it evaporates. So that wouldn't happen. It's just nonsense, dude. It's like fucking, it's just sail off the edge of the Earth bullshit, dude. Nobody believes that shit.
How about the is there a dome above us? The firmament, as I've heard it's called.
It doesn't have to be a dome. Some sort of containment. We don't know. We don't know this composition.
You don't know?
How would we know?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, if I had a guess, I'd say some sort of glass
in this
that we have no
place,
idea of.
In this place, we're empiricists. We only make claims about things that there's actual evidence for. There's evidence for containment. There's no evidence for a dome or any other goddamn shape. So we don't make claims that there's domes or frickin' ice walls or fucking ice walls. Actually, a fucking Goldberg thing. It's not even us.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
But you said you thought flat earthers like, yeah, like what I know about flat earth, they believe what they experience. You know that's the foundation of science, right? The foundation of science and the scientific method is empiricism. It's empirical observation, not rationality. So whatever your hypothesis is, whatever your theory is, whatever your idea is, it has to be testable in the natural world or it's not science. So we had a guy come in earlier. He said, I heard flat earthers don't believe in gravity. Oh, gravity, what's that? Oh, things fall, like you guys don't believe that things fall to the ground. No, brother. So I told him, we know things fall to the ground. Everybody knows that. We don't believe that mass attracts mass is the reason for that. So, well, then what else would it be? I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's no experiment that's ever been done that proves the reason things fall is mass attracting mass. To make a scientific claim about the phenomenon of falling objects, right? Your natural phenomenon, hey, I saw something fall. To make a scientific claim about that, you need to do the experiment. You don't just get to make it up in your head. If you make it up in your head, it's not science. It's not science until you do the experiment. So if someone's claiming ice wall, dome, edge of the earth, all that shit, we here don't buy that shit until they provide the evidence that it's true. We are more than happy to say, I don't fucking know. Which is the state of affairs for most people most of the time. People like to pretend they know things because someone that they think knows something told them something. But they don't know if that person knows. They just believe they know because they like to believe it. Because they don't want to say what's true. As in, I don't know. People don't like to say those words.
All right. I think that's.
I mean, that's the fact. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and nobody else does either, right? I could pull any scientist that you could come up with and think in your head, hey, this person would know. We've talked to those people. They don't know. They don't know anything. Very small segment of people even claim they know the Earth is a globe. Like the Apollo astronauts. Other than that, everybody else is a bunch of believers. They believe what the Apollo astronauts said. Because nobody, other than them, claiming to have seen the Earth in its totality as a ball.
How about the maybe upcoming Artemis astronauts?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Where are they getting those 15 rockets?
What 15 rockets?
They need 15 rockets to go to the moon.
That's for Starship, and that's because that's like a single stage rocket. And then the thing that stages has enough.
No, that's for the fuel, brother. The fuel.
Yes, that's for the fuel.
They have to fly fuel up, so they can fuel it up enough for the flight of the moon.
Yeah, they do. That's correct.
Yeah, so they had to do that for the Apollo too. Why didn't they do that?
Because Apollo staged the rocket.
Well, were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
Saturn V was massive. Giant.
Well, von Braun said it would need 3 rockets the size of larger than the Empire State Building to go to the moon.
He said that in like the 50s or 40s. Like,
so what? Why does that matter?
Because technology changed over time. The government funded.
What changed?
The technology of rockets. They figured out more. They figured out staging.
They figured it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You just believe something. Hey, they just
you
said
asked me. What was I meant to say? Like,
they just figured it out.
Hey, Elon said it again. The same thing as he said in the 50s.
I don't know how they figured it out,
brother.
I'm just saying the reason.
What did they figure out?
How to stage. Or not really how to stage. They kind of do.
How did they get more thrust, dude? How did they get more thrust and more fuel and more efficiency?
A rocket scientist.
Where they could shrink the rocket basically down from the size of 3 Empire State Buildings down to 1/10 of one.
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy. How would I know?
There is no right guy. It's a bullshit story, dude. There is no right guy.
Hey, then why are you asking me?
You asked about Artemis.
Yeah, I was
That's
saying
another bullshit story.
No, because you said the Apollo astronauts were the only ones that quote unquote knew, and I was like, isn't there more people upcoming that might see it?
Might,
quote unquote, might, because you might.
Okay, so what are we going to be up to? Freaking 30 people?
I mean, how many people are on the Apollo missions?
27 in totality.
How many of those went to the moon and back? Well, like orbited and back.
27 in totality went far enough away from the Earth that they should have seen it as a ball.
This upcoming will be 4.
Okay, so we'll be up to 32. So 32 people versus 9 billion. So are the 9 billion people supposed to hook their wagon to the claims of 32 people and live their lives by that?
Why not?
Why not?
I said probably not.
Yeah, that's probably better. He said, why not? Like, are you high as hell, bro? It's New Year's Eve. You drunk?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. See, there's the fundamental problem. There's a large, the totality of the population of the Earth basically has to believe, like an elite group of priests, the claims of people that basically people in the military. So, ladies and gentlemen, did you see one of the categories? The NASA category, that NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
You were that? The NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
So Trump signed an executive order?
I thought that was like meant to be like the new like branch of the military. What was the new branch? Like Space Force? I thought that's what they were meant to do, spy and shit.
No, he signed an executive order, I don't know, earlier in the year,
Trump
this year.
Is a guy. He's a person.
Yeah, I know that, but he signed an executive order that said the primary purpose of NASA is intelligence, counterintelligence, investigation, and national security issues. That's their primary function.
All right.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Well, no, what I'm saying is now like, the masks are coming off. If they're saying our primary mission is counterintelligence, you can't believe anything they say.
All right. Who do I believe? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm saying like, who am I?
But now but I'm just saying that there's no pretext that they could even possibly be telling the truth. Like that, even the pretext that they're telling the truth, that's gone. Now you have to assume that everything they say is a lie, and they can't tell you if it's a lie. They have to tell you, okay, are you lying or telling the truth? That's classified.
Yeah, who can you believe? You can believe your own observations. You could go out and do your own long distance observations if you wanted to. So that's what you could believe, ladies and man. Is that something you'd ever be interested in?
Sure. I got a telescope. Maybe I can do something with that. Do some of my own observations.
Do you live near any lakes?
I live.
Don't have to be that big, 3 to 10 miles or something.
I live near the ocean, next to it, walking distance.
The ocean is an excellent spot for this because you can do observations up and down the shoreline. You could go out to a point and then find some kind of reference point down the shoreline a few miles, and then do the math. It's simple enough. Just look up a curvature calculator. You can test this all for yourself.
Right.
What area do you live? No one's going to dox you. I'm not asking your address. I'll just look it up on Google Maps real quick and see what's around there.
Yeah, can we get your social security number, birthday, your mother's maiden name?
1905 was when I was born.
So 2005.
No, 1905.
Gotcha. So what area are you in?
California. Oh, like specifically within California?
Okay, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. California, dude, that's awesome. I used to live by Los Angeles. You could go down by the Long Beach Pier, down towards like Huntington Beach and those areas, and look towards the Long Beach Pier and see the different ships coming in, see the Queen Mary, see the cranes. awesome place for these kind of observations.
Yeah, just look out into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, I'll real quickly what I did. I can't remember the name of the pier now, and it was about 20 miles away from the port of Long Beach down towards Huntington Beach, and I was able to go out on the pier. They have telescopes on the pier that you can rent. You put a quarter in or whatever. You can use them for 5 minutes, or you can bring your own. And then just look towards the Queen Mary sitting at the port. Look at the cranes. You can literally see the Queen Mary bobbing around in well, not bobbing, but you can see the whole line of where it's sitting in the water. I mean, and the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see 1 inch of that ship, but you can actually see it sitting in the water.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean,
and all those cranes. Yeah, that's a good one. Go down the pier, like I think the Balboa Pier, the Huntington Pier. There's those piers are there every few miles going up and down the coastline. Those are great places for this.
Yeah,
and the math isn't super complicated. I mean, you look up Earth curvature calculator, or you can even put it into AI and be like, "Hey, this is my viewer height. This is my distance to target. How much should this target be hidden by Earth curve?" Just something simple like that.
All right.
That's a good place to start and fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I was planning on just looking at the sky, but yeah.
Well, if you wanted to find out if there was 66 feet of curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance, how would you do that by looking at the sky?
Well, I don't know. My plan is just look at like stars and like maybe see if I could like see the ISS because I like track it and like see time when it's above me to like take a shot of it through the telescopes. And
I mean, that sounds.
See if I.
That sounds fun and all. Sorry, I didn't. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just gonna say like to see if I see anything, to see if there is something there.
That sounds fun and all. There's no reason why you can't have objects in the sky doing circuits above a flat Earth. Okay. But you still will never get a ground measurement. You'll never be able to figure out if a 6-mile wide lake has 24 feet of curving drop across it by looking up at the sky. You need to measure the ground. You want to know if the Earth is curved or not, you got to look down.
All right.
That's just being real about it. You can't look up to figure out what's below your feet and get specificity with, like that frozen lake video you watched.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
I thought it was very interesting.
And it's, you pretty much you can do that. You can replicate all that yourself across lakes.
I mean, I don't have a frozen lake, but I can sure try.
Maybe. There's some good videos I'll link of people doing this at the Salton Sea. Like doing mirror flashes across like 17-mile sections of the Salton Sea where they're getting right on the shoreline on a hot day, flashing a mirror, and people 17 miles across the water. That place is flat anyway. It's like if you're on the shoreline, then you're right at the water. And these guys are like 2 feet above the water, and there should be like 180 feet of curve or something blocking that mirror flash from the observer looking across at the other location.
Yeah. Thank God. All right. I have another question. I don't know if is this topic over or you want to stay on it or.
No, keep them coming.
All right. This one I don't know if you count as off topic or not, but I understand why you guys hate like people like Professor Dave because he's kind of an asshole. But how about like what's another one? I know there's more that are like nicer, like Dave McKeegan. Like, do you know of him? And if so, like, do you hate him?
I have no reason to hate him. I've never met the guy. I think he's putting out bad information, but I don't hate the guy. And to be honest, when I first got into this topic, those were the people I first went to. I went towards the Professor Dave types. I was like, man, I need, I wanted to see the best that they had to offer. You know what I mean? That's how you would debunk this for yourself. Be like, who would I look forward to this? It would be Professor Dave, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, whoever, those high up guys. I want to see what they have to offer, and they really don't. All they really ever have to say is, well, just look up at the sky. What about eclipses? They don't ever talk about the ground, and that's what this whole thing is about: is the ground curving away from you or not? The entire debate is about the shape of the ground, and they never talk about it. Like the final experiment, for example, not an experiment, but whatever. That should have been an observation showing curvature. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they have measured some curve instead of looking up at the sun? I think the reason we know is because there's no curvature to be found or measured anywhere. Otherwise, that would have been the final experiment.
Maybe I'll try to do an experiment to see if I can see any. Maybe with the telescope that I have, but it's like 10 years old. But all right, that's about all time I have for today. Bye.
Hey, come back soon, man.
But the Earth would have to be really small for that to happen.
No, that's the claimed dimensions. That's a near 4,000 mile average radius.
You're going to be really
like a
surprised about
0.003% variance from the semi-major and minor axes.
Julian, you're going to be really surprised when you Google up the Earth curvature calculator and you actually see that what the author says is correct. There is 90
I'm
meter
surprised
overlap
too.
distance.
Exactly. What they tell us the Earth is, like 4,000 mile radius, just about. When you go look at the numbers and you start calculating what the drops over distances should be, you're like, whoa, this is way smaller than I thought it was. This can't be true, but it absolutely is true. I mean, you can not only do the calculations yourself, but you can read on like astronomy websites and geoinformatics websites and faculty websites. It's all for NASA puts out the same information. It's crazy.
Okay, so let me ask this: what's the conspiracy here? Like, why lie about the shape of the Earth?
I'm glad you asked that. So yeah, people give us a bad rap. They call us a bunch of conspiracy kooks, and I get that. Like most flat earthers tend to be on flying off the rails.
Conspiracy theories. It has a bad rap, but like the work. Go ahead,
I'll tell you what I think. I think this is almost like the globe is one of the biggest urban myths ever conceived. Everybody just believes it is. So what's happening is people take scientific data and they believe Earth is a globe so much that they shoehorn it in to the globe model that they believe exists.
But why?
Because they can't conceive of Earth being anything else other than a globe.
We've had like subversive changes to our like even most passionately foundational ideas in the past, especially with religion. We're far less attached. I'm far less attached to like the shape of the Earth than I am, like it was sort of like from a moral sense or from an emotional standpoint, than I am with like my moral like ethics themselves.
Yeah.
Like I would sooner believe the Earth is flat than I would say that like utilitarianism is like a bad moral framework or something. Like I would sooner
I agree with you there totally. Yeah, I think you and I have a similar outlook on other issues, but totally.
But I also don't believe the Earth is
in order to have academic humility, right? So then, what does that mean as a consequence? Listen, this doesn't mean that Earth is a flat planet. So we're now having to rebuild a new cosmology from the ground up, okay? So there's no Big Bang cosmology, no solar system, no outer space vacuum anymore. We have to start from the ground up. What we know and what we can determine objectively is that the ground you're walking on and the oceans of the Earth are flat and form a foundation for the entire sky structure above. The stars, the sun, moon, planets, the nebula, galaxies, whatever the hell they really are.
I don't want to lose focus though. I'm asking why lie about the shape of the Earth? Why are the globalists or whatever saying that the Earth is a globe when it's actually flat? And you're saying it's academic, like pride?
I think there's a lot of pride. I think there's belief.
I think what's happened is people have deluded themselves into thinking this is true, that the globe is like a base axiom, and
Well,
they
there's
never bothered to test the premise.
Okay. I actually have I can cite how in academia we change our ideas a lot. Like for example, there was a pretty big fraud scheme with Alzheimer's medication. So there's a lot of research that apparently had a certain degree of fraud to it, where the results were not true, but they were lied about to secure funding for a pharmaceutical that would flush out a couple of proteins in the brain that are correlated with the progression of Alzheimer's. They're called amyloid beta and tau. I don't know how much the validity of the amyloid beta tau hypothesis for the progression of Alzheimer's is hurt by this. What I do know is that the research was what was partially fraudulent.
Nobody gives
And
a
by
shit
extension, the
about that.
medication was useless.
Here's the thing, Julian.
Nobody cares about that shit.
Well,
If
I'm
I
saying
gave
that's
you every
evidence
reason,
that academia can change its
Julian,
mind.
That doesn't make
if I
the
gave
Earth a
you
globe.
if I gave you every reason in the world for why anybody would lie, right? And you still don't believe it, then what good is the reason? The fact that there is a lie.
I wasn't trying to prove the globe. Hold on, I wasn't trying to prove the globe. I was saying, okay, if the reason that the Earth is being lied about as being a globe is academic pride, I can cite an example of academia changing their mind on something very handily and very fast. So I just don't find it very convincing.
It depends what it is. It depends on the discipline. It depends on how entrenched everything is in a particular worldview. I mean, what's happened here is something I think completely different. This is this is model or mathematical underdeterminism on a massive scale. They can make the globe work with all kinds of ad hoc explanations, post facto explanations. They can make it seem to work for good enough for their purposes, but that doesn't mean it's true. And like I said, what they need to do is go out and fundamentally test. And this is what's garnered so much frustration.
But it's an
one of our
axiomatic
members,
thing. It's not like a conspiracy. It's more just pride, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't know about pride. It's just a misinterpretation. Another case in point. One of our members, he doesn't come around much anymore. He has a PhD in physics and studies photospectrometry, so the behavior of light. He thought we were a bunch of crazy assholes, and so he took some of his laboratory equipment, i.e., like big expensive lasers and optical telescopes, like holy shit. And he went out and started making observations in a very controlled way. He's got a YouTube channel. And he set out to try and prove us wrong. He's like, no, I'm going to go measure the distance to the horizon. I'm going to go capture the curvature. I'm going to just shut these flat earthers down. And he couldn't freaking do it. He couldn't do it. And he's actually gone on tour with his setup across the southern coast of Britain, doing public demonstrations, showing people that they can see too far for Earth to be the globe that they thought it was, and shining lasers and hitting targets over distances that should be also impossible. This is the weird thing. The Earth measures and is utilized this way. And nobody can seem to demonstrate that it's a globe except for, the claims from space agencies.
Okay, so I have two questions to that then.
Okay.
First and foremost is what do you have to say about astronauts who have claimed to have literally seen the curvature of the Earth? And number two is why is the globe Earth model such an attractive idea that people are so steadfast that they're unwilling to, if we look at go into the past and the first person to have ever claimed that the Earth was a globe, why is that such an attractive idea that people are unwilling to let go of it?
I think it checks a lot of boxes on people's philosophical data sheets. You've got a great foundation, a great basis for scientific materialism to flourish. You've got a great story, a great creation story that can be, that can excuse a god, excuse a creator that's involved. So
exclude
some of that.
Well, Joe, the first person that came up with the idea.
It built upon ancient conceptions of the world. going back to Pythagoras and Plotinus and Plato and all the others, Hipparchus, all the astronomer guys, Aristarchus, and so on.
And that's somehow more attractive of an idea than like anything religion has to offer, because Christianity and many other religions still have a much broader following, and they still believe that the Earth is a globe. The majority.
Well, it started as a religion. It started as a religion because Pythagoras thought that the things in the sky were spheres and they were perfect, and the gods were the ones that created those spheres.
Right. It goes back to idealism, essentially. You got the sphere, a Platonic solid. It's beautiful because it's got one face. And then from this we can produce so much, right? So people conceive of the stars at night as being lit up on the interior of a magic 8-ball.
But we don't believe that.
No, we don't. But this is a celestial sphere concept. It's still taught in astronomy. It's today just as a model, but the Greeks actually thought that this was the case. So people
but that doesn't make the idea attractive the way it's taught today, because we're taught that these are hot balls of gas and plasma.
Well, right. But it's expanded since then. But this is how it's modeled in applications like stellarium and planetarium software, incidentally. Regardless, where I was going with this is it gives people comfort. It gives people a link to Western roots. It pulls together metaphysics. It pulls together physics. It pulls together so many different disciplines. I really think there's a lot of psychological comfort that comes from this cosmology.
Someone just posted in the chat and said that and said to me that that the astronauts have a vested interest in supporting the view of the government. But I'm sorry, this, and I'm really not trying to be facetious. I am being sincere. I really just don't find that convincing. Okay, how much money would you make subverting and disproving the huge paradigm of the shape of the Earth? That would be honestly, that'd be bigger than curing cancer. I feel if you could actually prove that, the technology we could build with that knowledge of the universe.
We're at the precipice of something potentially big and explosive. I mean, this movement really started to gather steam 5 to 10 years ago. Before then, everybody laughed at it.
Okay.
Right. The issue is, Julian, is that they're teaching kids and putting this all over everywhere, TV, internet. So they're programming people to think and believe this is what they're living.
Yeah, but they're not.
We think that we do have religion too, but not even religion has that kind of a grip.
They're not setting out to deceive on purpose, man. This is more about people believing so wholeheartedly in something and accepting it's true without checking the fundamental premise. Listen,
when we talk to academics, they implied that they were lying. They implied that the astronauts were lying.
All right. Well, let me put a cap on that real quick. I mean, none of the astronauts, except for those that claim to have landed on the moon, were far enough away from the Earth in order to see the curvature of it, even if it was a globe of the claim size that they think it is in the first place. We could prove this.
What about them then?
Well, they're mistaken. I mean, it's just like my grandma who thought she saw curvature at the beach. I mean, no. There's actually in the psychology, there's the Lennon illusion, which is the illusion of curvature that doesn't actually exist. It's freaking hilarious.
Okay, so the fish eye effect in a camera doesn't actually show the curvature of the Earth when you send a balloon up into space, unless you're at a great distance, right? So the fish eye effect, yeah, that's not proof of the globe Earth model. But we've taken photos of the Earth from the moon itself.
Well,
is that fake?
I don't know about that. I mean, what, the Apollo Earthrise imagery? I mean,
if we're thinking of the same image, yeah. But there's a photo of the Earth with from the moon.
Listen, attacking missions is for kids. This is child's play. We could totally dunk on the moon landings. They never happened. That was a gigantic Cold War.
Okay, so it is about lying. It's not about academic sincerity or insincerity.
Well, in this case, the lie is not concentrated. It's not focused on trying to deceive people about the nature of Earth. The reason for NASA and the reason for the Apollo moon missions was to project power and dominance technologically and geopolitically that didn't even exist. We can go back to NASA's founding documents and pull direct quotes from them on how the space program was to be utilized first and foremost as a psychological warfare tool In order to cement American exceptionalism, technological progress, and scientific discoveries as being absolutely unattainable by anybody else, following America's victory over the Nazis in World War II.
Yeah, but then the Russians also went to the moon, and so did China and a few others.
Well, yeah, they had a similar space program, right? And so this was almost a battle of propaganda. And what I find kind of somewhat delectable in all of this is the UK had the foresight to not try to fake any moon landings. They stayed out of that shit.
Okay, but what about the moon rocks that we've like? I'm sorry, a lot of science has been done with this stuff that is like revolutionized modern science.
In about 30 seconds, you're going to get shown in the text chat on the side that moon rocks that have been sent to foreign dignitaries were actually tested and found to be fossilized wood, petrified wood.
Fossilized wood.
Yeah.
Yep.
They couldn't have just found a rock
from Australia. No,
on a mountain.
specifically,
they had to use fossilized
specifically
wood.
it was from Australia. Yeah, they found out exactly where it was from.
Yeah.
Well, no. Okay,
yeah.
So wait. Is it fossilized wood or is it rock from Australia?
Fossilized wood from Australia.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, the moon landing nonsense aside, I would say that it's very likely that the Apollo astronauts themselves still think Earth is a globe. And while they were vacationing on the island of Guam or wherever, while the supposed Apollo moon landing was said to take place, that they then returned back to America still believing Earth is a globe, but knowing full well that they never actually landed on the moon. I also think that
how much money somebody would make by during the moon missions.
There are probably still offices in NASA right now trying to figure out how to send a satellite into an orbit around a globe.
Well,
the reason why they keep fucking up is because it's flat.
What, like trying to figure it out how to do it for the first time, or trying to plan for the next one? Because we have satellites.
Trying to do it for the first time. And the way that you think that they're happening has not actually been achieved.
How does Starlink work then?
I wish I could tell you, because if you look at
our receiver at work for our fire system, 2 cellular antennas on the box called Starlink. They're microwave antennas.
That's very likely. But if you want to go work for Starlink, go look at their job postings. All right, go look at like senior engineer or whatever. You're going to need like an above top secret clearance.
Okay.
Like we took down their job postings, so they couldn't tell you how it works if they wanted to.
Okay, what is that intended to convey though? Like, what point are you making with that?
The point is nobody really knows how these things are supposed to. We talk to satellite engineers almost on a very frequent basis. There's a guy that was in here just yesterday. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon Kuiper program, which is going to compete with Starlink. And he's a no-kidding aerospace engineer, graduated from Georgia Tech. He's got a LinkedIn page. He works in Washington to connect people together. He's actually worked on some private CubeSats. And he's unable to explain and clarify some of the questions we have about their nature and their operations. That's just one example.
Okay, being unable to explain something, or being unable to clarify something about a satellite, and doesn't mean that it's not evidence in favor of your point. Is what I'm saying.
Right. Well, I could tell you why. I could tell you why he can't. It's because he doesn't have direct access to gain the knowledge that he needs to answer these questions, and he doesn't know who does.
Okay, so your evidence you have in your mind for the shape of the Earth being flat is hidden behind NDA and classified information, right?
No. It's in the laser measurements. It's in long distance observations. It's in microwave links. It's in high altitude infrared photogrammetry, which we can get into as well. It's in multimodal measurements that have been done all over the Earth by all kinds of people.
Forgive me, I really am not a physics expert. All right, you need to talk to me like a layman, please.
Basically, we got people that can take a very expensive optical equipment, think like spy satellite cameras, and they aim them sideways out of airplanes and do hyper zooms on the horizon.
Okay.
So we're able to pull up mountain ranges that should be like 180,000 feet dipped below the curvature of the Earth, but you can see them in infrared. The infrared cuts down on refraction, and it's already being observed from a vantage point where the air is in the first place.
So that gives me a question then. So what about people? Okay, if the Earth is flat, does it have an edge that we have discovered?
No, that's the weird thing, man.
So it's
like
infinite.
So here's, well,
or indefinite,
maybe, but
indefinite.
Indefinite. So there, yeah, what Earth is it's not a. This is a realm. Is my best understanding. Personally, this is a realm. Earth is not an object like you'd think a planet is. That's defined by the space that surrounds it, and the space.
Okay, so if that's the case, what about
Earth cannot be
planes that have traveled
objectified.
across the world, like going in one direction, ending up in like the same place by going around the globe?
Right, to answer that question, you'd have to ask, how does the pilot or how does the plane know like where it is? Through what schema? Well, if it's using a spherical coordinate reference system, then you're going to be able to map this thing on a ball, whether or not that ball exists in reality.
Okay, no, I'm saying like, what about people who have traveled across the planet in one direction in like roughly a straight line, and ended up in roughly the same place without ever turning around?
I know that sounds that in
never
theory
done
you could,
that.
but
they've never done that.
It's so impossible. Yeah, it's so impossible to do. It'll make your head hurt. Just how do you do it when you're out at like, let's say the South Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles from land, and the water's all flat? How do you know that if you're being carried by a current or not, being twisted around and turned, or being pushed laterally in one direction for hundreds of miles? You'd have no way to discern what's happening to you.
Okay, so there is a company called One World that give you round the world airline tickets, where you will go in one direction.
It's not a straight line. No, it's not a straight line.
A straight line. Well, it's not exactly.
They don't stay up. They don't stay up in the air for 24,900 miles.
Yeah, we looked into that too. You're about to get some posts probably in the side chat about this as well.
I'll give you another heads up. Julian. No one has ever been on a latitude and traveled east or west in a straight line and stayed on the same latitude. If you go straight in a straight line, if you're facing north and you turn 90 degrees and you head in a straight line, you will not stay on the same latitude.
That's right. If you look, let's say you're facing north, okay, and you're facing north not by a compass, but by looking in the direction that Polaris is, right? So the angle of Polaris gives you your latitude on spherical grid. And like, if you were to look directly to the left, 90 degrees left, this would be heading at 270 degrees from your position, by the way. And you were to identify another star that's just above the horizon, and you're looking at it, that's actually south. If you keep going in that straight direction, you'll be heading southward. Because if you were to head westward, you'd have to start curving to the right. I only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to back off right now. Nice chatting with you. Feel free to come back.
You're good. Yeah, east and west are just circles around north. That's all that is. But as far as going in a straight line and ending right back where you started from, nobody's ever done that before. Ever.
Hey, sorry, I was at work, so I had a customer.
No, you're good. But see, and like all these questions start coming into your mind once you hear that the Earth is flat and you get evidence for like why it would be so. And then you have all these other questions because honestly, the truth is, if the Earth is not a ball with the size that they tell us that it is, the entire cosmology is wrong. You no longer have the distance to the moon. You no longer have the distance to the sun, the planets, the stars. All that shit is wrong.
Mars versus Sun?
Prove that it's real, man. You're going to have to prove that you can have gas pressure. gas
But can you
pressure,
prove
like
that
on
I'm
Earth.
real? Like, if look, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but can you prove that I'm real by that logic?
Yeah, because I'm talking to you right now, and you're
I
still
could be
here.
AI.
Oh, the dude lost it. Now he thinks he's not real, but in his not real world, Earth is still flat.
I know I'm real, bro.
Like, guys, please, I promise I'm in good faith. All right, don't dogpile me. But like, come on, I really do. I don't want to engage. Every photo we've ever seen is fake. Come on.
That's the whole point, right? Like, if you think you're insignificant speck of dust, then are you even real?
I know I'm real, right? I don't care how insignificant I am. I live my own life, and I that's just axiomatically important to me. That's fine.
Right.
But like,
so we can agree on terms, right?
You want me to prove that the Mars missions are are real? Like, I haven't been to Mars, but we have
Here's
photos.
the first thing. Here's the first thing. Well, I mean, I have a photo of Elvis Presley and was it Bigfoot riding on the Loch Ness monster? Does that prove that that's real?
Not the photo itself.
Right.
But like you do realize there's more to a okay. The Mars missions have backing to them for their legitimacy of actually happening.
No,
for
I
a few reasons.
want to ruin your day, dude. Tell me when I'm allowed to. Yeah.
They're bottlenecked by the
You want to ruin my day, bro? I'm not bad faith. Like, this is why nobody wants to fucking talk to you guys. Like, I'm trying to ask questions.
Give me some facts about your Mars shit. After you're done telling us your story, I'm going to ruin it all with the truth.
Congratulations. What I'm saying is that entire institutions with people with very conflicting interests, individuals and stuff like that with their own lives, are all collectively sending probes and like looking at celestial bodies with their own equipment they study for years to do this. These are all individuals who are not in on a conspiracy, okay? And then they have like video and photo evidence of sending a probe to a different planet. That's the foundation for me saying that.
I know. There's a chain of custody issue with all the data that's being processed and disseminated. There are certain choke points, and we cannot verify the information that we're getting from these choke points.
Okay.
Furthermore, the claims themselves contradict what we know to be true in physical reality. And there are plenty of motives for the
This doesn't prove it to be
deception.
true, but why would they lie about the Mars missions?
Well, for the same reason that NASA was founded in 1958 from the first place, where they said that they would project technological capabilities and scientific discoveries as a psychological tool.
NASA has basically no cultural clout. They're underfunded as shit and don't.
No.
America doesn't celebrate NASA. America doesn't celebrate space.
You haven't heard the good news, dude, about NASA, have you?
What's the good news about NASA, dude?
In September. Yeah, in September, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency now, so you don't have to call them a space agency anymore. Now they can just put out propaganda, and they don't have to get in trouble for it because they're a spy agency like the CIA. Do you like that?
Okay, so a global conspiracy needs to make a legal distinction in order to be allowed to lie? Like, come on.
No, listen, this is all about projecting technological progress and capabilities that may not exist, not about necessarily hiding, flat Earth. You can't hide flat Earth, right? It's obvious. You measure it that way.
Not obvious to me.
So, well,
I'm not being closed-minded about it. It's just,
You've never tried. That's why.
Right.
I've never tried.
We haven't even got to the best part yet, Julian. We haven't even gotten to the part where we talk about how the air that you breathe is gas pressure and how you can't have gas pressure next to an empty vacuum system.
Yeah, it destroys outer space as a vacuum, yep.
Okay, have you heard of gravity?
No, what is it?
We can talk about that. You want to talk about gravity? You said you're not into physics. Unfortunately, this goes into physics.
Well, I have a layman's understanding of gravity.
Okay, how does gravity work?
How does gravity work? By my understanding, it's the folding or distortion of space and time.
So that's the air container?
By massive objects.
So that holds air?
That holds air? Air comes together through molecules and like atoms.
Is that what holds air? Is that what makes air pressure? Folding,
air pressure?
Folding space-time, yeah.
I'm sure it contributes to it.
No, containers make air pressure. You got that wrong. You're right. You are bad at physics.
Okay, is this a joke or a game to you guys? Like, again, I came in here. I'm not trying to like fuck with your heads, but everybody here is like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna dunk on this guy. I'm gonna dunk." Like, come on.
We got 10 years of live recordings, 24/7, 365. All of our interactions documented.
No, why are you getting upset about it, man? We're just attacking your argument, not you.
No, you guys are treating this like it's a fucking blood sport. Not all of you guys, but like at least 2 of you have done that. It's really stupid.
I mean, you have
If you're trying to save me from the globalist agenda, like this is the worst way to do it.
Can you bend space and time?
Can I bend space and time? Technically, yeah, I do.
Okay, how? Using the scientific method.
Look, I may be American. I'm not that massive, but like an object with mass does have a distortion effect on space and time.
Prove it.
Prove it? Relativity? Like, what do you mean prove it? That's disingenuous.
Relativity
I can't bring out the
doesn't prove
textbook
it.
right now.
Julian.
What?
Can I give you a piece of advice here? We've reached an impasse now. And people like to dump a lot of shit for hours, and you're just going to get overloaded. The best course of action here is just to take a little time to think about this and then come back at another time. Or it's going to lead to
You realize this isn't my fault, right? Like I came here.
No, you don't have to leave, dude. You don't have to go anywhere unless there's somebody else here like you, because you are going to suffer the way other people have had to suffer when they found out the Earth was flat. You're going to get the same treatment.
Same treatment? What, am I your enemy or something?
No.
No, not at all. Just deprogramming you, and it's starting to come out. You're starting to get angry at us.
I think Yoder did a good job explaining the position to you, and now you need time to think about it.
Okay, don't pretend to know my psychology, bro.
Why are you getting upset? That's how you want to play it, then stay and fight. But I think you could actually maybe, understand the method and so forth, and
okay,
you don't have to
I
fight
said
about it.
gravity is the consequence of like a massive object distorting space and time, and somebody fucking told me to prove it. Like, what? Do you want me to start from first principles? Like, come on. What I'm doing is I'm trying to ask look, because I'm not a physics expert, I can't delve into the advanced mathematics and calculus. Okay,
all right, boys.
I'm at work.
All
right,
it's not about mathematics.
Like, I can't do that.
We want the physical demonstration. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah, we want to see how gravity holds air into a ball and makes air pressure.
You could also ask us to present some of our observations and measurements from our server.
Okay, so is Earth under a glass dome? Is that the alternative?
No, it's not like that.
Then what's containing the Earth?
Why does the Earth have to be contained like that?
Well, I mean, the absence of matter. We agree matter exists, right, guys?
This is where extreme humility has to come in to the picture here. And the fact of the matter is we don't know. We have some speculations, okay? No.
No, I'm not dogging on you. I'm saying that, okay, we don't know. Fine.
Yeah, we don't know.
But the absence of matter is a vacuum. We agree on that, right? Like that's
correct.
We can create artificial vacuums. Okay.
Yeah.
Something would have to be containing the Earth.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a natural vacuum. We can only create artificial ones.
We can only create it. Okay.
Yeah,
But like what's holding the air inside the Earth?
Space vacuum is not a natural vacuum. That's an imaginary vacuum.
What's containing the Earth, though? Like, we haven't found the edge, but we can at least hypothesize about one.
Earth is already in contained air.
In contained air. Okay, but someone just said that it doesn't have to necessarily be contained.
Julian, I'll keep it real simple for you, all right? And so, again, all we can do is speculate. But if gas pressure requires containment, then our best guess, it's not even that we have any evidence for it, but our best guess, other than that gas pressure requires containment, is that we live inside of a terrarium. And what the shape of that terrarium is, we have no fucking clue.
Dr. Hannes Alfvén from NASA, he's one of the founders of the plasma or electric universe cosmology concept. He gave a seminal talk back in the late 80s, along with a fat 300-page paper on plasma physics and how it relates to the Earth and what space is. And he basically dunked on all the people that were proponents of relativity and gravity and all this, and said, look, what you're proposing has absolutely nothing to do with the real dynamics, the real physical forces that we know exist up there. Space is 99% plasma. We're going to use it that way. He invented a form of physics called magnetohydrodynamics. Like, this is a NASA guy doing this. We can present his information. He actually built a plasma field simulator in order to conduct model studies on it, in order to help understand the plasma fields, the double layers of plasma above Earth. I mean, so there's not like this gigantic consensus going on that people think there is regarding what our cosmology is like.
So I did a Google search on atmospheric pressure, and although my explanation is simplified, it's correct, or at least it's sort of supported by the results of this Google search. So gravity is the mechanism by which air pressure is maintained on planet Earth.
No.
And actually, it would make sense, right? So objects with more mass or that are denser are going to go towards the bottom, or like the epicenter, like the center of a massive body, right? It makes sense that the air is on top.
Right? Yeah, gases go in all directions. They don't go towards a ball.
No, they are still like bound by gravity.
No, they're not. And this is provable. This is provable not only in laboratory, not only in laboratory demonstrations, but also in the natural world. I've got a great article from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies on this very thing.
Hold on, does gravity
talks about thermal diffusion and mixing of gases happens in caves that have been isolated from the outside world, and there's no stratification whatsoever of the different gas molecules by molecular weight in relationship to gravitational forces.
Does gravity exist?
Well, gravity is not a factor in the entire kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior.
Can you please
you want a simplified version, Julian? Julian, you want a simplified version?
Yes, very simplified. Does gravity exist?
All right. So when you have a soda can, right, and it's full of air pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you open that soda can, what happens to the air inside the can?
It spews out.
Right. Why doesn't gravity keep it inside of the can?
Why doesn't gravity keep it inside the can? Because that's not how gravity's supposed to. That's not how gravity works. Gravity is supposed to keep it at the bottom.
Come on, bro.
Okay. Do you want me to answer that, or do you want to say, is this a gotcha for you?
No, it is a gotcha.
Okay. So gravity doesn't require things like denser objects will like go to the bottom of anything. They will gravitate towards the bottom because they're more massive and they're denser. They have more matter packed into the same space. So if you say put a rock inside a cup of water, right, that rock is going to go down. It's more dense, and
I'm not disputing
that's how
that.
density works.
Well, that's
now,
a different
same way,
phase of matter,
the air
okay?
inside that can is less dense than the can and the air around it, so it's going to go up into the air.
It's not only less dense, dude. It's unbonded. It's an entirely different phase of matter, and it seems to behave according to a different set of laws.
Wait, difference of the air in the can behaves according to a different set of laws compared to what?
A solid or a liquid.
Different states of matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different state of matter. It's also less dense than the can.
Of course it is.
And the air around it, so it's going to float upward. But it can only float so much higher. It can't go infinitely into space.
Oh, well, if it were a vacuum, yes, it would. It would go indefinitely. Gases are weird.
No,
dude.
because gravity keeps it within a certain radius.
It's called an adiabatic expansion. You can Google Joule-free expansion. Gases expand as long as they have heat applied to them. They will expand forever, indefinitely, and in straight lines.
Gas will always expand forever?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless
you can read about this in the theory of heat by James
yes, unless there's
Maxwell.
A force that's keeping them, like maybe like a gravitational force that's keeping them within a certain radius.
No, they have to bounce off a physical object to come back.
They have to bounce on a physical object?
Yes.
So again, like this isn't how gravity works. Like,
it's called an elastic collision. It's an elastic collision, dude.
Gravity to you guys.
It's a phenomena of a seemingly downward acceleration of solid objects in a vacuum.
What is down?
to the floor. It's not inward to a ball.
So what? Okay, what is down though?
Perpendicular to the floor.
Go horizontal, perpendicular to horizontal.
Yep.
Okay. And all right.
Horizontal is your horizon, you know, the natural part. That's where we get that from.
Yeah, but like that.
See, here's the weird thing, right?
So what about Albert Einstein?
They told you the way that you experience reality.
No, hold on, everyone. No, Albert Einstein is horizontal right now. Yes, he is horizontal. Okay, good for Albert Einstein.
Dunking on a dead guy, but
he's nothing to do with anything. He has nothing to. He's not. He doesn't do anything. You guys lie about him. That's all.
I mean, Einstein's research, the theory of relativity,
no idea what he researched. You don't even know what the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is. Come on, you have no idea what gravity is.
Full stop. Manifold
Full
of space.
stop. You don't even know what gravity is. Full stop.
So this is why I wanted to know, like, the
painful, isn't it?
Hang on, bro. Wants to be a flat earther because you have to deny.
Isn't it painful? Yeah, you have to deny reality, right?
Do you know the difference between a theoretical physicist and a practical one?
I can infer the difference, but I haven't been told.
Well, so theoretical physicists don't do experiments.
How would
they
you
do thought experiments?
A scientific
they
theory
don't do practical. They don't apply what they're talking about to reality.
How would they
think about it and write it down. That's how you do it.
Without doing experiments.
You don't. It's not. You think about it and you write it down, and that's your experiment. The end.
If I do a Google search right now of a theoretical physicist that's done an experiment, would you believe me?
No.
In our field, it's
they could know about the scientific method, and
then it wouldn't be a theoretical experiment.
Yeah, they could do a practical experiment.
This just feels like a word game, dude.
It's just that they don't, right? Einstein was a theoretical physicist. He never performed a fucking experiment in his fucking life.
So yeah, it is a word game, dude. They bamboozled you with words to make you think you live on a ball.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
That's sound right. That's Michio Kaku.
You wanted to rip this Band-Aid off, man. This is it.
But I'm not really sure what to, like, I'm sorry, you guys, and this is not me being obtuse. The reason you guys haven't been very convincing is because I get this feeling that everybody here is like enjoying this or somehow enjoying the idea that I'm somehow getting dunked on for being a stupid globalist or something, which makes me question what your motivation is for even believing in the flat earth.
Enjoying it, man.
Wow.
You guys sound very gleeful.
I question your projection.
Like, if this were an actual conspiracy that you guys like,
hold on. Let me give you some glee. Yeah, I'm super gleeful because now I know that you know the Earth is flat and you can't do anything about it except think about it all the time now, and then you'll be a flat earther. So yeah, I'm full of glee.
It's like when you say hand me. It's like when you say hand me a screwdriver so I can hammer in this nail. I say, bro, the screwdriver doesn't work for that. You say, no, hand it to me. I can do it. And then we hand you.
I'll make a great analogy.
Sucks.
This is like somebody who didn't know anything about the Epstein files, like who like never heard of Epstein, right? And then like somebody thinks, that like, oh well, the government's like, doing its best. No, I don't believe this, but somebody who believes that the government's doing their best and maybe they're just like, not very good at their job, but they're authentic in their convictions, and then somebody like shows them the Epstein files, and then the people showing them the Epstein files are like, haha, fucking retard. Like, wow, you thought the government was good? Huh? Like, that's how I feel right now. Like, that's
weren't you the guy, I may be wrong, but weren't you calling everyone delusional earlier?
I didn't call anybody delusional.
No, he came after. That
was a different guy. All right, my bad. Like I said, I may be wrong. Fair enough.
Okay.
No, we're not here to dunk on you, man, but we are here to give you the right tools because the tools you were given weren't even tools, man. They just put stuff into your imagination and told you to go with it.
I mean, that contradicts what you guys just did, though. Like,
no,
you guys
you should be
all
glad you came in here, dude.
You guys enjoyed like dunking
Yes,
on the
I
globalists.
enjoy turning people into flat earthers. It's a hobby of mine. I enjoy it.
Yeah, you sound pretty bloodthirsty, my guy.
He's just mad because he hasn't had lunch with his mom and his sister yet.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like,
I only have lunch with his mom and his sister.
Imagine saying something like that to somebody who is apparently, from your perspective, super ignorant and just wants to know the answers and wants to know the truth. Imagine saying something like that. You know?
Well, if the truth offends you, man, if you're upset by the truth,
No. You said, "Oh, he hasn't had lunch with his mommy yet," because I didn't know that.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Triangles. I said Triangles hasn't had lunch with his mom and sister yet.
Yeah, because I had lunch with your mom and your sister.
Well, dude, for the same reason somebody thought I said...
man.
Somebody misheard me earlier and thought I called them delusional, but I didn't. People make mistakes, okay?
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else.
Yeah, it was somebody else.
It was somebody else.
Talking to me because I didn't hear you say triangle.
But think about it. We get that kind of crap all day long. Just keep that in mind. We get that kind of crap all day long.
Okay, but you guys are the one dishing it out to me when I never did it.
I'm not.
I'm trying to make things clear so that you and I aren't arguing.
I didn't say anything to you. I just told you facts.
Yeah, but you seem really gleeful and like the discomfort somebody feels from like being surrounded by people who want to rather than show them the truth.
What's the discomfort about knowing that gas pressure needs a container? Why is that discomfort?
So like, okay, what's a container?
What do you mean, what's a container?
Because that word's doing some heavy lifting.
It needs to be solid and it has to be able to contain the gas.
Yeah, it means there's no opening inside of it.
It can be a liquid too if it's done right.
Yeah, just like bubbles underwater.
Okay, but those bubbles eventually rise upward, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know density. We know why the gas is at least, like the air we breathe is at least on the surface, right?
Okay.
But gravity, I feel like this wouldn't even disprove the flat Earth, but all it's like gravity.
Let me ask you this: Do you know what the law of conservation of energy is?
Yes.
What is it?
Energy can't be created or destroyed; it can only be transferred.
Right. So where does all gas exchange occur?
Where does all gas exchange occur? I guess it depends on where the gas is.
At the surface of the Earth.
There's gas beneath the Earth's surface.
Right, but it's still at the surface.
No, beneath the Earth's surface.
Right, but it's still at the surface. Like we're talking about like
the crust.
Within a mile up and a mile down, most gas exchanges occur in that area, right?
Okay, I wouldn't consider that the surface, but fine, that's just semantics.
I mean, so anyway, if gas exchange is only occurring there, right? There would be no reason for it to go extremely high, especially if we, weren't filled to capacity, right?
I mean, if the least dense material is like the gas, right? Gas is not a very dense state of matter. So of course, like for the same reason that like a bubble of air in the ocean floats to the surface, air on the Earth's surface is going to like rise.
Right. We don't deny something called specific gravity or the density medium relationship.
So air is not going to get pulled down to the ground. It's going to rise, like you said.
What's your mechanism for explaining why gravity does what it does?
Do you see your contradiction now? No, you need to explain your contradiction. You said air rises from the ground.
Rises from the ground? It's less dense than the ground, so it's not going to like stay there.
So how come it gets pulled down to the ground?
Gravity.
How does gravity pull it down while it's still going up at the same time? Which way does it go?
It's a contradictory force. So if I'm holding a pen in my hand, gravity's pulling it to the ground, and then I have a stronger force pulling it upward in holding it up in the air with my hand.
So at what point does air know it has to stop going out into outer space?
At what point does air know? Air doesn't know anything.
Okay, what point does gravity know to stop air from going out into outer space?
Gravity is a function of the distortion of space-time, right? So air is only going to go up in the air proportional to the other forces exerted onto it, and that it's exerting onto the world around it. So let's take the soda can again, okay? There's pressurized gas, I believe carbon dioxide, inside the can, right? You open it, a bunch of gas escapes and goes into the air. That's less dense than the can, so of course it's going to escape, but it's also not dense enough, it's not massive enough to be held down by Earth's gravity so strongly that it just goes to the floor. It's exerting a force against gravity, but only to an extent. It's not strong enough to escape, to reach escape velocity.
So if I took an empty vacuum chamber and then I let a little bit of helium into it, so the helium is more dense than nothing, will it go to the floor?
The helium is more dense than nothing, will it go to the floor? I actually don't know. I'd have to see.
No, it'll just go in all directions.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so gases go in all directions. Gravity doesn't pull them down.
Gravity does pull it down, but it's not strong enough to pull all the way down.
You can't have gases going all directions.
Okay, you think this is a contradiction?
Gravity pulls gases down. You can't have both.
Sure you can. If the gravity's not strong enough to hold it to the floor.
That's because you live in cognitive dissonance. You hold two beliefs.
Dude, take a deep breath.
At the same time,
You're getting
and they're
really
both
worked up about this,
opposite
dude.
beliefs, dude.
All I said was the gravity's not strong enough to hold it all the way to the floor. Right? Because that would require constant, strong enough force. Gravity's not strong enough to hold that helium gas all the way to the floor.
It's on Earth. It should all lay on the ground.
That's not how gravity works, and I never said it was. The helium is exerting an upward force through not an upward force, but it's not dense enough or it's not mass enough to be held down the way gravity is.
More dense than the nothingness of a vacuum, right? So it should just sit on the floor of the vacuum
Can you show me the experiment? I'd love to learn more. Can you show me that experiment?
Just go do it yourself.
Go do it myself. I'm sorry, I don't have a vacuum chamber, you dishonest. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, I have one. I thought everybody had them.
There's a roast here you could do. I'm not doing it.
You're privileged. You have vacuum chamber privilege.
Oh, okay. I just went and got one so I could do all this myself.
Anyway, man. What happens when you have a vacuum chamber and you put a bowl of water in the vacuum chamber with the air, and then you suck the air out of it? What happens to the water?
Can you repeat that question?
If you have a vacuum chamber, right? You put a water bowl in there, little bowl with some water inside of it, right? And then you suck the air out of it, right? Does gravity make the water stay to the bottom of the bowl?
No, in fact, it would probably start boiling because the lack of air pressure, the boiling point of water decreases with the decrease of air pressure.
So not gravity then. So it's air pressure that keeps the water in place. See how that works? It's all air pressure, dude. You're starting to figure it out.
The gravity contributes to it?
It's all of it. Without air pressure, you can't do anything.
Under your model, gravity
Without air pressure, you can't do anything.
Again, you're so gleeful to dunk on me when I'm just trying to give a hypothetical.
All I said, I don't need a hypothetical. I'm just giving you facts.
It's reality, man. No hypotheticals. Talk about testable, repeatable reality.
Hypotheticals in the sense that we're not doing the experiment right now, dude.
I could go do it right now if you want me to, but I'm not going to, because if you do, you're going to have to pay me because I'm lazy.
Not lazy enough to dunk on somebody who wasn't even trying to attack you.
Nobody's attacking you.
But no, honestly, you think this is fun. This is how you get your kicks. Obviously.
Do you think it's fun?
You're having a great time right now.
I have a good time at showing you how air pressure is what's making the water stay in place.
So
and now
who
you
am I,
realize
Jason? Like,
that if you don't have air pressure,
hold on.
you won't
Who
have
am I,
water
Jason?
either. Now you have to figure out why does air stick around the ball in a vacuum when it doesn't do it in reality? How does it do it in outer pretend space?
Outer pretend space.
Yeah, space is fake. If it was real, we wouldn't be breathing air.
That's how it works, man.
So, okay, back to the bowl of water in the vacuum chamber, right? How does the water get held down there? Like, you didn't even mention the fact that the water would boil. Did you even know that it would boil in those conditions?
It does more than that. It does more than that.
Well, no, he didn't even. Do you even have, like, maybe you do, but, like, do you even have a vacuum chamber to test this with? I don't know if I believe that. Because, like, if you'd done this before, which you say you have, then you would have known the water would boil, and you didn't even mention that.
He's done it live in here on camera.
Okay.
No, I wasn't the one who brought it up in the first place. I wasn't the one who brought it up in the first place. I was letting him explain it to you.
Oh, then I just got confused with who had the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, it'll do more than just boil in a vacuum. What do you think it'll do in a vacuum if it does more than boil?
Turn into a gas?
And then what happens to that?
It might float around.
It sticks to everything on the inside of the vacuum chamber until it dries up. There, I got to the punchline.
Okay, dries up, like from the heat, like evaporation.
Yeah, so once it goes poof and has nothing holding it down, it just goes like a gas, and it's all on the inside, on the top, on the bottom, all on the sides. It's wet, and then about 20 minutes later, it dries up, and it's all completely dry in there. You just turn it off and put another bowl of water in there and start all over again.
Proof that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
You definitely can't have a water ball in a vacuum of space.
The bottom line is, a lot of the things that you're fed to be told that is reality is fake. And they've been telling you what you know to be reality. They've been telling you that that's an illusion your whole life.
And it worked.
And it worked. I fell for it for 39 years.
You have no obligation to defend the claims made by dead men who are no longer here. Stuff made by people long ago. They're not actually your claims. You were told that, and you can defend it if you want to, but you don't have to.
Hey, it's not you we're dunking on anyway. I mean, it's the idea that we live on a big spinning ball that we dunk on. If people want to defend that idea and then start realizing that they're failing and feel like they're the ones getting dunked on, it's not our fault.
Well, the thing is, I feel like, honestly, okay, it does not mean insulting you. I think you guys take advantage of the fact that, like, we don't have a degree in physics, and so you will cite, because, like, every single one of you cited like a billion different. Somebody said like fucking like space manifold. Why the fuck would I know what that means? And like,
you're under the impression that those guys have the answers too, bro. You're under the impression that these guys have the answers too. They don't.
Hey, the reason why I said the bending and warping.
You'll be more convincing if you did have the answers. But the thing is, the global Earth model explains a lot of what goes on around us. I'm not convinced by the air container thing, because gravity still exists.
Explanations require evidence, and there is no evidence for the explanations.
There's no evidence.
There's no model.
No.
I mean, the photo of Earth being a globe, you guys say it's fake, but you can't prove that's fake.
You can't prove it as real.
No, we can prove it's fake, because
I
if it
already
was real,
outer
then
space. I already
if it was
debunked outer
real,
space, so you can't go there to take a picture. So forget about it.
right?
Okay,
Also,
rockets going up into space don't actually go anywhere.
Hey,
Fake.
Julian, we can do it in another way too. We can go to a large body of water, because if that image is a true representation of the form of the Earth, and when we go to a large body of water, we'll see and measure the geometric consequences across its surface, and we don't. It measures flat.
The geometric consequences across the surface. Over what distance?
Well, 20 miles.
Over 20 miles. you probably won't see very much curvature of the Earth over 20 miles.
260 feet? That's not enough for you? 80 meters?
Flat disk. You can make a flat disk, right? The disk isn't going to curve. Like, say you have literally a CD, okay? Like, things can be flat without the world around it also being flat.
What? What?
Are you saying like the existence of a span of landmass that doesn't have like meaningful curvature proves that the rest of the world isn't flat?
No, all measurements show the Earth is flat, not just a piece. All of them.
So if your physics is true, right, your gravity, then the surface of liquid is going to be equipotential, meaning it's going to have a curvature rate to it.
Okay, so I was looking up the helium thing. I was looking up helium, right? And somebody, I looked at an explanation of an experiment where you put a helium balloon inside a vacuum. Okay, it would just sink to the bottom. It wouldn't float.
That's because it's rubber. Yeah, you're trying to.
The rubber does.
Yeah, rubber's heavier than nothing. Remember?
Rubber's heavier than nothing, but the helium
that the balloon has weight
heavier than nothing, so it floats.
Also, it didn't tell you that the helium balloon expands to fill the container, did it?
It didn't. It could explode too. That was also one of the explanations. Depending on like how strong the balloon was, it'd probably explode.
Because it's expanding to fill the container. Because that's what gases do, and there's proof of it right there. See that? You just debunked yourself again.
Again, you are enjoying this so much off of like.
I do love it. Because you're trying to debunk us. So I'm just smacking them out of your hand. As you hold them up, I go, pow, and knock them to the ground like a video game.
So this is just a blood sport to you. Like you don't this is you will always enjoy being on the other side, the subversive side, no matter how true it is.
Side of truth, yes. I like being on the side of truth and facts. That's a
it's contrarianism.
It's a winning hand to have. I hold the winning hand. Yes, that's correct. I know I hold it.
It's contrarianism that motivates you. Not
Hold on a second. Bro. Do you think that it's going like we find some pleasure in this? It sounds like you're hoping to find pleasure in it yourself. And so now that you're not doing well, you want to blame everybody else.
I'm getting no pleasure from this. I want to know the motivations of somebody who believes in the flat Earth model.
Motivations? Hold on a second. Before you go any further, you're already really starting to piss me off. Number one, there is no model. Nobody gave you any model here today.
Flat Earth is a reality. Model as in like the Earth is flat.
No, it's called reality. Everybody measures the Earth flat. Everyone.
No, we always approximate reality. We'll never have perfect access to reality.
Dude, I'm standing on the Earth. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, we can only through the scientific method we can only approximate reality.
We're not never using the scientific method yet. This is geometry. See, this is how ignorant you are.
No, I'm not even talking about the flat Earth at this point. I'm just saying you say, oh no, I'm just on the side of reality. Are you trying to say you're on the side of scientific consensus or like scientific truth?
My goodness, man, why don't you calm down? You're so disheveled. You can't stop speaking, and every time you speak, you say something stupid. Relax.
Oh my God, bro.
You're not making any sense anymore. It's all incoherent. Okay?
You know what I mean when I say science never proves anything. It approximates like an explanation.
No, you don't approximate things. You understand me? The Earth is what it is. We measure very accurately the surface of the Earth for very important reasons. Because in some instances, people die.
What is science? What do you think science is?
Dude, science is a method.
Mm-hmm. A method to do what?
To find what cause and effect relationships are in the physical and natural world.
That's that could be a motivation, but the scientific method.
It's not a motivation. Are you out of your mind?
Hold on. What it accomplishes is like it builds models or theories that explain what has happened. Explains observation and can predict future observations.
It does not. You're so wrong. It's not even funny. It is a deductive method to find out cause and effect in the physical and natural world. Everything else that you think is science is pseudoscience because they don't use experiments. That's that approximation thing that
Okay, so in my biology class in college, when that's how they described scientific method to me, that they just
were
weren't
wrong.
doing science.
They lied to you. Sorry.
Looks like I came in just in time.
Oh, finally. Oh, man. Oh, this is a bad one. I got to go lay down.
Yeah, just in time for him to leave.
Oh, that's a shame.
He called me gleeful.
Did he run away?
Looks like it, mate.
Yeah. We're intellectually sadistic, apparently.
It's okay. I could hear the soy in his voice.
Anybody else out there? I promise not to be gleeful this time.
If you believe in a globe, did you know that you believe that you move faster at night than during the day? Did you know that? Did you know that if you lived on the equator of a globe, that during the nighttime you'd be spinning into the direction of Earth's orbit during the night, and then during the day you'd be slowing down away from Earth's orbit, and there would be 1,000-mile-per-hour difference, constantly cycling and gyrating. Isn't that crazy?
Are you talking to me or to everyone?
I'm adjusting the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, if you believe you live on a globe, you think you're not just moving and you're not just accelerating, but you're constantly accelerating and decelerating over a 24-hour period, getting yanked around and around and around and around. Nobody has ever measured that motion. Nobody.
Damn ground's trying to throw me to the east.
I know.
I want to.
Did you know that if you thought you lived on a globe, that when you look towards the east at nighttime, that you're looking in the opposite direction of somebody looking east during the daytime? Kind of makes it hard to pray to Mecca, don't you think?
Just goes to show that for that reason, there's no standard cardinal directions on the globe. There can't be, because it's always moving. And also, that problem of the accelerating and decelerating gets more complex as you go through the different vectors. Like if you're talking about an elliptical orbit, that's even compounded even more as far as the acceleration, deceleration. So you would have to add that to the rotation, and then you have to add all of that motion to the motion of the sun going around the great attractor.
Galactic
so
orbit.
That's really, really complex, yeah.
Yeah, with all that Coriolis going on.
Yeah. Let's see them adjust for that with their conservation of energy. How do they account for that?
Yeah, do airplanes account for intergalactic Coriolis?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have to? Because just like the curvature, it's minimal.
or it's what do they call that? Negligible.
Yeah, so negligible it's as if it's not there.
Yeah. So the negligible part of the globe brings it right back to how we actually experience the Earth: flat, stationary, and contained. Thank you very much. So yeah. So why would we use anything else besides what it actually exists as? We don't have to make up these silly stories that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that cannot be measured, have never been measured, and isn't experienced by anybody. Yeah. So the globe's got a real problem. They basically have reverted to like psychopathy because they've backed away completely from the geometric horizon. And we've even had globers come in here fairly recently. I haven't been on that much, but fairly recently they say, oh, there is no drop over distance on a sphere. Really? So where do they come up with this shit, man?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, because they have to back off. They have to back off from the geometry because they have no legs to stand on.
That's
when
right.
we start talking about geometry.
That's right. I'd like to see drag races going from east to the west to compare their times from going west to the east.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, why wouldn't there be a difference in that travel east to west, let alone, let's say, diagonal travel? Like, that would all have to be accounted for with aircraft landing on runways, like taking off from a runway, like the landing gear geometry would all have to be different. Like, how are they accounting for any of that? It's negligible, and and conservation of energy just is a blanket statement to take care of everything that they cannot show to be objective fact by any true measurement. So it's basically just like Dandelion was saying. These people are lost in an absolutely religious delusion with nothing empirical that they can stand on to say this is how we know. There is none of that how we know for a fact and can be proven, repeated, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable, which almost every fact or proof that we talk about in this topic as flat earthers, it is most indeed empirical. It can be repeated, it's measurable, observable, and falsifiable. And if it's not, then it doesn't belong here. So stick that up your equation and smoke it. The equation.
Y'all gotta try this one day. Earlier today, I was talking to somebody. Well, India was talking to him. I got to butt in for a second. And I was literally trying to get this guy to answer. Said, how far away is the horizon? What do you mean? That doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so when the sun's moving across the sky, and I was like, steel man the globe, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, that means the Earth is spinning. And so when the Earth is facing the sun, that's daytime. And when the Earth is facing away from the sun, that's nighttime. And I was like, is that right? And he goes, I don't know. Let me ask Google.
Very strange indeed.
Because I'm the flat earther, I can't be right.
Yeah, I was thinking, as early as like 4, 5 years ago, I was thinking, and I think others of us in this realm were thinking that they wouldn't be able to keep the globe going because, the evidence is just so overwhelming that at some point they'd have to do a new PSYOP, whether it be, getting everybody onto some kind of flat earth model that may or may not be accurate, but at least it would be, keep the white lab coats in charge of determining everyone's reality. But the way things are going now, I don't even think that's going to be necessary. They can just double down. Everybody's just looking to their Google search engine, and their Chat GPT is their new god. Like, as long as they just keep the globe illusion there on the screen, they probably aren't going to have an issue. They can probably keep it going for quite a bit longer. It's just going to be an even scarier. I mean, flat Earth will just become an even scarier discernment test as they just stop even pretending, like you just said. They're not even going to pretend, that they are going to be looking for drop over distance. It's just this whole brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Reality is whatever we determine it is. And you've seen person after person. You mentioned someone earlier. The person who was just talking to Cyclone was like that. We had someone last week who, if someone had, Gemsy had a turn of phrase that he couldn't find in Google, so he told him that it didn't exist, it wasn't real, even though it was just a creative expression that he used. They honestly believe that when they're searching something up, the first Google result, that's reality. Like, it's just getting scary out here. Like, they won't need to tell the truth about the globe because these people don't even want the truth. They like the comfortable lie and they like it more every day. Seems like it's going in the other direction.
It's even worse than that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One? I know some people haven't, but it's an important movie to watch as far as psyops go.
No, I haven't. I think my sons might have seen it. I don't know.
So it's a dystopian future where everybody's wearing VR headsets and they all live in this virtual reality world and play video games all day instead of like going out in the real world and meeting each other and things like that. I was in a group chat. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to build off of that, but go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, and I'll let you build off of that. But so I was talking to a group of people earlier, and they said it's coming down to people making a decision whether or not they like the real world or the internet world. And some people just prefer the internet world over the real world. Like, that's scary.
Right. And augmented reality and virtual reality is going to further immerse people into this delusion. NASA's already been working on some interesting technology where you basically put on these VR goggles, right? And this stuff is going to present you NASA's view of other worlds. So you can go explore Mars. You could see what the rovers are seeing. You can be present virtually on Mars. Isn't that neat? So the two-dimensional projected screen is going to turn into a couple of 2D projected stereoscopic screens and upgrade your immersion into the same fantasy. I mean, can you imagine how many people are going to fall for this crap? Like, hey, I want to go see what's happening on the ISS. Let me put on my Facebook VR goggles.
What are you talking about? There's already flat earthers that fell for it. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that they're going to go along with NASA cosmology, but they're going to go along with a cosmology that they can't access, that somebody tells them is real, beyond the reach of where we can go into the sky, and they're going to live their life as if it's real, simulating the world that they live in their own minds, just like they were doing when they were Globers. You know, like, for example, stories about celestial entities, which may be angels or demons, you know, floating above us, doing this or that, having certain ways of transporting themselves, having certain lands that they inhabit that are floating above us, all these things that nobody can validate. But of course, they're going to have dreams and visions and use obscure scripture passages to make their claims, and a whole masses of people will believe them. That's not will, that is already happened. As a matter of fact, I would say the majority of flat Earth videos that I've seen outside of our venue, I would give it a 90 to 95% certainty that the majority of those flat Earthers believe in a cosmology that some other flat Earther told them that neither of them have any way to validate. Yet they think it's the truth. And they preach it as if it's the truth. So how are they any different than Globers, really, truly, when you think about it? A territory in an area and a function on the most base unit of reality I'm making claims about. I can't prove any of it, but I'm going to tell somebody else. They're going to believe me because I'm a charismatic speaker, right? And then they're going to live in a world that's a simulated reality based on the not necessarily lies I told them, but on my mistakes and misinterpretations I told them, as if I knew they were true. Like, how is that any different than the Glover syndrome? Isn't it the exact same phenomenon? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That's a possibility.
No,
But
I
then
think it's
again,
the same.
I
Yeah,
could be.
I think it's
Go ahead.
right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just agreeing. Yeah, it's outsourcing, to someone else who's going to tell you things are this way and not accepting the basic truth that we are not going to know all things or know all things on that level, and that we can't, and accepting ourselves as having that limited knowledge, which is really the only way to fully embrace the reality that you're living now.
Yeah, a lot of people just got to resign themselves to understanding that they don't know about the extent of the cosmos, and they may never know, and they have to just make peace with that.
So, harm reduction. Which one of these two cosmologies would you least prefer to be taught to your kids in school? It's a tough choice.
I would like them all to be taught.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean, presented as though it was absolute truth.
Well, see, a lot of the globe claims in their quote unquote cosmological and cosmogenical models are just claims. And if they just had a primer before them, hey, this is claims that people made about the nature of the world, and this is how you can model it. Same like some of the guys that were instrumental in the formation of some of these ideas back in the past. In the books that were written about them and the writings, they themselves said, hey, we're making models. But the underlying truth of the model can't be known because we can't access what we're modeling. So all we can do is do interpretive models. Mine could be accurate, the other person's could be accurate to the appearance of the celestials at particular times of day. However, that not need be the underlying truth of my model be actually reality. Right? So they were humble enough to know that they're not actually telling people what reality actually is. And fast forward to today, and people lost that humbleness.
You know, one day you're attacking Globers for using affirming the consequent logic and specious reasoning, all kinds of appeals to things they can't possibly prove. And then the next day, a flat earther comes along and tells you that, you know, there's an ether vortex that's coming out of God's butt. And then you just believe it. And you think I'm joking with what I just said, but no, I'm not. I was being a little facetious that it's actually coming out of his butt. They just say it's coming out of him, you know, from whatever orifice it's extruding from. You know, pick one. You know, so a year ago, the person had an entirely critical mind towards worldviews that they're being imposed on by society or the mainstream or whatever you want to call it. And then a year later, they're just lapping up whatever some dumb flat earther tells them. And then you know what? Some of them have the audacity to say, "Oh, well, I trust him. He's a good guy. He's a good flat earther. He's very prominent. Has a lot of good arguments. Why would he lie?" The irony. The irony. Yeah, so don't think because you transition from globe to flat that you've reached the pinnacle of critical thinking. You're still on a journey, my friend. All of you listening to the sound of my voice. The battle isn't over yet.
I think you're right. Mostly outside of our group, I think you'll find a lot more cogdissonance than you do with the mainstream cosmology thinkers. People like MC Toon are doing a service going after them.
Yeah, like you were talking just a little while ago about these globers receding into the brain in a jar. You know, who knows what's going on? I could be living in a simulation. But see, the problem is they don't go far enough. See, true simulationists understand that you don't need the jar and you don't need the brain. It's not I'm a brain in a jar, quote unquote. It's I'm a mind, right? So that shows me that they're still unintelligent enough to understand the real ramification of their claims, right? And that leads into a philosophy known as idealism, which is essentially all is mind. And the matter, temporal, and energy states that we perceive are, for lack of a better term, quote unquote, constructs, and for a worser term, illusions, which is kind of, you know, silly because illusions are something the mind experiences, right? So if it's the case that the base construct of reality is mind, then that means that mind has to be preordinate to matter, which means that once they realize that, they're basically conceding that the sentient mind is eternal. Not how they used to believe, which is that dead matter, you know, farted out of the Big Bang, and then eventually rocks decided to, you know, get busy and make baby rocks, and then those baby rocks fought and died, and some baby rocks mutated into, you know, Michelle Thaler millions of years later. Like that's what they believe. You know, start dead, end up alive, then end up sentient. But actually, it's the other way around. You start sentient, and then you can create matter and stuff. So they're going to be forced to believe that in the end, because that's where all the evidence is leading. But in that worldview, then they can make some kind of weird construct where, you know, the base laws of reality are somehow not permanent in any way. So then you could, you know, a simulation could be operating on a multifaceted instance where every user has their own instance. Plus, there's a hub world which, you know, decides how the instances are displayed at any given time that you are located in the game world. Much like a video game where, you know, you can use mods in your game and the other player isn't using mods in their game. So you're both occupying the same world, but it displays itself entirely different to each of you. So they can retreat into that ad infinitum, just keep kicking the can down the road into new levels of simulation. Just completely deny any kind of base reality. And then you end up with this. It's, well, if sentience is the eternal source of the physical and natural world, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a sentient agent, therefore I am the source of the physical and natural world, which I am experiencing. And therefore, what are you then? If you're the source of it, right, you're creating it. And if you're creating it, you're the creator. What does that make you? Yeah, see how easy that was to self-deify? The oldest trick in the book, right? The creation diluting itself into ascending into the role of creator. Very interesting, isn't it? So why were they hiding the globe? Oh, to hide the creator. That's why they were hiding the globe being a lie and the earth is really flat, because they were trying to hide the creator. You hear that mantra all the time. Well, it turns out in their worldview, yeah, they were hiding the creator themselves. So they can go down that whole truth route, get the epiphany, and then end up back where they started. Isn't that interesting how that works? They can be played like a fiddle, like a fool, and still end up under the control of the system, even though they think they're free. Because they got their itch. They got their little I'm free itch scratched. So now they can go plug back into the matrix. Rest assured, if you're part of the very few that quote unquote have found the truth, and rather than actually living free and in truth, you just go back to another charismatic set of norms and leadership via somebody else, whatever they believe in, you're back in the matrix. Right? Just like in the movies. What did the architect say? He said, hey guys, guess what? I played you guys like fools. The hero, I designed it to keep you guys in control. The guys who got free and created Zion, I designed that to make you guys think you were free so you could get a chance to exercise freedom for a while before I smash you all into oblivion again. Now, some people think that the people in Zion in the Matrix trilogy actually did get free. But if you pay close attention, nobody ever got out of the Matrix. Nobody. When Neo was jacked out into the quote-unquote real world, why did he have psionic powers over the squids that were coming to kill him? I'll tell you why. Because he was still in the Matrix. That's why. And rest assured, friends, at the sound of my voice, many of you think you're free, but you're still in the Matrix. Many of the people you listen to, you think they're free, but they're still in the Matrix. Part of not being in the Matrix is having the utmost scrutiny for information that comes your way, instead of just allowing it to be spoon-fed to you and taking it on faith. As Reagan said, trust but verify. It's okay if you respect me, or you respect another speaker, or you respect this guy or your friend, that you kind of trust what they say. But they should be freely offering to validate it to you, and you should be freely critiquing and asking for validation, right? If you just join a flat earth group and there's like 10 charismatic flat earth speakers that you just adopt as your new gurus, and whatever they say is the gospel truth, man, you're just as stupid and retarded as when you were a glober. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and I yield the floor to any questions. All right, since there's no questions, somebody posted in the chat about the movie The 13th Floor. And what happened in that movie is that a guy was going into a simulation to discover some things that were going on. Then he found out that the simulation he was in a lower simulation, and there was a program in the simulation trying to escape up one level to the real world, but he only made it out of the simulation to the next simulation, which the other guy thought was the real world. And none of them were actually in the real world. Because they got to the end, and when they got to the end, they looked, and all of a sudden, the land just gave way to an unrendered state of vector lines and math. Like this part of the world hadn't been rendered yet. And then they realized, damn, we've been in a simulation thinking we were in the real world, going into a simulation thinking we were coming back to the real world, but the whole time we were in a simulation. We were being played. Very intriguing. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Also, Dark City, that's another must watch for all flat earthers. Matrix, obviously, that's a good one. Existence, yes, good one.
How do you explain gyros?
They spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean, friction.
Of course you don't.
Wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. And isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
You said it supports. Hold on. You said it supports a globe. You're going to have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center. Including.
How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah, how did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth as a giant sphere? Like, what was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
no, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere. Okay, so how did somebody equate that formula to that it's a giant sphere? How did somebody do that? You know?
No. So you observe.
Huh? You observe something happen. Yeah, we've already covered that. How do you know it leads you to believe that you're on a giant ball?
That's the conclusion.
No, it's not. It's a presumed cause.
No. So
yeah, you think it's a giant ball. You think it's a giant ball spinning. You didn't see that in the observation of the thing actually doing what it's doing.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of the observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not observing a giant sphere at any time.
Yeah, that's
my question. You just said it does. You said it concludes that. What do you mean it doesn't conclude that? All right, so if your formula shows in some manner that it points to a globe, I want to know where does it do that? How did you come up with that? Did you just make it up? Did somebody just make it up?
You could just do it from the observed precession at different latitudes.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know the latitude, which is referencing a spherical coordinate system, is actually showing that the Earth is a globe? Did you forget that? When you say latitude, what are you referring to? Well, a spherical coordinate system, of course. But how did you get that? Everything leads to another. So you're going to have to peel the onion layer of all the claims that you're stacking down to the very root of how you know the Earth is what you think it is, so that your observation of that thing that you're doing, your procession, is what the formula says that it is of a giant sphere spinning around. So you need to go all the way back to what everything references, like latitude, the spherical coordinate system, and try to figure out how you got to a ball in the first place. So that's what we're asking. So you can't just assume you see something move and then presume that it's a globe. You can't do that. You're begging the question, sir, and a lot of other logical fallacies.
If it's a circle, it has a chance to be a globe.
Yeah, we're not worried about if it's something. We're saying the observation doesn't determine whether it is the thing. Understand? This is going based upon observation and doing a test. You don't determine that the Earth is a globe based on precession, do you?
No, it provides evidence for
No,
that.
well, then no is the answer. You correctly stated no is the answer. So therefore, you're making an assumption that you think it's a big giant sphere spinning around, causing that thing that you're looking at to move the way it does.
You just turned the
best working theory. That's what a best working theory is.
Yeah, a best working theory is not what we're asking for. We're asking for the exact conclusion determination test that gives us the understanding that it is that. And you don't have that with something processing. Sorry, it's not working. You just provided evidence that you can't show that it's an exact giant sphere. So it's a no-go at this point. Non-point, it's moot. Got it?
Well, no, but I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you got nothing left but a jaw that's wide open right now.
I mean,
anymore?
Who cares? Who really cares about like whether I'm pulling like a soy face at the moment or not?
You are,
like,
dude. You can't even talk.
Yep.
Who?
Yeah, you're stuttering, dude. That's just evidence that you ran out of shit to say. Your little shtick doesn't work in here, bro. None of it. None of you guys that come in here claiming shit and can't prove it. None of it's gonna work.
I don't have to prove that gyroscopes.
Well, then have a seat. Then have a seat. Have a seat and let somebody else try to prove it, huh? How about that? Just have a seat. Listen to somebody else try to prove it. Meanwhile, you eat your Cheerios or whatever it is in the morning you eat.
You have no standard of proof.
Yeah, it's actually
there's no standard of acceptance.
Yeah, well, standard of acceptance. So you're telling me that all I have to do is believe that this gentleman is telling me that something's moving around, therefore I can conclude that it's a sphere?
No, you're like totally shut off to the idea.
Yeah, hold on. No. We're not shutting ideas off. What we're shutting off is people making false conclusions like he was making. Do you think it's...
You haven't explained how it's
I'm not talking to you anymore. Put your stuff on me, Cosmic. Put your stuff on me. Let me talk to Jaforia. So, Jaforia, do you think it's correct for me to just go ahead and conclude that the Earth is a sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
No, you can just totally disregard everybody's information that they
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me right now that can I conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fine. You can
answer the question, sir. Answer the question. Can I conclude? Well, I'm asking you. What is your opinion? Do you think I can conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on a precession? Yes or no?
If your logic can do that, you can. You could. Yes.
I'm asking you. You. Don't project things onto me.
Okay.
Yeah, you.
Ask it again. I'm sorry. You worded it.
Can you conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession?
Based on observation for myself, but
precession. Based on precession.
Precession of the equinox takes so much time. No, that's I don't have evidence for that.
Thank you. Thank you. No is the no
but I
is
do
the answer
believe in the
correctly
math of
answered by
that.
you.
I
Thank
believe
you.
it would work
Thank you.
over time.
I don't care.
Oh, you're
I don't
welcome.
care. I
You're
don't care.
welcome. You're welcome, my friend.
You just proved my point. You proved
you're
my
welcome,
point,
buddy.
and so did Cosmic. So thank you.
Hey, but
There you
we
go.
can finally get the fucking conversation a little bit further than where it normally
No,
is.
it's further. It's been further. You just haven't caught up. You're the one that does the catching up. We're the ones that are already way ahead of you guys, like by light years. You guys are just
dude, you're
now
you're
realizing
down
that.
to Earth. I'm up in the stars.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's obvious to everybody in here. Anyways, try your best, guys, because it's not going to be good enough. I guarantee it.
Well, I get you don't like me, but why are you so belligerent to new people?
No. So this is his thing.
Your stick isn't going to work, dude. He can take whatever he wants from the conversation, but you saying that doesn't make it true. How about that?
Everyone
it's incredibly difficult to reason somebody out of a position that they have totally reasoned themselves into.
You have no reason. Listen to this, bro. I'm gonna say it like this. There's no reason for anybody to think that the Earth is a giant sphere based on processing of a pendulum. There's no reason. You didn't give one, neither did Cosmic. So I've debunked both of you guys within a matter of what, like 5 minutes?
No, there isn't,
yeah.
because it explains the behavior. It explains the behavior of the gyroscopes.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't tell us we live on a giant ball. Huh?
That's what explanatory power literally is.
Yeah, what telling you how something moves? That's it. You're gonna the pendulum moves this way and that way.
So
Good
what's
for you.
beyond the Great Ice Wall?
Yeah, what's beyond the Great Ice Wall? I'm sorry, but once again, you're not in a room full of esoteric believers. You're not in that room, bro. You can't come at us with that. We're impervious to that. You have to come at us with facts, with demonstrations, with evidence of what your claim is. Now, you need to bring forth the claim if you think the Earth is a globe. Then have one of us discuss with you about it. Go ahead and produce your claim that the Earth is a globe, Jeporia, if you're able to.
No, I have a claim that you've reasoned yourself into the world is not a globe so badly that you are unwilling to accept any information that points
It's not about that. It's not about unwilling to accept it, but it's about you actually being able to produce information that we can test and validate.
So you're saying I'm right.
Can you do that?
You agree with me?
Information. Hey, dude, telling stories is not information. It's just telling stories.
And we've heard all the stories already. We've already digested them and we've came to this conclusion. You're just telling us the same thing we've already heard.
Just like a little kitty batting around a ball of yarn, dude. Like it's gonna get boring at some time for you guys.
It's already boring.
Put something on the table that you can put your money where your mouth is, instead of just keep running your mouth about how I'm not accepting whatever you're saying, because that's bullshit. If you produce evidence, if you produce evidence of something that's actually true, if you produce evidence that something's true, then I would agree with it. Let's just put it that way. But since you can't, then I won't. How about that?
I was kind of agreeing with what J.D. Vance was saying about the progression of the equinox.
Yeah.
However, my personal experience in my lifetime is so short that's very hard for an individual to measure without further information.
The problem is, so what? It's not telling us that the Earth is a globe, which is the premise of this whole discussion. Is that it's going to lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around. We don't give a shit what people think about it processing.
You're trying to prove that it's flat, aren't you?
No, dude, if you're not following the conversation, this guy is trying to say that the only way that things can process is if we're on a giant sphere. You need to be paying attention. Oh, it should be. You should be listening and then absorbing what someone's saying and then be able to steel man them when they say it. But you're not doing that, which is obvious because you're confused.
Well, they just listen for keywords now. They don't. If they listen to what we're saying, then something might happen to them. So they only listen for keywords, trigger words, and then they try to come back with that.
I've not heard you explain why it's not good enough.
Because it doesn't lead us to the conclusion that the Earth is a giant sphere, for God's sakes.
What other conclusion is there?
That it's not a giant sphere?
Yeah, but what then explains the different rates of precession?
Dude, that's a question for people that are trying to investigate what's the cause for the effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, you can't assume that it's what you think it is.
No one would ever take a gyroscope
have concluded
prove that
the
there's Earth curve. You sound retarded saying gyroscopes prove the curve of the Earth.
I don't
pretty
care
crazy,
what
huh?
I sound like. You actually need to come up with a sufficient alternative explanation.
No, we don't, because that's not.
I don't, dude. I already told you what happens. I already told you why they do it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come up with an alternative because it's not proving that the Earth is a sphere. What are you not getting? There's no determination that it's a sphere based on precession. I just explained that to you. So why would he need to debunk that? The contradiction? There is an affirmative. There isn't an affirmative, sir. You can't say it affirms that the Earth is a sphere. So you can't continue to say, well, he's got to debunk that. He doesn't have to because it doesn't affirm it.
No. So we can say, right, this argument is completely valid. You can say,
it's not.
well, prove it to the highest possible degree of certainty.
No, that's not what we're asking for. We're not. We're not asking for that. Sorry, we're not asking for that. We're asking for a conclusion, a determination, a way to understand if the Earth is doing something like in motion, or in your case, that it's a sphere. And you can't prove either one. Either one, dude. You can't show me that it's in motion or that it's a giant sphere. Either one. You didn't come up with any conclusive information. Not the highest probability. We're not going for highest probability. We're going for a deterministic factor here.
And being in motion doesn't mean it has to be a ball either. So you can't just say, well, it's in motion, so it's a ball. That's retarded.
A flat Earth in motion wouldn't make sense of the precession rates we see.
Stationary.
Well, not according to the gyro.
But it doesn't matter, dude. You didn't.
Gyros are not detecting Earth motion.
Well, listen, dude. You can't tell me what the Earth is based on something that you see, like a gyroscope. You cannot tell me what the Earth is based on that. That's ridiculous.
No,
and I'm exposing your ridiculousness. No, it doesn't. No, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It has explanatory power, and it's a real observation.
What is it? Yeah, what is it? Yeah, so what? You're not telling me what the Earth is based on it. You're just seeing something happen and saying, "Oh, something's happening." Good for you. Something's happening. Then what?
Yeah, that's the inference. That's how arguments work.
No, it's not. Science doesn't work that way. If you're saying that you're just inferring that the Earth is a globe based on something moving, then the science didn't determine that with a cause and effect relationship. It's just some guy waxing philosophical about what he thinks the Earth could be based on an idea. So what?
Science is always based on the best working theory. It doesn't make absolute claims.
That's bullshit. Yes, it does. What are you talking about?
Okay. What does science make it as an absolute claim?
Dry wood burns based on combustion and other factors that cause the fire to happen. Yep, you can determine that. Dry wood burns, sir.
Do you realize, like, anywhere in science, it's always called the best working theory? Nothing's treated with 100% certainty. Because what if we found out something about molecular combustion tomorrow that it wasn't like we thought?
Okay, go ahead. I want you to determine that wasn't the case. Debunk that water doesn't boil at a certain. Hold on. Determine that water doesn't boil at a certain temperature, even though we know that temperature, based on the way that we observe it, has been proven over and over and time and again. It's a method, sir. Science is a method that gives us a way to understand the physical world in such a way that we can actually test it, so we don't have to go based on inferences or assumptions.
There's no such thing as an infallible method.
Who says that we're talking about infallible methods? We're talking about being able to determine the cause of an effect. So we can determine. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're determining cause and effect relationships here. And what you're not getting is that you're not doing that with what you're talking about. You're not determining the cause for an effect. So that's where you're falling short, where I'm telling you that you need to have, when you just say, no, I don't. And when we're saying, yeah, you do. If you're making a claim that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around in the vacuum of space, you need to be able to determine that with what you're claiming is able to be determined with. And if it's not able to be determined with it, then you need to abandon that and go somewhere else. that you can determine it with.
If a method is fallible, it has to be treated with a degree of uncertainty.
And we're not talking about that, though, dude. We're only talking about people that can determine cause and effect relationships, which you have not. You're avoiding the fact that you can't do it by going through this, little sophist roadmap or whatever.
The cause is the explanation for the effect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You didn't determine that, sir.
No, because that.
Yeah, you can laugh, but you didn't determine that. Did you determine that that's the cause for the effects?
Okay. What?
Did you determine? No, don't escape me. Did you determine that was a cause for the effect? That the Earth spinning around is a cause for that pendulum to be precessing?
Yeah, because that's the conclusion.
Okay, so it's a conclusion based on an inference. It's not based on a deterministic factor that you actually know that's the case. How do you know that's the case, that the Earth is what's causing that to precess?
Because that's the best explanation.
Best explanation. Here we go again. Here we go again. Best explanation.
I say friction.
My explanation is better than yours.
Did you isolate that cause and determine that it was that, sir? What if it's something else?
I'd say it's the magnets they use to control it.
Yep. It could be anything else. Somebody can come up with an idea of what it could be other than what you just said and debunk your claim. So it wasn't determined that that's the cause for the effect, was it?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that idea with how that works.
Yeah, but you didn't do it in your case. You're just using an inference. You didn't substantiate it. You just said that's just what it is.
No, it's easy to substantiate.
Yes. No, it isn't. How did you substantiate the fact that the Earth is spinning around, sir?
Not with the magnetic pendulum, that's for sure.
Probably what's happening. That's why.
Yeah. How did you isolate that that's the cause for the effect? I want to hear this.
Because it's consistent with all our other observations.
No. Don't keep telling me it's consistent. I want to know how you determine that that's the case.
That's how I've determined personally that that's
how
the
did
case.
You determine? How did you determine?
Consistent with all our other observations.
Well, consistent from what? What other observations? What are you talking about? What other observations?
Yeah, motions in the sky.
Okay, so stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Day and night cycles are giving you the indication that the Earth is spinning on its axis, giving you the reason to believe that it could be the Earth spinning, and that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the stars are moving around in the sky, the sun and the moon, or whatever you want to look up and say that is going on. How did you determine that the sky isn't moving and the Earth is? How did you do that?
It's not the sky moving around a stationary Earth.
That's what you said. I want to know how you determined that. How did you determine that?
Yeah, because it doesn't line up with any theory that makes sense.
Whoa! It doesn't line up with theory? That's not a deterministic factor, sir. It's just your idea of what doesn't make you feel good.
Theory is by nature deterministic. It's not stochastic.
No. You saying so is not deterministic. It has to be something that's observed. So it's not an observation that you. No, it's not. You didn't determine the fact that the stars are moving around or the sun is based on something that you say is the Earth moving. You didn't determine that. You said it's the best explanation, according to you.
So you're looking at what the alternative hypothesis was.
No, we're not talking about alternative. We're not talking about alternatives. We're looking for the affirmative of how you came up with the stars and the sun and moon are moving based on the Earth's rotation. That's what we're looking at. How did you determine that? We're not looking for alternate theories.
Yeah, you can look at the relative motions of lots of bodies, and then
so we're going to something else. So first of all, we're trying to determine how the Earth's spinning. You went to stars, sun, and moon. Now you're going to determine that the stars, sun, and moon are actually the Earth spinning by going somewhere else again. We're going down a rabbit hole, sir. We're never getting to the conclusive evidence that the Earth is determined to be spinning around. You're looking at other things instead of looking at the Earth, which is what you should have been with your observation of the Earth actually determining that it is in motion by observing it doing what you think it's doing. You're not doing that right now. You're going to other things. You went from stars, sun, and moon to something else that you're trying to make a conclusive information about, and you can't even do that. You're not doing that right now. I'm just taking you round and round and showing how you're illogical. It's not even logic. At some point, you're going to run out of steam and you're going to give up. You're going to throw your hands up and say, well, you see, I can't prove it to you. Of course you can, because you can't even prove it to yourself.
You haven't given your standard of proof.
The standard is you have to observe this in nature somewhere. And if you observe the Earth spinning in nature, then yes, you can make that claim at least from the observational standpoint. And then you can possibly test for it to validate if it's the cause or the effect or not. You haven't done that. So I'm showing the audience how you're just using an inference and your best idea in a subjective opinion. That's all you're doing. You're in no way determining that that's the Earth in motion. In no way. That's all you got to say? Have a seat, sir.
You can look at videos from orbit.
Have a seat, Cosmic.
You can't get to orbit until you tell us how you prove the Earth is a ball and spinning.
Yeah. And you can't do it with precession, obviously, because I just took you through the rigmarole of showing how you can't even do that.
Oh, well.
So now abandon ship, or else, this barrage will not stop, dude. It will continue until I pummel you into oblivion of your incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
You can make your bed if you want, but you're going to have to lie in it, sir. Yeah, playtime is over. 24/7 means serious business, man. They're going to know when we come out of the scene, dude. They're going to step aside.
Except you've entered no serious academic scene whatsoever.
Sure, we will, though. And we'll prove it to the world.
So what do we?
That's what we aim to do.
What do we need to do now?
Couldn't you just do that already if you have all the facts right?
What do you want us to do? I'll get on it.
You guys, there's, however many people, literally just submit a paper with all the proof.
To who?
Put it online. It's a free. It's
the address. Post the address in here of where I'm sending it.
No, online isn't there's no specific address for on the internet. I'm just saying, if you publish a paper with all your proof.
So you would need what kind of proof now? Which one are you looking for?
You're proving that the Earth is flat and stationary, aren't you?
It's measured that way, yeah.
Right. So then
NASA
you just
says that. I'm just going to use NASA's documents.
Right. Okay. You don't think NASA will be like, hey, this is why we put this in this paper. Here's the context.
Just
nope. They say it's flat and stationary. That's the only way you're going to build or fly an airplane.
So NASA is going to say, "Oh yes, you call
Cosmic. Have a seat, dude. You wouldn't know what NASA says. You can't speak for NASA, not even a little, dude. Just sit down. You're an embarrassment. Have a seat, bro.
Were you talking to me or him?
Yeah, but just have a seat, because you're just embarrassing yourself.
You don't even know that what NASA says. You think that I'm wrong, and that's funny shit. You think they don't contradict themselves.
Yeah, and he wants to speak on the behest of NASA. What a joke.
Just have a seat and try to recognize how you're processing in your chair.
Right. Okay.
Can't even get his way out of this argument.
So do you think the guys that keep coming in here and getting beat up by us, do you think that in real life they actually like that too?
Yeah, they're probably misogynistic, for sure. Whipping boys for the narrative. That's all these guys are.
You have such ridiculously high opinions of yourself.
Well, it's not just that. We have evidence or receipts. Like this conversation we just had, that's evidence that we can do what we do, and we're good at it. We're fucking damn good at it.
Yeah, we're really good at it. We have high opinions of ourselves. Isn't that awesome? And you have a low self-esteem.
No, I just consider, like, I'm a flawed human like anyone else who just tries to understand the world the best they can.
Nobody's talking about fallibility here. We're talking about confidence in what we're saying. And that's what we're saying is we got that on lock. So nothing to be worried about there.
We got rid of a bunch of flaws, so we're a little bit better than you now.
Bro, you should hear yourself.
Yeah, it's good. We are. We have a stream that we can record our voices and then play it back whenever we want. Although we don't need to because we lived it, but you probably need to listen back to it to see how badly you got destroyed. And be like, damn, man, they kicked my ass.
Go back and listen to Anon from this morning for the past 4 hours. You'll laugh your ass off. That might be the clip of the year.
They kicked my ass. Holy smokes. What am I doing going in there?
It's just the behavior of a narcissist, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can keep yapping. Well, we got what it takes. You don't, bro. So there's that, right?
It's self-declaration. Nothing.
Yeah, I told you we have receipts. The evidence of the conversation we just had is a demonstration of what I'm saying is true. I've crushed you and that other clown that was piping in here, Japhoria clown.
Okay, I say back, I crushed you. Well, look.
Yeah, but you didn't. That's the problem.
But
yours is an empty claim. Mine is a validated one.
Yours is.
You can't do what I do, bro.
Is a valid one.
You can have a dream that you can do what I do, but you fall short every time you open up your Dorito hole.
Bro, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are.
You don't have to. It's evident. I don't care what you think. The evidence is in how I shut you down, you clown. Damn right.
Do you actually think you guys would survive like 30 seconds in front of like a panel of academics who are like
their mouth would be as gaping wide open? Their mouth would be as gaping wide open as yours.
Yes,
are you serious?
Can. Yes, I sit with them all day long.
You're gonna have nothing left, dude, when you leave this place except for your shame, and maybe a pillow you can cry into.
Yep, total shame. Gonna have to cry into my pillow.
Lay down, face down into your pillow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just gonna be crying all night over this.
You're doing it now. Everybody's listening to you do it now.
This and other things.
But you guys are mean, and you think you're gonna be accepted. No one's gonna accept you. Like, shut up, dude. Let us do what we do while you listen there, eat popcorn and cry on your pillows.
But you've had over 100 years and you've done nothing. Literally. Well over 100 years and nothing.
Yeah, dude, keep cheerleading for the narrative. You like that hunchback guy that comes out on 300 that sides with the Persians. That's like you right now.
Right. So he's saying that the proof of gravity containing gas pressure in a vacuum is the atmosphere, which is begging the question. Yeah. Right. Yep. We know that that's what the claim is. Now, can you demonstrate that? How can you produce an isolated example where you can show us that gravity is a force that is reversing the trajectory of gas molecules with their expansion into a vacuum? I can provide many examples of a vacuum and soda cans bursting when the vacuum is pulled inside the container against your claimed force of gravity.
Yep. It's curtains for the globe, Walmart bag. There's nowhere to go. And now you have an opportunity. For you, there is a place to go. You can unmute yourself and you can speak to us because you're not going to use the side chat for your baseless claims anymore. But you can come in here and talk to us. We'd be happy to hear you and have a conversation with you. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid.
Don't clench.
Well, let the record show that Walmart Bag refuses to engage in conversation with flat earthers, will only make baseless claims in the side chat. And now they're gone.
Isn't that crazy? This is all they do, time and time again. They just throw a bunch of shit in our chat room and then run at the first sign of trouble.
Yep. That is becoming more common. The side chat has become a haunt for, baseless claims and people that now are refusing to come into the VC. So Love Drama yesterday was banned for like 7 days, and I'm wondering if this is another sock account. I guess we'll never know because we never hear their voice, but whatever.
I love how they bring up the barometric formula as evidence of gravity-containing gas. When the barometric formula, little g in that formula, is only describing a statistical distribution of that gas. And there are many potential reasons for that statistical distribution. One of them is that exactly the container itself that we're living in. We are close to a wall of the container. We're actually walking on it. Where else is gas supposed to expand when it's generated against the wall? It's not going to. It's going to find room to expand and thin out as it moves away from the wall. There's more volume on top of a mountain for gas to move than there is at your feet. So first you have a gradation of available space. You want to talk about a gradient? There's a gradient of available space. And you get more space the higher you go, the further away from the container of our pressurized system that you're walking on. That's one. Number two, there's a pretty consistent temperature gradient as well, isn't there? Number three, there's a consistent gradient showing where the formation of gas is at the surface relative to where gas is not formed so much in the air. So you have the presence of more gas forming at the surface in the first instance where there's less volume for it to expand into versus on top of a mountain away from the source of gas production where it's cooler than it was at the surface and where there's more space. I already said where there's more space for it. Yeah, there's more space for it to expand into. So it's further away from the source of generation, further away from a barrier, and the temperature's less. Like, come on, this is what we observe in reality. Is that not sufficient to explain this?
Yeah, DJ was talking about that the other day. The temperature difference, and so we always kind of understand that pressure and temperature are associated. And I'm trying to think to myself, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it colder because there's less? You made an interesting point. When there's terrain or higher altitudes, typically the terrain is much more non-uniform, right? So there's valleys and peaks and whatnot. So there is more available area, I guess, for the gas to expand into. That's an interesting point. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it we say the word thinner or less pressure, and I'm trying to understand, can we actually get a density reading that is consistent, or is the density, cold air is more compact, isn't that correct? Is it more dense?
Yeah. Yep, right. It is, and that causes displacement, yeah.
Right. So cold air is more dense, but it is not as excited. So it doesn't have as much kinetic energy. It's not going to create as much pressure.
Right.
So
it's lazier.
It's lazier. So I would like to know what the ultimate density of the air is comparatively. So if it's warmer down lower, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Why is it warmer lower, or why is there more pressure lower? Is it because of the surface area absorbing the heat from the sun and therefore making the gas more excited? To me, it's like all this balancing act. Is it more dense, or is it just more excited? Is the density the same, but different states of temperature or different states of energy potential? It's all kind of, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think it's really complex, honestly, and nobody has actually figured it out. Nobody's actually been able to figure out and create like a comprehensive model of the atmosphere of the Earth, globe or flat.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a delicate balancing act, and it's a dynamic system at the same time. So there's just so much going on. You've got the diurnal heating and cooling of the sun. You've got weather generation and high pressure and low pressure systems moving around each other. And it's also rest in peace for the globers, is that if I were to take a sample of the air that's at the surface and compare it to a sample of the air on top of Mount McKinley, I'm going to have less of it, but it's going to be the same ratio, the same mixture. So this is a demonstration of how gas does not stratify by molecular weight, because the claim is that the mass of the gas is attracted to the mass of the Earth. Well, then how come heavier particles don't seem to exhibit any preferred attraction over lighter particles? Why is it we don't see pools of radon on the surface of the Earth, pools of carbon dioxide suffocating us? And why is it that the mixture is pretty even, an even ratio comparatively? And we also have examples in cave systems that have been isolated completely from the outside world. And people take a sample of what's inside and study it. And you don't have gas stratification by molecular weight happening within a contained environment deep in an underground cave either.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting. It's really interesting.
So when you go up a mountain, you have less oxygen, right? Like if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, obviously there's a lot less oxygen, but there's just a lot less of everything, but it's the same amount of each of the gases. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just less of all of them, but still the same mixture.
Exactly. Like, you're going to find as a percentage, the prevalence of like the nitrogen to oxygen to all the others is going to be the same.
Right. What about helium?
That I'm sucking in helium.
Yeah. Is there? Okay, that's a great point actually, and I like the point that you were making, or that you make quite often, about Avogadro's law as well.
Yeah. Gas pressure is not modeled as a consequence of gravity. Now, in hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics, they do use gravity. That's like where you get the barometric pressure from. But gravity is not a force. It's a statistical distribution. It's describing the observation itself. It's not providing a presumed cause, because you can't manipulate the G. So what we have in systems is, at least with the barometric formula in our system, we have more gases at the surface where they're produced in the first instance. Shocker. And we have less of it where it's not produced. And why isn't it equalizing? Well, it's also a dynamic system. You've got a big temperature gradient. So you've got a source gradient, you've got a temperature gradient, and you've got a volumetric gradient. There's more available space. So there's like the concept of entropy is related to like the mean free path of gas molecule expansion. If you have more space for gases to move into versus less space, you're obviously going to create a system where you have a flow state from one to the other. You're going to try and have an equalization, and the pressure is going to be different throughout the process of it attempting to equalize, but it's never equalizing. And our system does not allow for the gas to reach a state of equalization. Now, what they'll claim is that gravity produced this gradient, and this gradient, 14 psi, thinning out as you go up, is stable. But how is this? This is measured in aggregate, right? Like this is not even measured in aggregate. It's statistically derived in aggregate. At the smaller level, you've got a constant pressure changing all the time. Pressure changing throughout the day.
What's their explanation for this? Right? Let's say what is it? Sea plankton creates 80% or something like that of the oxygen in the air. Okay, so let's just focus on one little oxygen molecule. Okay, it comes up out of the ocean or whatever, right? How does it make it up to like 30,000 feet with gravity involved?
Right. So why? Yeah, it's at its most energetic. Well, they'll say it's at its most energetic state when it's produced, but it's not like what slows down the gas molecule is temperature, is a cooling. So there's going to be less of it. There's going to be less friction for it to bump into, and it's moving away from a heated surface into a cooler area. What's happening is the gas. I would envision the gas molecule that was released by the plankton is slowing down and becoming more malaise, and it's cooling.
Here's what I want to know. I understand that we have a dynamic system and that there are pressure differences, but since it's tied to temperature, it's all kind of the same. We also have temperature differences everywhere, and they're constantly moving around, right? It's a big soup that's getting stirred essentially by the sun, the heating of the day and then the cooling of the night, right? So there's these cycles and it moves around and you have wind. We've got all that. Just because we have less oxygen at higher altitudes, does that necessarily mean that the actual density or the potential for the density of the air itself to be any different than it is down low? Having less of one particular gas molecule doesn't necessarily mean that the amount of gas at that altitude is any less dense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reminded of a study I read. I really want to go dig it up. I'm sure any of you want to be intrepid Googlers, go find it. It was talking about how if you were to give gas a huge, crazy huge space, volume for it to move in, that the gas starts to behave in ways that we don't expect, that you do get a clumping of higher pressure and lower pressure. It has to do with the mean free paths, with the available space the gas wants to move in for some reason. And I think maybe the speculation is there might be intermolecular forces at play that keeps it together. But they showed a box and they showed gas that did not fully expand into the box, and it created kind of like what looked like a nebula, to be honest.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the gas just gave up. I mean, just kind of slowed down and stopped and said, I'm just going to stay here.
I'd like to see that. Is that in a video or something like that?
I don't know about a video. It was in a paper I was reading on this. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of like, because classical kinetic molecular theory says that the gas molecules will expand and just infinitely expand unless the conditions change. Gas is almost like light or something. It's kind of weird, like propagates. So like it doesn't lose energy on its own. Something has to cause it to lose energy. But given like a freaking huge volume, something happens. Something changes. So
that's just mind-boggling in
it.
itself. How it doesn't lose energy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's crazy. What's some of these claims I haven't looked into? Superfluids. I need to spend some time digging deep into superfluids. But some of the things they say about superfluids, about like if you put it into motion, it will just forever stay in motion.
That's right.
Like what the hell?
That's right. And superfluids defy gravity. They will start climbing up the walls of the container. Like a fluid will not obey the barometric pressure formula. The liquid, I should say. The liquid does not obey the barometric pressure formula. That's kind of nuts. You put it in a container and it will start climbing up the walls of the container against the force of gravity trying to escape. And so little g, I mean, I have no problem really with little g. It's just a description. It's like one of these billions of other constants that keep showing up again and again in physics. It's almost like when you do accounting work, you're trying to balance out like the debits and the credits. And if you can't quite make it work, can't quite make it balance, you plug the number. You plug it with a number and you make it balance. And that plug becomes a constant. Because you keep trying to balance again and again, and the same number keeps showing up as a plug, and then you give it a name. Because it tends to show up all the time. Every time you do this operation, try to balance the equation out, you got a missing hole. You're like, okay, well, there must be a constant in here. Boom. Yeah, I wouldn't profess to be an expert at all on gas behavior. It's spooky. It's one of these topics that just keeps getting deeper, like almost every topic. Like you can just, there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to know a little bit more than you do about it. Guaranteed. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is going to be claimed to compress gas. What does that mean? That you heat up a gas and it wants to expand outward in all directions. Okay, and let's say it's expanding away from the floor because it's not going to go through the floor. So you're going to find a prevalence going up. And the claim is that gravity alone causes a force that yanks on that molecule and pulls it back down. The gas is trying to move away from everything to equalize because these gas molecules are vibrating and shooting off in every direction. They need space. They need space for their energy, the energy to distribute. And gravity is negating that. Gravity's saying, no, F you. You're not allowed to expand. I'm going to hold you down to the earth. And this would cause a friction, a constant compression, and a reheating up of the gas. And then if this has been going on for billions of years, how come Earth hasn't turned into a freaking plasma ball yet? I mean, in order for the Globers to make sense, they kind of need to have an origin story for all of this too. And of course they don't have one. They got all these different ideas and they got their outer space magic. Gravity in its current form, the way it's understood publicly and popularly is just an explanation to support the outer space myth. I mean, why is there an apparent gradient? Well, you know what? The structure of our world allows it to be this way. You've got more space to move the further away from the surface you move. Derp. Yeah, but why do dense things go down? I don't know. Why do less dense things separate from dense things by going up?
What do you think about the two primary directions of just only up and only down? That's the only two primary directions.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. The way I kind of conceived of this is things of different densities arrange themselves in a vertical stack, and things that are of the same density arrange themselves horizontally.
Yep.
You know, and this may just be one of these fundamental things about our world that it is what it is, like the right-hand rule that keeps showing up everywhere.
So I will give my personal opinion, right, about this. But as far as I can tell, and someone is, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong and show me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear it. But because we observe these two primary directions, right, up and down, when it comes to, you know, matter and if it's allowed to freely move within its particular medium, it's going to do one or the other. And because we only observe this, you know, I think we probably screwed up by saying it's really an experiment to change the density of a medium and watch something go up, like, with the salt water and the egg. It's like, okay, now we've confirmed that you can get this reaction by changing the medium. We already know the item within the thicker medium is going to go up if it's less dense, and vice versa. So we observe this. It's a bit like a natural law to me. It has to just be part of the design in the place that we live, and it's very practical and predictable, and we use it. But I don't know if you can really ascribe a cause. It's almost like it's programmed in. It's a law to me. Now, if someone has a difference of opinion or has something to show me that would refute that, then I'm happy to hear it. But to me, when they talk about the laws of gravity, I think they're just talking about the laws of relative density. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah, and what? To add to that, there's something spooky going on with molecular bonds. I have this nagging suspicion that the presence of bonds between particles is in molecules is somehow contributing to this behavior, this phenomenon. Because gas molecules absolutely do not abide by what we understand gravity to be in the popular sense. But suddenly you add bonds, right, in a liquid or in a solid, and now you've got this behavior. I have to go. I have a meeting. I should probably go. I need to sign into it. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you don't have to appeal to gravity. You just air molecules have weight. That's why.
Yeah. So I know you don't like to. Yeah, but that goes hand in hand with gravity on a globe.
Right, but I'm saying we don't have to argue about the cause of weight. We could just talk about the weight of the molecules, and that's why the pressure of a container is higher at the bottom than the top.
Define weight.
I don't think.
What do you mean? You know what weight is? It's like how much weight objects have.
Yeah, what is weight?
Weight is the force that pulls something towards the bottom, towards...
Oh, is that how it's defined? Weight is a force that pulls things down?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So weight is now pulling things. It's not gravity?
I'm saying that I think gravity causes weight, but
I don't give a shit what you think, Matthew.
Okay, then goodbye.
Bye. I found that Matthew's only tactic is to tell us about what he thinks. I'm not here to hear about what you opine or think or want to believe. Substantiate your claim with something.
Yeah, he's like a record on repeat when it comes to every single one of these conversations. He said, like, I've had that exact conversation with him like at least a dozen times. And he says the same thing every single time. And he refuses to talk about gravity.
We believe.
He just has the same talking points for the last 5 years straight. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's old and tired. If he brings, sometimes he's jovial and comes in and just wants to talk about things that aren't related to the topic, but he's chill, that's fine. Whatever. But if you're going to come in and just start telling us about your opinion or your own subjective position on something without any evidence, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, usually what I challenge him with is to provide an actual experiment that's been done where we have a static system that accounts for all of the variables and has a higher pressure at the bottom than the top of the static system that has accounted for all of the possible variables that could cause that to happen. And there isn't one that exists.
Right. What they're still doing is they're saying high pressure down low, low pressure up high, see gravity. No. It doesn't work that way.
I still want to know how's the oxygen getting up to the top, how's it getting up to 30,000 feet?
Right.
With the gravity. How's that happen? And what, so it's just like some of them can break through the gravity, can they, and get up there?
Yeah, the gravity wall.
Yeah. It's like
Indio in the house?
Indio. Sup, Indio.
What's up? How's my mic?
Mike's pretty good.
Sounds good.
A little quiet.
Hold on.
You know, I have a question. I always see that old man in people's profile pictures in the flat Earth community. Who is that?
He's a character from Kill Bill.
Yeah, pardon me.
I may.
Is he a flat earther or something?
Probably.
No, it's a movie. Ever heard of Kill Bill?
No, I know what Kill Bill is. I just recognize a pattern. That's all. My apologies.
I mean, he's a what is it? What do they call it? Taoist priest or something? Shinto priest. They're not Shinto. Taoist.
How's it going, Seisu?
I mean, China was flat Earth, so yeah, he's probably a flat earther.
What's up?
So how you doing? Have you ever seen the movie Guess Who?
Nope.
It's a good movie. It has Bernie Mac in it.
It'd probably be funny. It's got Bernie Mac.
Rest in peace, though, for real.
Rest in peace. What brings you in positivity?
I like conspiracies.
Okay. Which ones do you like?
Ooh, I know you're live on YouTube. I don't want to get nothing flagged, but I like researching like aliens, ufology, CIA, psychological warfare, all that good stuff.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that the flat Earth is a conspiracy?
I feel like some of it could contribute, like the controlled opposition and stuff, like the Flat Earth Society. That's definitely like a psyop of some kind.
Possibly. The thing about, flat Earth is people use that term conspiracy, but I think sometimes they're kind of missing what the word actually means. So to conspire, right, is to have one or at least two individuals, secretly planning to do something, right, without anybody else's knowledge. Now, it doesn't have to be nefarious. It can be like two people conspiring to plan a surprise birthday party, right, for a group of people. So it doesn't have to be bad, although we typically associate it that way because we think, keeping secrets is in general a bad thing to do, especially if it's truth that is important, to hide a truth or something like that. But I don't know if flat falls into that category. Now, people could conspire to devise a plan about a lie, and that would be the globe, because the Earth itself cannot be hidden. It can't be secret. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do. I came here to learn about. So someone once told me that the final Antarctica experiment is created by a shill, and I would like to discuss that experiment.
Oh, I don't know if Will Duffy is a shill of any kind. Those are things that are hard to prove. You know what I mean? Like, he could just be some, pastor from a church that has a desire to expose some kind of, in his mind, flat Earth conspiracy, and have some good funding behind him and be totally above board. Like, I don't know if he's a shill, if he's showing up to infiltrate anything. I have no idea. There's a lot of people that don't like the flat Earth, and I wouldn't call them shills.
But yeah, we could call him other things though, like a slimy sophist, like, or something like that, like a greasy businessman that has a track history of ripping people off and a whole stack of lawsuits and things like that are ongoing. And then when he debates the topic, he's extremely fallacious, and he's kind of shitty at debating the topic in general, to be honest. And I think he probably did this to make money, but I can't prove exactly what his motive is. But yeah, he kind of sucks. The final experiment, like, didn't do anything. It brought more people into looking into the topic, if anything. And it shut down some shitty flat Earth arguments that were out there as well. And we were able to get rid of Jaren, and now the globe side has Jaren, which is great.
Yeah,
like, that's just the kick. We've been cleaning up that idiot's mess for years. And
oh my gosh,
yeah, we don't. I mean, we'll still have to do it, but at least he can't see any more dumb things that we have to clean up.
I'm interested about the Earth curve math being wrong. I want to see some some sources about that, because I do believe I've actually heard that before, that the Earth's curve doesn't, like, the mathematics behind that doesn't add up.
Oh yeah, yep, never matches up, and not even close. It's not like a little bit off. It's completely off. Like, if you have, like, most people don't realize how much curvature there actually is over a relatively short distance. Like, I have a 21-mile observation. If we calculate on a globe how much curvature there should be over a 21-mile body of water, it's 293 feet, which is kind of like a 29-story building, like a big skyscraper worth. Okay, and we can zoom in across a 21-mile lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We see zero obstruction. And these kind of results are consistent. Like, with the observation I'm talking about, they did it during the day, and they could see the shoreline on the other side. Then they waited till it got dark, and then they did it again because there's lights on the shoreline, or near the shoreline on the other side, so they could see it even clearer at nighttime. Both times it was clear. And then they shot high-powered lasers across the lake and could hit their targets. So when we go out and we do...
Do you have, like, a video of, like, this experiment? I'm actually really interested in that.
Yeah, I got some... There's a whole video, which I'll post, but I've got some, like, clips and stuff here. So
honestly, I'm not too, like, knowledgeable about stuff like this, because I understand where you guys come from, because I used to research a lot about 9/11 and the physics being broken. And a lot of people would be like, "Oh, this is silly. This is, like, stupid," and this and that. So I understand. Like I've been in here a couple of times. Sometimes I take the joke a little too far, but, like, honestly, there has to be some science.
Yeah. So, well, this is the thing. I mean, there's certain characteristics that have to be present if the Earth is a globe, and one of them is that the water has to be curving. So even to have gravity, okay, they say that everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So they tell us the exact size of the globe, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over this distance, and it has to be there if the Earth's a globe, because you can't have the globe without gravity, and you can't have gravity without the globe. So if the water's not curving, right, that would debunk gravity, and that would debunk the globe radius at the same time. Kind of goes hand in hand, really.
Hold on, my apologies. I'll be back. My cat's fucking knocking shit over. Hold on.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah. Matt was making the dumb gravity gas pressure nonsense. Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, he says that his argument every single time is that if you're in a room, there's always going to be higher pressure at the bottom of the room than at the top of the room. And that proves that gas has weight and is being pulled towards the Earth by gravity.
Oh, okay. So, I want to get one of these guys to tell me how come gravity isn't in the phase diagram for liquid, solid, and gas. Because shouldn't it be in there? Shouldn't it be dial up gravity, it would turn a gas into liquid and then into a solid?
Yeah, you would think so.
Have to. So, basically, if we turn down the gravity, all the oceans would turn to steam. But if they turn to steam with less gravity, well, that would be a higher energetic state. So where did that energy, how come losing gravity created more energy? It's actually against, so, like, wouldn't that be against thermodynamics? Because gas is in a higher energetic state than a liquid. But then the crushing pressure is what's turning it into the liquid in the first place. That's like thermodynamically backwards.
Hello.
Hope everyone's doing well today.
Doing well, thanks, Bennett. Hope you're doing good.
Have you ever met a communist flat earther?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I was just curious because I believe like the first people in space. Well, if you believe in space, the first people in space were like communists. I believe like cosmonauts. I think one of them died or something.
There's a cosmonaut that said recently in an interview, I forget exactly when he said it, but he said if anyone says that they've been to space, they're lying to you. Blatantly said it.
You have that kind of reminds me of, there's this one guy that tried to make Buzz Aldrin swear on the Bible that the moon landing was real. But the main interesting fact was when Buzz Aldrin and his son went back inside, they accidentally had their mic on. And then his son was like, should we call the CIA on him? That's funny. It reminds me of that.
You're mixing up, that was Astronauts Gone Wild, and you're mixing it up a little bit. The CIA thing, I think that was Collins. And Buzz Aldrin's a different astronaut who sucker punched Bart Sibrel. Now, here's the funny thing. Bart Sibrel, the guy that made that video, he just did a debate with an astronaut, an Apollo astronaut. It's on a channel called Danny Jones. You should watch it. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah,
you should just watch it to see how bricked this astronaut is when confronted with like the evidence that they didn't go. He's just like stuck on stupid, stuck on repeat.
That's one thing
it's pretty crazy.
Because I seen an archive. I think it was Buzz Aldrin.
This happened like 2 weeks ago. This debate.
Do you remember? Have you ever seen this footage of the moon landing where they're showing like the Earth through a window, but then you could hear like someone on the radio. They're like, okay, get ready to say this and that, but then they expose that it was just a reflection.
Yeah, it was a partial Earth, and they stuck a piece of paper up to make it look like a crescent. It's like if you still believe that dudes went to the moon after listening to this guy, God help you.
So what was? Yeah. How did you get down this space is fake rabbit hole?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No problem.
No means yes, guy, dude. Everything you just posted. If the moon landing was fake, thousands of independent engineers, countries, radio astronomers would have had to fake it consistently for 50 years. That is utter horseshit. Okay? It's nonsense. Anyway, what were you saying? Positivity only?
I low-key forgot. I was eating a kiwi, my bad. Hold on, I'm about to watch this video you sent.
It's a debate, so I mean, Bart Sibrel, that video you were talking about, this guy, the bald guy on the right, he's the one that made that video, Astronauts Gone Wild, and tried to get astronauts to swear on the Bible.
That's funny because they're Freemasons, so
yeah,
it's weird that they did
okay. Yeah, no means yes. Mockery is not evidence, just like claims are not evidence. Your claim is baseless bullshit. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Wait, what about the people that saw the supposedly they're like the Apollo rocket? Like, is there any footage of like where it went, or did it like arc? I seen that rocket's arc; they don't really go up.
I mean, There's a couple Soviet scientists who said there's no way, based upon the trajectory and how fast it was going, it could have reached anywhere. They said it couldn't even reach space. That's on a website called Aulus.com. It's AU. You point out your claims are baseless because they're not based upon any fact. There's no facts in there. You're just saying it.
Do you think the KGB and CIA could have collaborated on like faking space and this whole like space race rivalry?
Yeah, we already know they did. We got the documents.
Oh, you got CIA documents?
They said it when they created NASA. The creation of NASA, the documents. Hold on, let me find them real quick. I think I saved them.
Yeah, to me, the most striking thing is the photographs.
Save them again, freaking.
I was gonna say I'm looking up the death of this cosmonaut. Hold on, let me see. Vladimir Komarov.
How they felt is irrelevant. The matter is whether the evidence you haven't you haven't presented any evidence. If the moon landing, blah 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 blah, you made a conjecture of what should have to happen. You haven't presented any evidence that that's actually true. Okay, now present the evidence that all these things, these conditions would have to happen. Present evidence of it, not just something out of your head, which you imagine to be true.
Yeah, to me, the documentary American Moon, that's the mic drop.
No mic, yeah, I'm sure these guys, no broke mic gang, unite.
I'm about to look. I'm watching it. Should we watch American Moon?
So there's documents. Did you know that? Let's just go in reverse. So about a month and a half ago now, Trump issued an executive order making NASA's primary function an intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security. That's their primary function now, not space. That's an executive order that was signed, I don't know, a month and a half ago.
You ever play Call of Duty Zombies? I feel like you would like it because it talks about
Nazi zombies.
Yeah, actually, that's based off real stuff.
I love Nazi zombies, bro. Yeah, I can solo Der Reese. That's the second one. I can get to like level 30 solo, which is freaking crazy madness.
I've also heard that like when you look at
it got too weird. It's not simple enough anymore. I just like shooting zombies. I don't want to freaking. And the power ups are cool, but like it became like a puzzle game. I don't freaking dig that shit.
I feel like zombies turned into like an MMO RPG almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It became like a puzzle game. Freaking, you gotta like level up and shit. Like, what the fuck's that? They should have just kept it simple. Where it's just straight up reflex, dude. That's you know what I mean saying? It was just like the beginning, it was just straight up reflex. How fast can you kill zombies? That's it. Anyway, Yoder's not here right now, but Yoder, like, there's a bunch of documentation from NASA's formation that they said that the whole purpose of creating NASA was to create the illusion of technological superiority so no one would oppose the United States.
Am I roboting?
Not really.
Yeah, a lot of the videos from back then, that looked, I guess, realistic to the population back then, just obvious fakery when viewing them now.
Oh, especially like the old ones, like the Mercury and Gemini. They're literally stop motion animations. It's pathetic.
Yeah, we had a guy in here yesterday that was 50-50 on the moon landings. And after showing him about 5 or 10 clips of claimed real footage, he was 0% after believing the moon landings happened after that. He was pissed. He couldn't believe how ridiculous the footage looked. He was like just gobsmacked.
Yeah, when I first, my oldest son is 24 now, but when he's like, I don't know, he's like 14 or 15, I showed him the takeoff, the Apollo 15 takeoff. I'm like, hey, check this out. I didn't tell him what it was. He had no idea. He'd never seen it before. He didn't grow up watching TV and crap like that. So he's like, man, that's some cheap special effects. I'm like, no, dude, that's the moon takeoff, man. That's the actual footage from taking off from the moon. He couldn't believe it, dude. He hasn't believed in that shit since then. I ruined his childhood. He didn't even get to believe the moon landing for 10 minutes.
That's hilarious. But I showed the same footage to Josh Ingersoll, and he was just defending it like crazy. It was hilarious. He's like, what? Like, what is wrong with it? It looks great.
There's an official story about how they remote controlled it. That the camera was remote controlled from Houston, and that they trained. And yeah, there's an actual document of a guy that I don't remember if he was like giving a conference talk or something like that. And talk about, yeah, we trained to remote control it. And this talk was done in the 90s, right? So we had to train for the 2-second delay, right? So they synchronized like their filming, right? Because you know how the camera pans up perfectly centered.
Yeah.
Everything's all perfectly centered, and it was so great. We got it perfectly. We trained so hard. It's such a bullshit story.
It's ridiculous. Is that what they say? They say that they're doing with the Mars rover and the Mars little helicopter thing. Is it the same thing? They're just remote controlling it.
Yeah. The remote controlling it with like, I don't know, was this like a 16-second delay, 16-minute delay or something? When are you space nerds? What's the delay? What's the delay of the speed away from Mars? Come on, NASA fanboys, you should know. This was on the test. Yeah, like Apollo cameramen, like they like Hollywood should go to NASA and train because they are they're the greatest cameramen that have ever lived. Ever. By far. Like no one's even close. They can take it perfect film shots where everything is centered and it's all perfect without knowing the exposure, with no light meter, with no viewfinder, strapped to their chest with big fat gloves where they can barely push the frickin' button, and they take thousands of perfect photographs. Something like one of the Apollo detectives guys said that it would be something like a photograph like every 15 seconds the entire time they were there. It's like some astronomical amount of photography. And like less than 1/10 to 1% of the photographs are shit. The greatest photographers in the history of, I mean, I don't know what to say. They are on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, maybe that's why they're there for cinematography.
Yeah.
Well, what's crazy to me is I've had photographer friends that will defend the photographs and believe the story. I'm just like, bro, there's no way you can believe that those are legitimate photographs. Like, not in a studio.
Well, have they used your friends? Do they use film? Have they used film photography?
I think the argument was the shots of the moon to the Earth, and talking about how the different lenses or aperture. I don't remember, but you know how it looks really small sometimes and really big other times.
Yeah. I know that argument that zoom in, zoom out, right? The field of view changes it, but that only matters when the object is close. Okay, that matters. So if you had, like, say, a physical globe, and it was across the room 10 feet, yeah, that would matter. But when the object is far relative to the size of the camera, that doesn't matter, because at all distances it's a pinhole. Zooming in and out isn't gonna, you're not seeing around the sides of it. It's totally different. See, this is what they don't understand. They're used to taking pictures of terrestrial objects. They're not talking about taking a picture of something that's 100,000 miles away, right? Like, their brain doesn't even comprehend that the geometry is completely different. Everything is parallel. There is no, zooming the camera in and out doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you were doing a portrait shot of someone on one side of a football field and the basketball was on the ground way on the other side. Like, no matter what zoom you did wouldn't affect that.
Yeah, it's like if you took a picture of a mountain 100 miles away, right? You're like you know, when the globe shots, right? So one will be like where North America takes up the entire globe, and then let's zoomed out, you can see that the Atlantic and Pacific in North America is small. If you took a mountain 100 miles away and took a photograph and zoomed in and out, you wouldn't like just see the center of the mountain and not the edges, and then if zoomed out, you see the edges and with the center as well. Like, it doesn't work like that. It's because that mountain's so far away compared to you zooming in and out, right? You move the camera zoom, 4 inches relative to 100 miles. That's infinitesimal. It didn't even move. But if it's across the room, 4 inches matters, right? It's actually, at that scale, it makes a difference. But at the scale of hundreds of thousands of miles, it doesn't mean anything. It hasn't even moved.
So you're saying that they calculated the photos, and all the photos they have means like someone had to be snapping a picture every 15 seconds? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, they took something like 5,000 photographs or something.
That's crazy.
Well, because they only spent like a limited, we know, like, according to them, they spent, I don't know what the total number of hours on the moon is, 8? How do you take 5,000 photographs in fucking 8 hours? And I'm talking about across all the missions, right? So that, like, they only spent like a few hours on the moon. It's not like that they were there for a long time. They just I think on the first one, like 3,000 photographs in like freaking 3 hours or something. 1,000 photographs an hour. Freaking dude, you have freaking blisters on your fingers from pushing the button that much.
Yeah, man. The American Moon documentary for me is like, if anyone who wants to really investigate, I mean, I love it just because you have these world-class photographers innocently being approached with these photos, and they're like, oh wait, yeah, this is multiple light sources.
Yeah, I would suggest, if just, anyone, just there's a YouTube channel called Apollo Detectives. They have so much on there. Like, it's endless, man. Like, I mean, there's so much. These people have like really, really, really done their homework.
Well, and what I think is it's a great soft entry point for people that are pretty entrenched in heliocentrism. It's if you can't get them there, it's going to almost be impossible to get to flat Earth. Even though, I mean, flat Earth is obvious because it's measurable, but I think you're just dealing with a lot of psychological barrier.
Yeah, the moon landing is how I got into this because I don't know, it was probably like, about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, back when YouTube, you could find anything. So I was researching 9/11, stuff like pre-flood lore, about the Nephilim and stuff like that. And then I came across the moon landing, and then at that time, the suggestions were flat Earth observations while I was looking at fake moon landing stuff. And then I saw those long distance observations, and that made me really uncomfortable, right? So I transitioned from like, okay, so the moon landings look like they're fake. And then all of a sudden I was hit with this flat Earth stuff, and I was like, whoa, I don't want to go that far, But that's how I got into it.
Yeah, I started there as well. Yep, 9/11 moon landings, and alternate views of history. And then I think, I saw a little clip for Eric DeBay's 200 proofs, and that created the and then the dinosaurs, all of that debate.
Yeah, one time YouTube would take you as far down the rabbit hole as you want to go. And now it's highly controlled. It's a bummer.
Yeah, now it's pretty much Discord or Telegram.
Yeah. Censorship on TikTok, I don't think, is still too bad. Now, I don't have TikTok, but as far as I understand, the flat Earth is allowed to reign free over there.
TikTok flat earthers are morons, dude.
I would agree with that. They're not doing us any favors, and that's probably why it's allowed to reign free or roam free over there, because they're not putting out any good content. No good flat Earth proofs of any kind, as far as I can tell. It's mostly, back to you can see obviously that NASA is faking this, that, or the other. Now, I'm not saying that's not useful, but that's just where you cut your teeth. You're going to have to give somebody some substance after that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to believe and start going into faith-based speculation, and it's interesting and it gets the clicks and the views, but yeah, more people need to know the basics.
Yeah. And the basics are all that are really required. How is the Earth treated, measured, used? After that, it's kind of over, I mean, I can't believe it's so simple, although things that are true typically are simple. And in this case, it's really just, is there any curvature? No? Okay, well, it's not a ball. And that's it. Simple. You got to pull people out of the weeds, where they've been so hypnotized to think backwards, to think circularly, that it's hard to drag them out of that pattern. But the sunset, it's like, bro, the story about the sunset is just a story,
Yeah, if they could empty everything out of their minds and start from zero, honestly. And it's hard. Maybe 1% of people come in here or less, are willing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Are they willing, right? Like, some people are just way too dug into their belief system or their paradigm or even their social, I want to say social security, but that's the best way to describe it. In their social arena, their secure state within their herd, that they go, well, even if what you're saying is true, I'm not really willing to entertain it because it's too costly. I can't leave my social group. I can't be ostracized. I can't be condemned. And it's really uncomfortable to have to change paradigms. I don't want to have to learn all new stuff if everything that I have is essentially useless. So laziness, wins the day. I'll just stay here, comfy enough. What's it going to change? I always say that. Is this going to change whether or not I have to wake up in the morning and go to work? Well, no. But if that's what decides it for you, then fine, go on.
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot from a family member. Yeah, it's like, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter, and this and that. I'm like, well, truth, matters. And I wouldn't want to live under a false impression of reality.
Right.
But I think for some people, it's a psychological harness to believe in it because it's so connected to their childhood, and it's too disruptive to change.
Yeah, yesterday there was a guy in here. His name was Marian, and he began to call me toxic, even though he was wasting everybody's time. So I gave him an earful. But his little profile picture is, the Death Star from Star Wars. So there's a lot of people out there that are hardcore Star Wars fans, like to the degree where they're going to conventions and they have the Lego sets, with the Millennium Falcon or whatever on, like they have all the stuff and they're just into it. Like it's basically idolatry. And so if you come along and you tell them that the idea that their idol is based upon is fraudulent, they're not going to like that very much. They would rather keep that paradigm because it's what they're into and what they ultimately worship, that they're not going to let that go. It's like, okay, you do you then, but don't be mad at me, right? Like if you're upset, that's your problem. It's not me. You asked, I told you, now you're upset. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean to like all of that stuff, I think you could still be a flat earther and enjoy a space movie, although it's probably not as entertaining. But it's something where for me the concept of now we're entering into greater mystery when you come to flat earth realization, and to me that's even more exciting because wow, it's even more amazing than we could ever imagine.
Right. So the celestials cause a huge problem even for the flat earther, right? Because we can use celestial objects and the earth is flat to navigate, right? And yet you can't use a trigonometric function to figure out the ultimate height of the star. It doesn't work. But it still works to get from one place to another. Now anyone try to figure that out, right? Where I actually can't know the height of this celestial object if I try to use trigonometry. It doesn't work out. There's not a linear relationship between the actual height and the surface, but the distance to the GP of that particular celestial body is still, for the most part, pretty accurate. So what is the star? Is it physical or is it not? Is it in an apparent location, which it has to be at this point? And you go, okay, well, so it's not an object that we could probably go and touch, at least not where it would be trigonometrically. Why does the moon do all the weird things that the moon does? What truly is an eclipse? It's very bizarre. So now we're stuck back at square one trying to figure this stuff out, and we don't have any access to the celestials. So we're stuck just wondering, twinkle, twinkle.
Yeah, man, it's a big mystery, and we've got to surrender to it, and it's okay to surrender and not know, rather than we got to figure it all out.
Yeah, people they have a lot of comfort in thinking that they know the truth about something, and that would be the best answer for somebody to ask. Why how is this going to change my everyday? Well, if you think that you know the truth about where you live, being a ball and everything floating around in space, and that's comforting to you to have those answers, then ultimately you're admitting that you find comfort in having facts or perceived facts. So wouldn't you rather know the actual truth and the thing that you thought was true now being a lie? Would you rather disregard that and find the comfort in knowing that you do live on a flat earth, but you're maybe not going to know every answer? What's wrong with that? You'll be okay.
Yeah, to me, it creates unlimited possibilities that simply require, I guess the way we're set up socially to change at some point, like being able to explore and stuff like that. It may take many generations. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, man, I listen here every day. Just I'm usually always driving, and I don't want to look at my phone and be distracted. But yeah, I listen to you all the time, and all the other main characters in here. And man, it would be so great to have a panel of 7 or 10 of the main folks in here, on a live television show with 7 or 10 astronauts. And to me, that's why I love this channel, because you get that Socratic debate in the back and forth. And just my hope is one day we can finally get this to more people.
Yeah, you were roboting a little bit there, but I heard most of it. Well, yeah, would it be nice to have a panel in an environment where it wasn't going to be gummed up, with the network or whatever? If this was put out there to the mainstream, and the facts were just presented, and the measurements were allowed to be shown and accepted for what they are. I agree with you. I'd like to see that, but to me, it's kind of a pie in the sky dream, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going to give it a true platform, or at least a mainstream platform, to people who know what they're talking about. They'll bring in on all the the YouTube yahoos, like allegedly Dave, the pee drinker, and they'll platform them. They'll even platform guys like oh, doggone it, drawing a blank. Shoot. Anyway.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that one.
Yeah. They'll platform Dave Weiss. Those types of folks are fine to platform, but you're not going to get somebody who's just going to make a very concise, logical, and evidenceable, presentation. They're not going to do that, whoever they are. But because I'm watching, whoever is getting platformed is usually the more obscure TikTok type, So the yahoos, the conspiratards, they're going to get platformed. That does them a favor by going, well, this guy's ideas are all over the place, and if I research this dude, I'm going to find about 500 videos on YouTube refuting the one thing that he continues to present as a model, the AE projection, and we'll just tear that to shreds, and then we'll forget about the flat Earth for the rest of our lives, because it's just silly. That's a problem. That AE thing is a real problem, and the people that continue to use it, in my analysis, my estimation, are bad actors. That's my opinion. But we need to get rid of the AE thing. And I thought Duffy had done that. Duffy got rid of the AE thing. Great, stop using it. Why are you still using it?
Yeah, well, all of those people are just saying, like, they're forced to say it was all done in a studio or something like that now, which is,
what if the tool's not wrong, but the way the tool is being used is wrong?
Which tool? Or what did you say? Pole or tool? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
TOOL. The AE map. Because obviously it's not ever going to be, because you can't, right? Unless you literally go and scan the whole world and then build a 3D model of it. You're not going to get accurate representation. But for the purposes of navigation and such, which was what it was designed for in the first place. But
it is what it is.
So there's two things, right? Its purpose is being misapplied by many people within these spheres. And then number two, it's completely ignoring the rest of cosmology, because just because you've got the surface right doesn't mean you have the rest of it, right? So how the sun operates and how it interacts with the AE map, should we grant that it, verifiable or whatever, right?
Well,
so even if you argue that and you ignore the fact that it's been pulled out of its specific context, you're ignoring the fact that whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not, we have a contained atmos, right? So therefore, we have to consider that that's going to have at least some impact on how we observe the sun. So it's not so much that people are like touting it incorrectly. Or that touting it in and of itself is incorrect. It's that they're not totally analyzing it properly. Because if you removed yourself from the simplicity, though I grant you there is sense in not claiming something that you can't demonstrate, but if you remove yourself from the simplicity of not acknowledging the dome and the fact that there probably could be more than one dome, and that's going to influence the way you observe the sun when you are on the plane, and you bring that into how you use the AE map, you can come up with a more comprehensive use of the AE map to make it more accurate. That, I think, is the real deal with this thing, rather than simply, the AE map and that's it, or the AE map sucks and we'll throw it out. You have to have some degree of wisdom when you deal with these discussions, especially when you're dealing with things that are categorically out of our reach. So there's only so far we can go with definite knowledge on what we can demonstrate. Now we can logically conclude other things, but we can't show you, right? I can logically conclude that you're a mug or you're not a mug, but I can't definitely show that unless I get the opportunity. If you get the analogy. Anyway, I'm done.
Right. If you use it the way it's intended to be used, it's a globe projection. It's a spherical coordinate system projection, essentially as a variable scale. And the flat earthers that are using it aren't taking that into account at all. They're misusing it. And then they're saying this is how the sun and the moon work on it. And in that little model that they've made up, which they call the flat earth model, right, you wouldn't be able to have a 24-hour sun. And then they're left having to say, well, it was all done in a studio. How come I don't see any fog coming out of their breath? Blah, blah, blah. And coping, essentially, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, if you ask me for my opinion, because I know you guys like to stick to strict empiricism, but hey, life is not entirely empirical. Now is it? But if you ask me for my opinion, I think the issue is people disregard the scriptures. Because if you just allowed yourself to assume for a moment that the scriptures are actually accurate, then this wouldn't be too hard to contemplate. Because according to scriptures, and not just the canonical ones, but the ones that people have chosen to ignore, I'm talking about Bible, Christian scriptures, just in case it's lost. There's seven firmaments. The sun and the moon are in the third firmament, and between that, you have a layer of water on top of the first. How is that not going to cause some very interesting, what would you call it, apparent effects on the light at the extremities? The extremities, by the way, that we're clearly not designed to live in. That when we go there, we're going outside of the focal range of the stars and stuff like that serve our purposes. I don't think it takes a genius to realize that when you go that far, you're like, well, if you're looking up and expecting it to operate in your favor, you're not thinking straight, because you've gone to the edge of the boundary. That's not your designation. Go back to where you belong, and everything operates correctly. So hopefully that makes sense. I know there's like implications and whatever there, but you should You should be able to put the pieces together, whether you agree with the totality or not.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I like to speculate about it. I do look into that kind of thing, and I'm just going off empiricism and what the AE map actually is. But I get where you're coming from completely. Yeah. And I was going to share a video with you because I was actually looking into something similar the other day in relation to why in the Bible it says the circle of the earth. And it's kind of in relation to what they call Pangea as well, continental drift and that kind of thing. It's completely speculation, but this is it's a mind-blowing video. Everyone I've shared it with is like, whoa, that's crazy. Makes a lot of sense. It's a guy named Jason Jack. He's a surgeon who's also a flat earther, and he does little season eschatology. He makes a lot of videos about that topic, and mixes that with researching old maps and that kind of thing. He's got some great content. So I'll share the video that I watched the other day in the side chat about continental drift. And this is just a speculation that he has, and he puts it together in relation with old maps and the Bible and all that kind of thing. Once again, purely speculation, but it's extremely interesting.
Wouldn't it be the same if the Earth was flat? We would still be in an Earth next to a vacuum, floating in a space.
No, bro. I don't know how you've been here for this long and you still think that you're still trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the universe, which is a big giant space vacuum. The flat Earth does not reside within the fantasy heliocentric model of outer space.
No, I'm generally talking about the space, the space, the stars, the sun, whatever we see may not be whatever the scientists are trying to tell us, but they do exist, right? I mean.
Yeah, but why is it a vacuum? We don't know what they are. We don't know if it's a big, giant, vast vacuum. In fact, it's not possible for it to be that, and there's no evidence of it as that. Okay, that's just a story that we were told growing up about what we're seeing in the sky. And it came from a whole bunch of assumptions made by ancient philosophers and cult leaders like Pythagoras and whatnot, based on crazy ideas, right? Based on just guesswork, right? Not actual empiricism. So, yeah, if you want to claim that there's a big giant space vacuum in the sky and that the Earth is an object inside the space vacuum, that's a crazy claim, right? You're going to have to back that claim up. Like the image that you posted yesterday of the disk in space, that's propaganda made up by the media.
The images I uploaded.
Yeah, like the disk. Yeah, you put it in the chat yesterday. You asked us if this was flat Earth, and it was like a disk floating in space with a dome over the top.
Oh, it was not yesterday. It was, I think, 2 weeks or maybe.
No, it was just a day or two ago.
Either way, you know the meme that he's referring to, or the image that you posted. You do recall that, right?
I mean, yeah. In that time, I thought that was the model all of the flat earthers were agreeing on. But later,
Yeah, he's explaining to you that that's propaganda. That comes from the Flat Earth Society, which is a group that tries to propose that the Earth is accelerating upward at a certain speed, and that's what causes things to fall. Okay? That's not what we propose here or promote or think. And if I may add, because I have been listening for a quick minute, as far as all your space stuff there, you know, the theory that's proposed is a Big Bang, a little tiny dot of pure energy that exploded and started expanding outward, and everything started becoming into existence, whether it's Mars or Earth or anything that they tell you. Backup theory to that is the Big Crunch, that eventually one day it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start falling back in on itself and crush back into that small little dot of pure energy. Seriously? Like, these are people telling you stuff. They have nothing to back it up with. They pull it out of thin air. In fact, the Big Bang Theory itself was proposed by a priest. Like, the guy just thought it up, spewed it out, and everybody went with it. Yep, that's what happened. Nothing, bang, everything. So I just want you to chew on that for a little while. Big bang, big crunch. It's moving outward. One day it's going to move inward. I don't know who came up with that, how they came up with it, what evidence or any research they have to back any of those statements up, but that's where we're at with the mainstream NASA, astronomy, Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff. You know, we're going into space, people. Sure we are. Screw the homeless. Screw the problems here. You know, the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, what we're observing up there is just what we're observing. To claim that it's raining diamonds on one of those lights in the sky, I have no right to say that. Nobody has the right to say that.
No, actually, that was not my problem. Actually, a few days ago, one of these flat earthers actually explained to me that there is no certain model that every flat earther agrees on, and I accept that. Okay, it's okay. I was just saying that regardless of the shape and the situation of the Earth, okay, we are living in some kind of condition with a huge amount of oxygen and gas around us, and whether the Earth is flat or ground, I mean, it is going to be like beside a vacuum or space. I know you want to say that the space is fake, yeah, but I mean, what the shape of the Earth has to do with it? See what I mean?
Okay, no. The shape of the Earth, what the topic is that it is observably flat and stationary. We are told it's curving and spinning. We do not observe that. The only time we observe it is when we're given an image from NASA, or when we look through a fisheye lens, we might see the horizon bending left to right. But we don't see it moving. Any experiment done to prove that it's spinning or moving has failed. We don't see it bending left to right, front to back, no matter the height we go to. We see too far. There's no drop over distance. Whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats or a large body of water. Water doesn't bend or curve. You want to go to waves? Okay, yeah, waves bend and curve, but long distances, large bodies of water, it doesn't drop. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told the Earth curves, it spins. We went to the moon, we're going to Mars. We're being told things about space that we can't verify. Right? The topic was space, wasn't it?
Yeah, I see where are you coming from, but the thing is, I am beyond this, okay? it's been about 1 or 2 weeks that I'm in this channel, and I have been explained all of the things that you.
So where are you at?
Trying to explain. No, just DJ was, saying to the guy that just left the channel that about the vacuum and the non-existence of the container and how the gas is not being spread into the space, so the space is fake and stuff like that. And I was just wondering and asking him that even if the Earth was flat, or even if it is globe, like this atmosphere, this gas must go somewhere, right? So I just am struggling hard to understand what it has to do with. Because if debunks the globe Earth, it must debunk the flat Earth too. See what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not following you there. I don't know why you're saying it has to go somewhere. And if the Earth is visually flat, I don't know how it can debunk that it's visually flat. It's observably flat. You don't see it curving. You don't feel it's moving. You don't see it spinning. Any experiment done to prove it's moving has failed. So it's stationary. In other words, the airplane can take off and land on a solid surface that's not moving. If it was moving left to right, up or down, it'd have a bit of an issue getting off the ground or landing back on the ground. It would either have to land in the direction it's take off in the direction it's spinning, or failure. You'd always have to be landing and taking off in that one direction. You couldn't land north to south, whatever. You couldn't have runways running in different compass directions: northeast, southeast, north, west, east. You couldn't have runways running like that. They'd all have to run the same direction. So it's not moving. It doesn't curve left to right. That supposed boat you saw disappear while you were standing at the edge of the ocean, it disappeared pretty quickly. It should come up behind you pretty fast. That's a pretty small ball you're living on. And if you take out something such as a telescope or a camera that can zoom in beyond where our naked eye saw it disappear, lo and behold, we can see the whole thing further out. So it didn't go behind any hump. It's not gone behind a curve. So it's visibly flat. Space, as far as up in the sky, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that stuff, it's all what we're told and shown. Either from the European Space Agency, NASA, Elon Musk and his SpaceX stuff. It's all visually shown to us on screens. You know, Hollywood fakes it better than NASA does. I believe Hollywood movies and films that I watch about space more than I believe NASA's footage. And Hollywood admits that's all, smoke and mirrors. It's all special effects. None of it's real. We did it all down here on the ground, but we made it look like we were floating out in space. Yet for some reason, the average taxpayer and hardworking man or woman seems to accept all of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing lettuce on the ISS. We're really going into space. And, gas went up another $1 a liter? That's okay. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where you are with all of this, but space, what we're told is just that, what we're told. We can't go and confirm it ourselves. Earth is visually flat, not bending, not spinning. It's not a disk in space accelerating upward. When you are thinking on the flat Earth topic, you have to remove your heliocentric paradigm altogether. You can't think of the Earth the way you did when you're thinking of your globe spinning water ball. You have to have a new perspective. Open your eyes, open your mind. Mind's like a parachute. It won't open if it's closed.
Actually, no. I have seen the videos too about the NASA, like the famous astronaut guy who is brushing his teeth in a satellite or something, and the video goes in fast mode, but the background, the second layer, the objects were not in fast mode. So I have seen those videos too, and I'm here to just increase my vision and increase my.
Yeah, Mohammed's very good faith, flat man. He's been here for quite a while, and he's just going through the different thought processes that are required to come to a conclusion. He's doing the right thing. I think at the moment he's a little bit confused on the gas pressure argument, right? And the outer space, right? And how Earth, like how the atmosphere would work and that kind of thing. Right, Mohammed? Or wrong?
I mean, I know that asking you about a model or anything would not be right because that's not even the subject. But could you please give me your perspective about what is keeping this amount of gas toward the Earth and avoiding it from like spreading into the outer space or something?
Yeah. So there is no outer space, right? That's why it's not spreading into the outer space, right? There's no outer space as you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so outer space in the globe is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That's it's about 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth here, right? So to have an ecosystem, to have gas pressure in itself, you need to have a container. Do you know what a terrarium is or a vivarium?
It must be some kind of container or something, right?
Yeah, it's like when you have like a big glass tank or something like that, right? And it's got like an ecosystem on the inside where you have like plants and animals and a little pond and fish, and it's completely enclosed. But it's a self-contained ecosystem. It looks after itself. Essentially, you could just keep the container closed, and you don't ever have to open it. Okay, and it has all its own systems inside of it, condensation and gas cycles and things like that. Let me show you an example. This is an example of a very small one in the side chat that I'm going to post. Just give me a second. I was just looking for this to show you.
Meanwhile, you are searching.
I've got it. All right.
Yeah. I just want to ask that, so the air is, getting thinner and thinner the more we get high. So
yes.
It is like it must get stopped at somewhere or something.
Well, there's only a certain height that we can measure the pressure up until, and it's not that high. I think it's about 40 kilometers high. Okay, because you can't use a barometer above that height. Okay, and we can't really get up higher than that as well. Okay, so once you get to what they call the mesosphere, nobody has any pressure readings, right? It's just done on a computer model based off the globe model. So they're going to tell you that it's a certain pressure once you get up higher, except we can't validate that. Okay, even the meteorologists admit that you can't use a barometer above about 20 kilometers. Okay, you can get a special type that can go up to about 35 kilometers, but above that, you can't use a barometer. Okay, they're not calibrated for that, and they're just not able to. They don't work above that height. You can look that up. But this is the thing. You look up the definition of gas pressure in the first place, okay? Gas pressure, the definition is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container, okay? As kinetic energy makes the gas particles move, right? And the gas particles move in all directions, okay? And the gas pressure that you're reading is when the gas particles are bouncing off each other and off the walls of their container. You need to have the container or the area to be able to have the gas pressure in the first place. I'll get you the definition. Yeah, do you need the definition? I can pull up the definition for you.
No, I have searched that before, like yesterday. I just understood about this concept.
It's an antecedent. It's a requirement to be able to have gas pressure. For example, if you have a car tire, okay, or if you want to have any gas pressure higher than the atmospheric gas pressure, you need to have a container. So if you have if you want to have like a balloon or a car tire or a soda can or something like that, obviously you need a physical container to contain the pressure. You can't have it without having a container. Now, what happens when you put a hole in a car tire? The air is going to rush out of the high pressure system every single time, right? Because that is a gas, that's a natural law. That's what happens. The high pressure will go to the low pressure and the gas particles will try to fill the available space. So very quickly, it will equalize with the outside pressure. Like that's why stop me because I want you to understand it. So if I say something that you're not sure about, just stop me and
clarify.
The thing
is, I had been watching some debates on the YouTube. Like right now, I am watching this guy, Whitlist. I'm sorry,
Whitsitt, yeah. Austin Whitsitt.
Yeah, versus William Harris, and a term that I am hearing so often is collapse of the gas. Is it the same as like what you are trying to say, like feeling the empty space, empty?
Yeah. So the reason gas particles move is because of heat, right? So as soon as they have any heat, they have kinetic energy, and that's what makes them move, right? And then they will move in straight lines. Okay, they'll move in a straight path, and they will only change that straight path if they bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Okay, they don't have like a downward bias or anything like that. They'll just move in random motion. Okay, and as long as you have heat, then the gas particles will continue to move very, very quickly in random motion, and they will try to fill any available space. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, and don't hit play yet. Can you see what I posted?
I have seen this like multiple times in this channel.
All right, well, just let me explain it one more time, okay? Or can you explain it? Do you want to try to explain the argument here to me?
Well, I think the point you were trying to make and what is actually obvious is that when we give the gas some freedom and it is in a container, it will automatically fill any available space that it has any access to, right?
Yeah. So what would the top container here in the demonstration? What does that represent? It's a vacuum. What is a vacuum? Okay. If we're gonna associate this with the thing in question, which is outer space and the Earth and the gas pressure that we have here. So the top chamber will represent outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. Okay. So above us is supposed to be a big space vacuum. Okay, and then the chamber in the bottom, that would be represent what we're breathing right now, which would be the gas pressure here on the Earth. So we have a high pressure system, and then we have a vacuum, okay, above our heads. Okay, and now the only reason that the gas pressure is staying in the chamber at the bottom is because there's a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from doing what gas does and filling available space. So you'll notice that when you hit play, as soon as he releases the valve, the high pressure is instantly going to equalize with the low pressure system. Now that's a big problem for the globe because they're telling us that we are a very, 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 on a universal scale, we're just a tiny little ball covered in gas inside a giant vacuum chamber. Right, and they're saying it's with no barrier, no physical barrier. When we put this to the test in a lab, it doesn't work, right? Gas laws apply, and obviously the gas will fill the available space. Now,
sorry for cutting you right there. I asked this from artificial intelligence, like 2 days ago, and he answered me that for keeping the gas in a space, you must have one of these two conditions. One, a physical container, or some kind of two, like a force that keeps the thing downwards. like as you said, I'm just trying to say what you said, that we have to give a term to justify this behavior. See what I mean?
Right. So this is the globe's explanation, right? They say gravity acts like the container, and gravity is stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. That's the claim on the table. Notice that magical gravity comes into play once again, right? It's the same thing that's going to be why we can have water sticking to the outside of a globe and all of these things, right? It's say the word gravity and that's just the explanation, right? So it's an explanation that doesn't have any scientific backing through experimentation. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical concept. It's something that's required to be able to have the globe Earth work in the first place. It's not something that's been validated. Now, this is the problem. If it's also contradicting the definition of gas particle movement. Do you know the definition of gas particle movement?
No, I don't.
Just look up the official definition, but it's basically gas particles. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as constant, random, high-speed motion in straight lines until collision occurs. Okay, so gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. Okay, and that's when we ask people right now, show us a test anywhere on the Earth, right, or anywhere in a lab where you can show us gas particles being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. It doesn't exist. It goes against, like, why would they say that gas particles move in straight lines until a collision occurs? Okay, so if a gas particle is going upward at 45 degrees, for example, or any degree up, it's going to continue. It's going to continue going in a straight line.
Yeah, and not even
until
like gravity, any kind of force to keep the gas not, filling the empty available space. I don't think that any kind of experiment exists in that subject.
It doesn't exist, exactly. It's one of those things where you just have to have faith in the explanation. Okay, you can't ever test it. This is what they'll tell you. It's impossible to test because you'd have to have a test that's as big as the Earth, right, and replicate the whole system, which is impossible to do. So they said that basically there's no way to test it. You just have to believe it, right? Because you can never empirically verify it. Any time that we try to do it on a smaller scale, obviously it completely destroys the explanation, right? It doesn't work. There's not a single experiment where we can show gravity pulling gas pressure downward. Okay, you can have, just say you have a container, right? Let's say we have a tank, a glass tank that's enclosed, and it has a lid on the top. Okay, and it has a higher pressure inside the container. Okay, and then we take the lid off the container. Gravity doesn't hold any of the higher pressure down in that container. It all will just equalize. It will just fill the available space, and within no time at all, it'll just be the same pressure as the surrounding air, right? Gravity's not holding any of that gas down. Even if you take a heavy gas, like sulfur hexafluoride, SF6 gas, it's a very, very dense, heavy gas, right? And you put it in a fish tank, within about 20 minutes or something like that, it's all going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that SF6 in the tank because all of the gas particles are going to be doing what gas particles do. They're going to be bouncing around and they're going to mix with the surrounding air, and everything's going to blend in together, and it's just going to become all as one big medium in the room, right? There's not going to be anything left in the tank except for the same air that's surrounding the tank. So I think you were saying something earlier about why is there a gradient? Well, just before we get to the gradient, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. Just listen.
Okay, just look at the image that I put underneath that example there. I'll just read it out quickly, right? So it's the guy, he's got like a big glass bottle. Okay, thriving since 1960, my garden in a bottle. seedling sealed in its own ecosystem, watered just once in 53 years. Okay, so 53 years ago, he put some water in there and shut it, and he's never opened it. Okay, that system has continued to thrive by itself, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if you got a big vacuum chamber and you put that inside the vacuum chamber and then you removed the container, you removed the glass? Everything would die, right? The water would boil, everything would die very quickly, right? Obviously. Okay, because if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it evaporates, it boils. Okay, so you can't have an ecosystem inside a vacuum chamber. Obviously, you need containment to be able to have the gas pressure system, to be able to have the dynamic system that he has here, where it has all of these cycles and whatnot. Now, there's bigger versions of this as well, and they're freaking amazing. Like, if you look up vivariums, like the world's biggest vivarium, I'll post a video in the side chat because it's really cool. Giant vivarium.
I'm sorry.
Right. Hold on. I am getting to a point.
Yeah, I just had a question about the picture.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, like, he poured some water in the bottle, and how that water is not being consumed by the plant species. See what I mean?
Well, it's everything's being cycled. Everything's being cycled inside of the container. Okay, it's being consumed, but it's cycling just like what happens here on the Earth, right? You have evaporation and all of that kind of thing, which is going to make
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just that's what you can do in your house as well. Like, just say you have a completely sealed room, you can have put plants inside a room in your house and keep it completely sealed, and the plants will be able to feed themselves, right? Because they're using the oxygen, and everything's being cycled. Okay, so have a look at these two other examples, right? This guy puts like little crocodiles, and he puts like fish and animals, and it's just kind of like a little world inside these big giant vivariums that these people make. And you don't have to open them, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. The Earth behaves just like this, right? Obviously, it doesn't work if it's in a vacuum, but it works in a sealed container. Now, these ecosystems have a gas pressure gradient as well, because guess where the gas is being produced, right? And we can use the Earth as an example here as well. Where is the gas produced, right? Most of the gas is produced at ground level, or in the ocean, or under the ground, right? Like 80% of the oxygen in the air is created by ocean plankton, sea plankton. And then we have all of these other complex cycles in nature where we have nitrogen cycles and all of that kind of thing. It's called a dynamic system, right? It's a big giant ecosystem that has all of these different cycles going on, which works in perfect harmony to keep the system going. That requires containment, right? To have the gas pressure in the first place requires containment, right? To have a gas pressure gradient in the first place requires containment as well. And there's no evidence otherwise that you can have anything other than that, other than a container to have gas pressure. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly how this place is contained. All we know is that there are gas laws, there are natural laws, we have thermodynamics, and we can test all of these things over and over and over again, and we get consistent results. Right? None of them match with what they're telling us is happening in relationship to the heliocentric model and the vacuum of outer space.
So, just curious, okay? If such a thing as a a vacuum, and the space we are being told doesn't even exist at the first place, so would you say that like our atmosphere is like going on and on like without any limit or something? I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think so. I think that we can only speculate about what's too high for us to test. Okay, so what we don't need to speculate about is that we have gas pressure, right? That the gas is created at ground level, where we have more gas, right? Approximately 14.7 psi at sea level. And then we have a gas pressure gradient, right? It also gets much colder as you go up as well, which is going to affect the movement of the gas particles as well. Okay, we also have these terrariums and vivariums, like I'm showing you now. They also have gas pressure gradients inside of them. Not as large of a gradient change as we have on the Earth, because they're very small, right? The bigger you make them, the more of a gradient that they have. But yeah, what do we know? We know that there's gas laws. Gas pressure needs a container. Okay, all of the ancient cultures all depicted a contained system. Okay, so that's not proof, right? But that's interesting information to take into consideration. All of the ancient cultures all thought the same thing, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. And we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what medium is up in the sky. We don't know how the containment works. We know how we can, you need a physical container to be able to have gas pressure. We know that on a smaller scale. That's how it works. Okay, but above a certain height, we can't keep measuring the pressure. It's not been done. There's no gas pressure readings when you go up 50 kilometers high. Right, where they say the mesosphere is. If you look into how they know what the pressure is up there, they just use computer models.
So, all the answers that, is going to be said from globers or scientists would be gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction.
Yeah, gravity and refraction. That's right.
But I just want to analyze one kind of logic with you. Okay, I have been watching some YouTube video, and the guy I forgot his name said that, as you said, nobody is explaining gravity. Nobody is explaining what gravity is actually at the first place. They say that it just exists. Okay, but the thing is, he said that when we see the effect of one phenomenon like gravity itself, if it exists, okay, that's their claim, on different objects, and we see the results over and over again, we can confirm that such a thing exists. Okay, so do you kind of agree that's logic, or it kind of not?
Okay, so this is the case. When we put things in a vacuum, they're going to fall at roughly the same rate. Okay, not exactly. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. But then,
would you repeat gas particles?
Yeah, so when we put things in a vacuum, they fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's roughly the speed at which things fall if you put them into a vacuum chamber. And that's where that comes from. It's an agreed upon average that things fall at roughly the same rate if you lift them up and then drop them in a vacuum chamber. Okay, that's an effect. Okay, that's something that we can all observe. And that's what a lot of people refer to when they say gravity. They think that that's what gravity is, right? Just the effect. But on the globe Earth, they're claiming the cause of the effect. Okay, that's where you're running into the pseudoscience. That's where you're running into the make-believe, or the mathematical concept of gravity. When you start trying to claim the cause of the effect, we all agree on the effect, that things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, unless we have gas, right? They say gas has mass as well. That's what the mainstream says. But gas particles don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They should if gravity existed, but they don't. Okay, gas particles don't have a downward bias. So it seems gravity's forgotten about gas particles, but You'd need gravity to be affecting gas particles to be able to have this ecosystem that we have here on the Earth in the heliocentric model. So there's big contradictions. Huge contradictions. But yeah, the effect of gravity, if you're referring to gravity as just things falling at a certain speed, sure. But when you're starting to claim the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's when you start getting into the weeds. That's when you start getting into textbook definition pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you try to explain such a thing, such a phenomenon, you have nothing except giving an assumption. See what I mean? Like gravity, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So,
yeah, they'll say like the Earth somehow, like an object somehow generates gravity. How does it generate gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no freaking idea. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous when you really ask them questions. It's like, what is the gravity, and how does the mass, the massive object, how does it generate gravity? What is the gravity? They don't have an answer for any of that at all. They'll just say, oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there to have this globe model.
Just trying to be fair, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can't we like resemble this to your situation? Like, there are things that you flat earthers cannot explain neither, right? So there might be that some explanations that they cannot explain either. Am I right?
Like what? Yeah, like what? We don't claim to be able to explain everything. We're not claiming a be-all and end-all model of the entire system that we live in. We're not claiming to know everything. Okay, we're claiming that the things that we can test empirically debunk the globe, and that there's no empirical evidence of the requirements to have a globe in the first place. But we don't. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to have a replacement answer to some bullshit, if you know what I mean, right? If they say that they claim to know how something works, okay, and then we say, oh, well, you can't validate that at all empirically. That they can't turn around and say, oh, well, now you have to explain it. You have to explain how it works. It's like a burden of proof reversal. We're not making the claim. Okay, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily. Okay, we don't have a crazy claim here. Okay, we're not claiming a ball covered in water inside a vacuum, a giant space vacuum. We don't need to make crazy claims like, to have that, you need to have gravity. You can't have the globe without gravity. You can't have gravity without the globe. They go hand in hand. It's kind of like the Band-Aid for all of the logical holes in the heliocentric model. Okay, you just say gravity. Oh, gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of this. Oh, refraction takes care of this. Refraction takes care of that. It's nonsense. But we don't have that claim, right? We can say, well, why does a helium balloon go up? Because it's less dense than the air. Okay, why does something more dense than a helium balloon go down? Because it's more dense than the air. Okay, why does it go down in the first place? Because it got lifted up, it got displaced. Okay, a rock sitting on the ground isn't ever going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Okay, it's already on the ground. It's never going to go anywhere else if nothing else moves it. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. Okay, because it's more dense than the air, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Or if I push a tennis ball down in the water, it's going to go back up to its place of rest, right, which will be at the top of the tank of water because it's less dense than the water. It's very easy to explain this. It's something that we can test and repeat anywhere, anytime, and we get the same results every single time. And it explains why every single thing in nature goes up or goes down.
I mean, I would like to give this to them, to the scientists, that yeah, okay, we should not expect them to like demonstrate what actually gravity is, because they don't have the literal experiments and tools and technology to like experience the center of the Earth. It kind of is impossible. But the thing is, when you are trying to justify a thing, by you I mean globers, okay, I mean scientists.
Yeah.
When you are trying to justify a thing, you cannot just like justify it with an assumption. See what I mean? That is what is kind of annoying. But because just to make my point, you know, as I have been in here like for 2 weeks or less, maybe all the conclusions and the lines that cross each other between you guys, you flat earthers, and globers is like just refraction and gravity. Okay, that's it. These two things, and sometimes religion. Okay, just these two things. It is not much more. So yeah, as long as we do not like demonstrate gravity, we cannot like go further in the discussion.
Well, yeah. So until then, it's just a concept that they come up with. It's pseudoscience, right? Because they're claiming it as a scientific, something that's been proven scientifically, but it hasn't been put through the scientific method, and that's the definition of pseudoscience: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. So yeah, space science, a lot of the heliocentric model is based on pseudoscience. Okay, we can back up everything that we claim. Okay, we can back up that everyone's experience, even the globe earthers' experience, is just a flat Earth, right? A flat stationary Earth. That's what we experience. Then we can back up that there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be curvature. Now that debunks gravity at the same time, because if gravity is real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. Has to be. Have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles on a globe. It has to be there. And if it's not there, you can't have gravity and flat water at the same time. Impossible. So that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Flat water debunks the entire heliocentric model from the start. Okay, because that's the requirement for any of the heliocentric model to be accurate. Now, we can back up what we're saying about gas as well. Okay, so any test that we do backs up what we're saying about gas. All of the mainstream science regarding gas, right? That also aligns with what we're saying. So, you know, then what is their motion? Even Einstein said there's no way to prove if the Earth's moving, orbiting around the sun. There's no way to prove that. He said there's no optical experiment to prove that. It's impossible. So there's no proof that the Earth orbits around the sun. It doesn't exist. It's just a model, theory, a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a model, especially not a scientific model.
In reality, Einstein did talk about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. That was explicitly said, but in reality, he's talking about any type of motion, because for him, all motions are relative. So not just the orbit, it will be the spin of the Earth around itself too. So for him, you can't distinguish between stationary, a real stationary Earth, not orbiting, but it's still spinning around itself. No, a complete stationary Earth, and the one that is moving. So you can't tell which one you are in using relativity. So he explicitly talks about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, but implicitly he talks about every type of motion that the Earth can do.
and even worse than the gravity, the lack of scientific validation for their gravity claim is the refraction claim. The refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? Even though it's one of their copes, right? It's the only thing they can say. It's the only way that they can try to resolve these observations where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. They're forced to have to use mental gymnastics and spit out a word like refraction when most of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about whatsoever. They learn how to say that word with their mouth, right? They don't, most of them don't know anything about it for beyond that, right? And then you ask them to define it, they'll just say, oh, the light bends, and then that explains, right? That explains the observation. It's debunked. We debunked it by saying refraction. They have no idea what they're talking about. As soon as you start questioning them, it's like, what's the mechanism behind it? What's the formula? Who accounted for it in a single observation throughout all of history? And then that observation matched up with the globe. Not one. There isn't one. It's not even possible to account for in totality to say that we've accounted for this particular observation's weather conditions and it matches up with the globe. Now, if we just assume the Earth is a globe, right, and use refraction as a hostile witness based on what the mainstream globe earthers claim about refraction, it still debunks the globe. Okay, because standard refraction is 7/6R, right? So they're presupposing that the Earth's a globe in their calculation, in their formula, right? It's also calculated by the refraction coefficient, whereas 0 would be making an observation and it matches up perfectly with the globe geometry, right? As if you're looking through a medium that doesn't have any refraction at all, like a vacuum. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles every single time. Now, then they say that we apply standard refraction, okay, and that increases the size of the globe, right? That's how it's kind of like a fallacious way of talking about refraction, because they're pre-assuming a globe, and then they say, okay, standard refraction is 7/6R, so it makes the size of the radius a bit bigger. Okay, and with the K factor, right, I was just talking about the K factor of 0, it's the same thing. Now, all of a sudden, standard refraction would be a K factor of 0.17, and it would mean that you would be able to see like 15% further. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height, it would be at like 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that because of standard refraction. They're just inflating the size of the globe by a little bit. Now, there's also not one observation that matches up even with standard refraction. Okay, so you can account for standard refraction, and they say it's standard, right? This is like the average. This is like what it's like most of the time. Okay, so you make an observation, and then you can apply for standard refraction. Okay, account for standard refraction. So, now the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. We'll account for refraction. Now it should be at, like, say, 1.4 miles or whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit further. But that doesn't exist. There's not one observation where the horizon is at that distance, accounting for standard refraction. Okay, so where's the standard refraction? That's another thing that doesn't exist either. Okay, we're seeing consistently orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. We're seeing the horizon 500% further away. Not 15% further away. Not 20% further away. But usually a minimum of 500%. Usually thousands and thousands of percent further than it should be on a globe. There's not one observation that matches up with the globe to prove that the geometric horizon exists at all in the first place. So refraction is the globe earther's worst nightmare. They butcher it, and they don't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot when they say the word refraction.
May I ask you a question, DJ?
Mm-hmm.
So Are you sure about what you said? Because I don't know. I never researched that. So about refraction, standard refraction. So when you use standard refraction, instead of like for 6-foot observer, 3 mile point 4 or 6, it will be like 3.8 or 0.9. So that will be the difference if you just take account of refraction?
Standard refraction, yep. It's 7/6R, or it's like it's usually 8 to 15%.
Okay, and have you ever tried to verify about extreme refraction? What would be the difference?
Yeah, so with extreme refraction, once you start getting more extreme conditions, you start going into miraging territory. Okay, you start getting obvious inferior and superior mirages. Okay, because what's right, so let's go over atmospheric refraction. Okay, we don't even need to talk about flat Earth. This is just using it as a hostile witness, right? This is the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction in the side chat here. So essentially, the light will deviate towards the denser medium, the denser portion of a medium. So it's similar to Snell's law. Okay, that the light will deviate towards the denser medium, except we have a different situation where we just have a gradient inside a single medium. Okay, so instead of instead of it just deviating at that sharp boundary layer between the two mediums, it slowly deviates right towards the denser portion of the single medium. All right, and that will cause these small effects when you don't have much of a gradient within the single medium. You just have a tiny little change in the refractive index, and you just get very slight effects of like a little bit of looming or sinking. Right, but once you start getting a steeper gradient, which would be what they consider like more refraction, strong refraction, super refraction, these kinds of things, that's where you have like a very steep gradient change, where you have an inferior mirage, for example. The easiest one to test, you get a hot piece of concrete and then you look across it. You get down low and you look across it. And because the hot concrete heats up the air just above the surface, right? The air, it goes from very hot to very cool very quickly. And the light will deviate upward towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's when you'll start getting that inferior miraging effect. And it will cause things in the distance to look like they're displaced downwards. And you'll get total internal reflection because the deviation of the light, it goes over your head. Okay, it doesn't go into your eye, it goes over your head, and that's when you see that mirroring effect on the ground. So once you start getting beyond this standard refraction, you start getting miraging effects. Okay, we're not presenting observations that have these miraging effects.
Yeah, and the point of my question was because I was surprised by that small difference between no refraction, and if you account for standard refraction, it would be that small difference from 1.2 miles to like 1.6 or 5, something like that. So it's just small difference. So we may say that, yeah, we accounted for standard refraction on those observations that are magnitudes farther than that that horizon and where it should be with that standard refraction. Like, for example, with our black swan observations. So if they say that, it didn't account for refraction, we can say that, yes, we accounted for refraction, standard refraction, and that's magnitude farther than where it should be. Accounting when refraction is there. So 10 miles is not like the 1.6, or even you can give them 2 miles with standard refraction, but that's not 10 miles like in the black swan.
Yeah. So 1.2 miles plus strong refraction, say 20%, right? That just makes it 1.47 miles. But we see the horizon way beyond 10 miles.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's over 1,000% in that situation further.
So if someone says that you didn't account for refraction. So are you denying refraction? We can say that yes, we accounted for refraction. So with refraction, it won't be that far, 10 miles. It will be this and this, those specific distances that they give in the proper model.
Yeah, it's atmospheric refraction just in itself has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. The definition doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe, and you can demonstrate it in your living room, like sky freeze observations. Okay, you can set up some blocks across your flat floor, and then you can manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and you can make it look like the blocks start to go over a horizon. The only thing that was manipulated was the temperature, and that fits with the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. It has nothing to do with the globe. The globe earthers, they take that, and then they hijack it, and then they try to bake their radius value into it. That's when it starts getting into the fallacious territory, right? Because they're begging the question, and they're trying to account for certain observations by including the globe in, and they're just basically trying to increase the size of the globe. Now, this is the crazy thing. So that's why I was saying earlier, we don't need to worry about flat Earth. We can just say, if we assume the Earth's a globe, to explain the observations that we have, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay? Because you can use Walter Bislin's calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance that's 15 miles away, something visible in the distance that's 15 miles away, it should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature. Okay, you need to slide that refraction slider up to 1, or just close to 1, to have no hidden height if the Earth were a globe. And that's the case in nearly all of the observations, right? Like the Great Salt Lake, the windmill ones with Dr. John Dee, the 3-inch lake observation in Canada, the Black Swan, right? You have to slide that refraction slider up to the point where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay, and then you start looking into how is that possible? Has anyone ever measured that? And what sort of meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction on a globe? Okay, and it's impossible. And especially impossible to have such consistent results of being able to see too far.
By the way, I watched the Black Swan, video, and I was like analyzing it sentence to sentence, and I even like checked the numbers and the calculations for the hidden heights needed to be applied to the turbines in the distance for each of them, like 8 mile, 8.3 till 11 miles. Okay, and I know that any kind of considering any kind of refraction to justify the non-existence of that hidden height on those turbines would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, I admit that. But the thing is that lady that was explaining the whole theory, she herself told that there is a big mirage, like in some of the like in some distance. But I'm just curious why she didn't imply it in her calculations.
There's no miraging effects between the target, right? So the wind turbines don't show any sign of any mirage that exists whatsoever. It's crystal clear. It looks the same as what it looks like from close up. The right out, really, really far out into the ocean, you're going to start getting some disturbance because you're looking through really, really thick air over a huge distance, right? Like you can see the boat that's 14 miles out, Okay, if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't even be able to see that boat at all. Okay, and then in some of the footage, there's another boat that's even further out than that. Now, there's so much air between you and that boat, you're going to get some effects. You're going to get some atmospheric effects that happen over that distance, right? That's such a long distance, and you have all of that air, right? So over huge distances, you're always going to get some effects that are going to be taken into account. But looking out at the turbines that are 11 miles away, it's extremely clear, right? There's no waves. There's no wind, obviously, because there would be waves and ripples and things like that. So there's hardly any wind. Okay, and then there's no miraging effects on those windmills. Okay, the windmills look the same from 12 miles away as they do from close up.
Yeah, you can bring up.
So what miraging effect? Like, what miraging effect is there? Like, look, I'm going to post a close up. Right, here we go. Just a second. I've got it right here. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. And
you can bring up types of mirages, and you can see the observation that won't align with any type of mirage. There is no mirroring, no upside down image, nothing.
Yeah, so have a look at the images here. Okay, so look at the pole on the right hand side of the first image I posted, and then look at the poles from 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Looks the same.
And besides, you can't have a mirage on a ball. You can only have them on a flat Earth.
Yeah, Dr. John D actually goes into detail towards the end of that video about how mirages, inferior and superior mirages, are impossible on a globe.
In the same video?
In the same video, yep. Towards the end. Oh, yeah, it's really good information. He shows examples. He goes over it step by step. So yeah, I don't see any mirage here. Like, there's a list of different miraging effects. Okay, so we can count them off one by one. Okay, so Fata Morgana. Okay, obviously this is not a Fata Morgana. Doesn't have any of the characteristics. Okay, cross that off the list. Superior and inferior mirage, right? They both have total internal reflection and they're super obvious. Okay, superior mirage will have things look like they're floating in the sky. Inferior mirage will have things look like they're sinking, cut off bottom up. And both of them will have total internal reflection and just optical chaos, right? Okay, so we can cross off those two, right? So now we've crossed off the three main types of mirages. Okay, after that we have towering and stooping, which is when things look stretched out, being towering, and when things look squished and compressed, which is the opposite of towering. It's called stooping. We don't have that in this either. Okay, so that's most of the mirages crossed off. Now, what do we have left? We have super mild versions of inferior and superior mirages called looming and sinking. Okay, so those are very, very minor effects. Neither looming nor sinking is going to flatten out 11 miles of water and allow you to have no obstruction of things 11.2 miles away, right, from a 3.5 foot observation height. Impossible. Okay, that's pretty much it. That's all of the mirages accounted for, right? So, yeah, it's wouldn't be a good rebuttal.
Is impossible.
Oh yeah.
I think a lot of this is tied in, like Russia's an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country. I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into like high energy physics that might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica. It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce. Like, airplanes with the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these Globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like, we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got, all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Yoder's been in here telling them that, these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like, I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again. Josh just says, I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people, if I had the ability, you guys would know it's no, you don't. No. Dude, that's not true at all. Like, I'm not buying that bullshit, dude. Like, I don't care what he comes in here and says, yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Glovers that say they have the info, that if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it. Yeah. That's it.
He's got the same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. It could be like a classification system. And if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process.
You're watching 24/7.